Chapter 3599. Yang Kai laughed and said, "I know, I will be careful." Yu Meng carefully warned him for a while, like a young woman staying at home and warning her husband about to go to war. She no longer had the dignity of a demon saint, only endless reluctance and worry. Yang Kai just looked at her with a smile, remembering every word she said in his heart. "You're so long-winded, aren't you?" Bai Liemo had been standing not far away, looking up at the sky full of stars, but at this time, she finally couldn't help but turn around and stab Yu Meng. "Since you're so reluctant, you can go with him." Yu Meng glared at her. "No one will think you're mute if you don't speak." Of course Yu Meng wanted to go with Yang Kai, but she couldn't. Chang Tian and Bai Liemo were worried about the great emperors, but how could Yu Meng be at ease with them? Now that Yang Kai had left, if Yu Meng also left, it was hard to say whether these two, who had obtained thousands of demon kings and dozens of half-saints, would have other thoughts. Yu Meng staying behind could at least act as a distraction to ensure that Chang Tian and Bai Liemo didn't have any ulterior motives, especially Bai Liemo, who still had the soul brand Yang Kai had planted in her mind. If she didn't keep an eye on it, who knew if she would try to break it? She didn't tell Yang Kai about this, because some things didn't need to be said so clearly. However, Bai Liemo didn't need to be impatient. After reminding her for so long and saying what she needed to say, Yu Meng finally sighed and clapped her hands. Two figures quickly approached from the side, and when they got closer, Yang Kai found that these two were old acquaintances. One was a half-saint under Yu Meng, and the other was a half-saint under Bai Liemo. Both of them had interacted with Yang Kai many times. Among them, Baizhua was originally in the two-realm battlefield. However, when Yang Kai was preparing to devour the continents under Yu Meng, Baizhua received orders and returned from the two-realm battlefield. When the two sides met, Yang Kai nodded at them and then looked at Yu Meng suspiciously. Yu Meng said, "When you go out, I'll feel more at ease if you bring the two of them with you." "There's no need for that." Yang Kai laughed. "I have Windchaser and my Dharmakaya. That's different." Yu Meng shook her head. "I have stayed in the star boundary before and know that it is not peaceful here. If something happens, they can help." With two half-saint level helpers, unless the great emperors personally took action, who could do anything to Yang Kai? Bai Liemo also said, "If you don't want to bring the two of them, then don't leave. You're the key to us. If something really happens to you, what should we do?" Their path of retreat was cut off. All of their hopes were placed on Yang Kai. No matter what, they had to ensure Yang Kai's safety. Since the two demon saints had said so, it was likely that Chang Tian also had the same intention. Yang Kai could not refuse even if he wanted to, so he could only nod helplessly and say, "All right, then bring them along." Yu Meng turned her head, her charming face stern. "The two of you follow my husband at all times. No matter what, you must ensure his safety. If anything happens to him, the two of you will bring your heads to me." Baizhua and Baiya cupped their hands together and said solemnly, "Two saint sages, rest assured. We will protect Lord Yang with our lives." "Thank you for your trouble." Yang Kai cupped his hands at them. "We don't dare." Baizhua and Baiya hurriedly returned the gesture. In the past, when everyone had come into contact with each other, they had all treated each other as equals and called each other brothers. But now that Yu Meng had called him husband in front of them, how could they dare to act arrogantly and call him Brother Yang? At this moment, Chang Tian also walked over. Before he arrived, his voice was heard, "If everything is ready, then let's go. The sooner this matter is resolved, the sooner we can be at ease." There was nothing to prepare. Yang Kai immediately put Baiya and Baizhua into the small sealed world bead. After bidding farewell to Yu Meng and the others, his figure soared into the sky. Under the star field, Yang Kai turned into a stream of light and headed south. Staring at his disappearing back, Yu Meng let out a long sigh. Bai Liemo glanced at her and sneered, "You look like a resentful wife. Can't bear to part with him?" Surprisingly, Yu Meng did not quarrel with her this time. She just watched Yang Kai leave before turning around and leaving. This made Bai Liemo feel a sense of powerlessness, as if she had punched cotton. In the small sealed world bead, 100 kilometers away from the three peaks, There was a tall mountain with dense trees. On the trunk of a big tree, a graceful figure was lying down with a leisurely look on her face. Her slender legs dangled down and swayed. Wuxia was holding a 10-meter-long arrow in her hand, refining and polishing it with her demonic qi. Suddenly, a figure appeared out of thin air, less than a meter away from her. Wuxia's reaction was quick. Her original laziness disappeared and she quickly jumped up. The 10-meter-long arrow in her hand disappeared at the same time and was replaced by a sharp dagger. She held the dagger in a reverse grip and stabbed it forward. But in the next moment, Wuxia's figure suddenly stopped. The dagger in her hand stopped 3 inches away from the figure. She let out a long breath and patted her towering chest. "You scared me. Why didn't you tell me you were coming?" Her breasts tumbled in her chest. The person who had come was naturally Yang Kai. Only Yang Kai could appear here so abruptly. Yang Kai smiled. "Your vigilance is pretty good." Wuxia snorted. "If I didn't have such vigilance, who knows how many times I would have been killed by others by now." Saying so, she looked Yang Kai up and down and asked suspiciously, "Your body? Are you dead?" "It's just a projection," Yang Kai replied. His main body was still on his way, so what appeared in the small sealed world was just a divine sense projection. In any case, he was now a third-order Emperor Realm Master. His divine sense was even stronger than a half-saint's, so it was naturally not a problem for him to multitask. His divine sense projection looked ethereal, so Wuxia thought that something had happened to Yang Kai and that only his soul avatar was left. Last time in the Eternal Heaven continent, Wuxia risked her life to block a blow for Yang Kai. After returning to the Cloud Shadow continent, Yang Kai returned the soul puppet to Wuxia. So, even if something happened to Yang Kai now, Wuxia wouldn't be implicated. Saying so, Yang Kai turned his head and looked 100 kilometers away. "Is everything all right over there?" Wuxia replied, "What's wrong?" "Those 3 fellows are getting along better and better." 800 kilometers away, in the 10,000 Flower Valley, on the mountain peak where Li Shiqing was, a simple long table was set up. On the table, there were several plates of exquisite food and several jars of fine wine. Hualun, Mo Sheng, and Li Shiqing were sitting on 3 sides, talking and laughing. Chang Tian wanted all the masters above the Demon King level in the small sealed world, and Yang Kai had satisfied him. However, Mo Sheng and Hualun from the 10,000 Flower Valley didn't move and stayed behind. Naturally, this was because of Li Shiqing. It could be seen that the 3 of them were getting along well. Although Yang Kai didn't know what they were talking about, all of them looked happy. "Have you investigated Mo Sheng's background carefully?" Yang Kai asked. Wuxia replied, "I have. He's just a down-and-out demon king from the Sinking Frost continent. Although his cultivation isn't bad, being at the high-rank demon king realm, he's too arrogant, so he's not liked by the other demon kings and the half-saint of the Sinking Frost continent. A few years ago, he also served that half-saint, but later he left the Sinking Frost continent for some reason. Like me, he's now cultivating alone and not under anyone's control." She then added, "By the way, the Sinking Frost continent is the territory of Saint Senior Bei Li Mo." Yang Kai nodded lightly. "In your opinion, did he approach Li Shiqing on purpose, or did he come here by coincidence?" It was just a casual question, there was no deeper meaning. The main reason was that right after Li Shiqing arrived at the 10,000 Flower Valley, he followed her. Coincidentally, he even came to save the damsel in distress. In the end, he even settled down in the 10,000 Flower Valley. Yang Kai couldn't help but think more about it. "Coincidence, right?" Wuxia replied. Yang Kai had asked something similar last time, so she paid more attention to it. During this time, she didn't find any other ulterior motives from Mo Sheng. The 3 of them basically only met once every 1 or 2 months, and they were usually busy with their own things. Yang Kai nodded and didn't say anything more, just watching quietly. Although Wuxia could see 100 kilometers away with her eye technique, she couldn't hear what was being said over there. Yang Kai could hear it. As long as he wanted, nothing in the small sealed world could escape his perception. At this moment, Hualun was asking some questions about cultivation. Mo Sheng didn't hide anything and told Hualun about his own cultivation experience in detail. Huoluan looked thoughtful, as if he had benefited a lot. Li Shiqing was also listening quietly, interjecting a few words from time to time. Every time, she would hit the nail on the head, causing Mo Sheng to praise her greatly. After all, she was a disciple of the great emperors and had received excellent training from a young age. Naturally, she had a deep understanding of cultivation. Although humans and demons were different, their pursuit of power was the same. After some discussion, Mo Sheng agreed to Huoluan's request and went down to fight. The difference between the two minor realms in the demon race was two minor realms. One was a high-ranked demon king, while the other was a low-ranked demon king. Originally, there was a huge gap between them, but now, the world principles of the small sealed world only allowed Dao Source Realm cultivators to appear. Even if Mo Sheng had a powerful cultivation, he couldn't display his full strength, so it was relatively fair. There wasn't much to see in this battle. In the end, Mo Sheng was superior and Huoluan admitted defeat. Half a day later, Huoluan and Mo Sheng bid farewell and left. After Li Shiqing packed up her things and returned to her stilted house, the smile on her pretty face changed slightly, turning cold all of a sudden. She then turned around and left. With a bang, the door was suddenly closed. Li Shiqing used all her strength but still couldn't open it. After struggling for a while, Li Shiqing turned around and angrily looked at Yang Kai, who was sitting in the hall. "What do you want?" Yang Kai looked at her and said lightly, "I'm back in the star boundary." Li Shiqing blinked, as if she didn't hear him clearly and wasn't sure what he said. After a while, she asked, "You're back in the star boundary?" "Yes," Yang Kai nodded. "You should be able to leave soon." Li Shiqing was silent, not as happy as Yang Kai expected. After a while, she raised her head and looked at him with a complicated gaze. "Aren't you afraid that I'll tell Honored Master about what happened that day?" Chapter 3600. That day on the Cloud Shadow Continent. The reason she had tried to assassinate Yang Kai was because she had seen the great Emperor's Mingyu die at Yang Kai's hands with her own eyes. She was filled with the desire to avenge the great emperors. Otherwise, why would she have attacked Yang Kai? Although she had more or less guessed that whether Yang Kai was present or not, Mingyu would have died that day. Perhaps Mingyu took the initiative to commit suicide in order to protect the great emperor's opportunity. In the end, Mingyu was killed by Yang Kai. Every time she saw Yang Kai, she would remember the scene of Mingyu's death. That was why she had left the city guard palace and came here to escape after the Cloud Shadow Continent was devoured. She thought that she would never have to see Yang Kai again, that she would no longer have to make things difficult for him, but she didn't know that her every move was under Yang Kai's surveillance. If she could return to the Star Realm and return to her master's side, there was no way she would hide what she had seen that day. She would definitely report it in detail. And how great was the crime of killing a great empress? Li Shiqing didn't know how the Star Realm would deal with the man in front of her if they learned of this. Since the War of Emperors tens of thousands of years ago, no great emperors had fallen. Mingyu was the first one in tens of thousands of years, and the only great emperors to die at the hands of the Emperor realm since time immemorial. "When I see Master Huaying, I will let you out and let you reunite with your master and disciple," Yang Kai said as if he hadn't heard her words. Li Shiqing gritted her teeth and said, "When I see Master, I will definitely report everything that happened that day." Yang Kai nodded. He had never thought of hiding the Battle of Eternal Heaven. Even if Li Shiqing didn't tell him, he would have reported everything to the great emperors himself. His figure gradually blurred, and he suddenly said, "Oh right, be careful of that Mo Sheng. I feel that there's something wrong with him." He wasn't trying to frighten them, nor was he trying to give them advice. It was just a feeling. Logically speaking, in this small sealed world, as long as Yang Kai wanted to, he could even pry into Mo Sheng's thoughts. From what he had seen and heard before, coupled with Bo Ya's report, Yang Kai was certain that there was no problem with Mo Sheng's origins. However, Yang Kai had this feeling, an inexplicable feeling. Since he had this feeling, he naturally had to remind Li Shiqing. It didn't matter if she was wrong. It would just make her more vigilant. Li Shiqing was stunned. Just as she was about to ask a few more questions, Yang Kai's figure gradually became transparent and then disappeared. Staring at the direction where Yang Kai disappeared, Li Shiqing secretly gritted her teeth and cursed in a low voice. The crescent moon hung high in the sky and the stars twinkled. Beneath the star field, Yang Kai's figure was like a rainbow. Yang Kai had stayed in the star boundary for many years, climbing from the Origin King realm to the Emperor realm. He had made many friends here and had even established the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory, bringing his family and friends here. It could be said that the star boundary was now his home. But there had never been a time when he felt as comfortable as today. Since leaving the small sealed world, Yang Kai had felt that returning to the star boundary was like returning to his mother's embrace. The scenery, the surrounding air, the star boundary's world principles, everything seemed incomparably familiar. It wasn't the kind of familiarity one would feel when a wanderer returned home. Perhaps this was part of the reason, but the bigger reason was the opportunity of the great emperors. He now had the star boundary's world recognition. The whole world had opened its arms to him, and the star boundary was embracing him. Like a tiger returning to the mountain forest, like a dragon returning to the sea. This kind of comfort made Yang Kai feel inexplicably happy. He couldn't help but hum a little tune as he flew through the sky. Not only was he comfortable, but when Yang Kai meditated to recover, he also noticed something different. When he circulated his secret art, the world energy in the world poured into his body like swallows returning to their nest. The efficiency of his cultivation was more than 10 times higher than before. The world recognition had increased the speed at which he absorbed the world energy by more than one level. This alone was enough to show how terrifying the opportunities of the great emperors were. Perhaps there were more benefits that had yet to be discovered. Now that he had returned to the star boundary, he could have used the space spirit bead to directly teleport to the side of someone close to him. The reason why he flew all the way back was to experience this feeling and check out the situation in the star boundary. However, when he remembered that the price of these benefits was the fall of one of the great emperors at his hands, Yang Kai's mood couldn't help but become a little gloomy. In the end, he had failed to bring back the great emperor's bright moon from the demon territory. Recalling Lan Sun's pleading and eager eyes when he left the star boundary, Yang Kai felt somewhat powerless. Now that he had returned, how could he face her? While he was in a daze, Yang Kai suddenly paused and tilted his head to listen. He could vaguely hear the sounds of fighting and intense energy fluctuations, so he immediately understood that there should be a fierce battle between the demon race and the human race. Without hesitation, Yang Kai immediately turned around and rushed in that direction. 500 kilometers away, in a wasteland, 1,000 people were engaged in a fierce battle. 30% human race, 70% demon race. Within a 10-kilometer radius of the battlefield, the light of artifacts and secret techniques rose and fell one after another, illuminating the world. Demonic chi surged, and demon chi rolled. The demon race were fearless. All the human race had been surrounded. The demon race had a great advantage in terms of numbers, and there were 2 demon kings among them, so naturally everything was under their control. On the human race's side, there was only one injured member of the Emperor realm. Although they were doing their best to defend, their defensive circle was still shrinking bit by bit. All the human race members wore determined expressions. Not a trace of fear could be seen on their faces. This was because everyone knew that if they fell into the hands of the demon race, they would definitely suffer. Since they were surrounded, they could only fight to the death. If the enemy didn't die, then they would die. The ground was littered with corpses. There were both human race members and demon race members, but relatively speaking, the human race's casualties were undoubtedly several times higher. The blood that flowed out from their bodies had thickened the earth. Many of the human race members came from different sects. After several years of fierce battles, each of them had gained a fierce killing intent. They all formed into formations, back to back, and stubbornly resisted. The demon race continued to circle outside the encirclement. The several hundred demon race members seemed to have turned into a millstone, and the human race members in the middle were the soybeans under the millstone. The slightest bit of carelessness would cause their human race companions to be ground into fine powder. The number of casualties increased, and the Emperor Realm's only demon race member had more wounds on his body. Blood dripped everywhere, and it was a tragic sight. As he shouted, his movements were disorderly. On the other hand, the two demon kings of the demon race were calm and composed. Not only did they not join the battle, they instead floated high up in the sky, appreciating the stubborn resistance of the human race. One of the sand demons' lustful gaze swept across the beautiful women in the field, licking his lips from time to time. In particular, he paid special attention to a woman who was comparable to a high-rank demon commander. That woman was mature and voluptuous, just the type he liked. Over the years of invading the star boundary, the demon race had captured many human race captives, and some of the lecherous men on the demon race's side had tasted human race beauties. This demon king was one of them. His greatest pleasure was to collect human race beauties of all kinds for his own enjoyment. This was a completely different kind of restraint from the demon race women's passion. Every time he saw those women screaming and struggling under his body, but they were unable to resist, this demon king would feel a heartfelt excitement. Of course, the human women he had played with generally didn't have a good ending. Their corpses were basically incomplete. When he was having sex, what he liked to do the most was to bite off pieces of fresh and tender flesh and chew them into his stomach. That kind of taste was something that he would never forget after tasting it once. He stared at the mature beauty who was sweating profusely and wielding her sword in the field, his demon blood boiling and his crotch bulging. The demon king next to him obviously knew what kind of character his colleague was and turned his head to look at him. Following his gaze, he stared at the mature beauty and coldly snorted, "Ice Heart Valley's slut." Sand Demon was startled when he heard this. She's from Ice Heart Valley? Ice Heart Valley was one of the top sects in the Northern Territory and had contributed greatly in the War of the Two Worlds. They had been active in many large-scale battles and had even suffered losses at the hands of many members of the demon race. As such, some of the Demon King knew about Ice Heart Valley. It wasn't just Ice Heart Valley, but also the strength of the top and first-class sects of the Star Boundary. After all, after fighting for several years, it was impossible for them not to know the origins of their enemies. They're using ice attribute chi, and they're all women. Coupled with the clothes they're wearing, there's no doubt they're from Ice Heart Valley, the Demon King replied, apparently quite familiar with the great forces in the Star Boundary. The Sand Devil was startled when he heard this. Soon after, he laughed out loud. His mood seemed to have become even better. It was a long while later before he stopped laughing. He slowly nodded and extended his hand to touch his face. Very good, very good. There was a hideous scar on his face, as if a giant centipede was crawling on it. He didn't know how long the scar had been there, but it still hadn't healed. Not only that, from time to time, a cold aura would escape from the scar, and the image of a woman with a cold expression appeared in his mind. In the middle of a large-scale battle, that woman descended from the sky and swept her sword over. Out of the 4 demon kings gathered in one place, 3 of them died on the spot. Only he was relatively lucky. After being struck by the sword, he took advantage of the situation to feign death and escaped the calamity. After that, he specifically asked the other demon kings about the origins of that woman and learned that the woman who had killed 3 demon kings with a single sword strike was called Jiyao. She was from Ice Heart Valley and was the 3rd disciple of Ice Heart Valley's ancestral founder, Bing Yun. He was originally an extremely handsome demon king, but after this scar appeared, his handsomeness was destroyed, leaving only a hideous expression. He firmly remembered this debt in his heart, thinking that one day he would take revenge. He would capture that girl called Jiyao and make her cry and beg for mercy under his crotch. He would make her suffer so much that she would wish she was dead. Then he would tear off her flesh bit by bit and eat her until there was nothing left. Chapter 3601. However, Ice Heart Valley's disciples were few in number and the battlefield was so wide, so he had never seen anyone from Ice Heart Valley since then. However, he didn't expect to encounter them this time. Moreover, there were more than a dozen of them. He could clearly see that there were more than a dozen of her fellow disciples beside the mature beauty, all of them wearing the same robes and using the same secret techniques. Now, I can collect some interest. A heartfelt smile appeared on the sand demon's face. There was a soft sound, followed by a bone-piercing coldness. When the aura of death enveloped the sand demon, all the hair on his body stood on end. He instinctively dove downwards, trying to escape into the ground. Although he didn't know what had happened, he was certain he had been attacked. As he fell, the sand demon had time to investigate the situation, and when he looked towards the source of the sound, a look of shock appeared on his face. He saw that his colleague, who had been standing with him and chatting with him just a moment ago, had been cut in half by an inexplicable attack. The wound was flat, and pitch-black blood gushed out like a fountain. His face was still blank, as if he hadn't realized what had happened. Secretly, the sand demon rejoiced that he had reacted quickly, otherwise he would have suffered a similar fate. However, before he could even think about this though, the sand demon's pupils shrank as he suddenly felt a sharp pain coming from his chest, causing the demonic chi in his body to be unable to circulate properly. Falling to the ground, the sand demon was unable to successfully escape underground. Looking down, he saw blood oozing out of his chest and a burst of great force that sent half of his body flying into the air. So, I also suffered a calamity? The sand demon's upper body was sent flying while his lower body landed on the ground. While the sand demon's vision was spinning, he saw a figure suddenly rush into the battlefield. A high-ranked demon king. The person who had just arrived was a high-ranked demon king with a rich and pure demonic chi. He didn't seem to be very old, but his eyebrows were sharp like swords and his eyes flashed like lightning. Holding an excessively large sword in his hand, this demon king spun around like a whirlwind. Wherever the sword passed, the demon race cultivators were thrown into disarray. Hundreds of demon race cultivators were unable to withstand a single blow, and wherever the sword pointed, one demon race cultivator after another exploded into a bloody mist. Not even their bones were left behind, and the crackling sounds of explosions were as dense as beans being fried. With such strong support, the human race cultivator trapped in the middle was both surprised and overjoyed, all of them rushing forward to assist in killing the enemy, the light of their artifacts and secret techniques also brightening. The demon race was powerless to resist. In just 10 breaths of time, all the demon race members gathered on the periphery were wiped out. It was only at this moment that the lightning-like figure finally stabilized. He stood in front of the sand devil with the myriad's sword on his shoulder and looked down. The sand demon was not dead. As long as the demon heart was not destroyed, the demon race would not die. The sand demon was a demon king, so it was impossible for him to only cultivate a single demon heart. Even if he was cut in half, he would still be able to live. If he was given enough time, it was not impossible for him to recover. Not only was this sand demon not dead, the demon king from before was also not dead, but his yuan chi was severely injured. For eyes met, the sand demon was puzzled. Why? He could not understand why this high-ranked demon king would attack his own people without saying a word. There had always been traitors on the human race's side, so when did the demon race have a traitor? Moreover, it was a high-ranked demon king. Yang Kai grinned at him and slashed down with the myriad sword, directly killing him without leaving behind a corpse. Following the same pattern, the other demon king who was struggling at death's door was also unable to escape, quickly following in the footsteps of the sand demon. After dealing with the two demon kings, Yang Kai turned around and smiled to the hundreds of people behind him. "Are you all right?" There were no tears of gratitude or cheers as he had expected. On the contrary, these hundreds of people were looking at him with puzzled expressions. The leader of the group, the Emperor Realm, wore a look of vigilance, secretly circulating his Emperor Chi as the sword intent on the artifact in his hand pulsed, ready to fight at any moment. Seeing Yang Kai turn around, the leader of the group from the Emperor Realm even gulped nervously before shouting, "Demon Heavenly Way?" Yang Kai raised his brow and turned his gaze away from the leader of the group from the Emperor Realm to a mature beauty beside him. "Fan Exen?" After not seeing her for so many years, Yang Kai could not recognize her, but he was sure that he remembered correctly. She was Fan Xin. Back when Bing Yun was trapped in the solitary void ocean for 3,000 years and established Ice Heart Pavilion, Fan Xin was a deacon recruited by Bing Yun in the solitary void ocean. Later, after escaping from the solitary void ocean, Fan Xian and Lu Xianyun were accepted by Bing Yun into Ice Heart Valley. At that time, Fan Xian was in the Third Order Dao Source Realm, and now she was still in the Third Order Dao Source Realm. Although her realm had not changed, her source qi was undoubtedly much more vigorous. Yang Kai's vision was not bad now and could see that she was only one step away from breaking through to the Emperor Realm. However, breaking through to the Emperor Realm required secluded meditation. Now that the war of the two realms was in full swing, how could she have the time to do so? This time, if it were not for Yang Kai descending from the heavens, her fate would have been dire. Hearing Yang Kai call out her name, Fan Xian could not help but be startled. If he recognized her, then he was definitely someone who knew her. Moreover, Yang Kai's figure gave her a familiar feeling, and his voice was also very familiar. A name immediately popped into her mind, but she still could not believe it and asked tentatively, "You are?" Only then did Yang Kai remember that his demonic qi was covering his body, so his face was a little blurred. Those who were not strong enough would not be able to see his true appearance, so he quickly dispersed his demonic qi and revealed his true face, smiling, "It's me, Brother Yang." Fan Xian's beautiful eyes lit up as she exclaimed. A few of the dozen or so people around her also exclaimed softly, obviously recognizing Yang Kai. There was no way they wouldn't recognize him. When Yang Kai was in the Northern Territory, he frequently visited Ice Heart Valley. From time to time, he would visit Ice Heart Valley. So many people had seen him and knew that he and the ancestral founder's last disciple, Su Yen, were husband and wife. Pleasantly surprised, Fan Xian was about to step forward to speak, but the leader of the group from the Emperor Realm blocked her with his sword and shouted, "Wait!" Yang Kai glanced at the Emperor Realm, but he did not get angry. After a moment, he understood why the other party was so vigilant. It was none other than the ferocious demonic qi he released just now, which was no different from the demon race. It was inevitable that the other party would be vigilant. If it were Yang Kai in this situation, he would also be vigilant, let alone the other party. For eyes met, and Yang Kai gave him a friendly smile. Although the other party's cultivation was only at the First Order Emperor Realm, since they were fighting the demon race together, he was a comrade. Just now, he had not begged for mercy and had even defended his companions. It was clear that he was a man worthy of respect. Who is this person? Does Fan Rightguard recognize him? The leader of the Emperor Realm stared at Yang Kai while quietly sending a message to Fan Xian. Fan Xian was about to tell the truth, but she suddenly remembered that Yang Kai's current identity in the star boundary was a bit strange, so she did not know how to answer. After all, a few years ago, Yang Kai was hunted down by the Iron Blood Great Emperor and Li Wu. He was a traitor who had betrayed the star boundary. At the time, this matter caused a great uproar, and everyone in the star boundary knew about it. Because of this matter, the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory had closed its mountain range, and no disciples of the High Heaven Palace had been seen during the War of the Two Worlds. Just as she was in a dilemma, Yang Kai's voice sounded in her ear, "It's fine. Just answer whatever he asks. When I come back this time, I will meet the Great Emperors." Fan Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Since Yang Kai dared to meet the Great Emperors, he must have something to rely on. When the news of Yang Kai betraying the star boundary spread, no matter what the other sects thought, all the disciples of Ice Heart Valley felt that there must be some inside story. Now, it seemed that there was indeed some inside story. Otherwise, how could Yang Kai have the courage to come back and meet the Great Emperors? With Yang Kai's permission, Fan Xian told the truth about his identity. The leader of the Emperor Realm immediately sucked in a breath of cold air as he stared at Yang Kai with wide eyes. Thinking of the power Yang Kai had just shown, he thought that the rumors were true. A few years ago, he had heard that the famous palace master of High Heaven Palace had become the demon race and betrayed the star boundary. Now, it seemed that this was indeed the case. If he had not become the demon race, how could he have such a demonic qi? This was a bit difficult to deal with. The other party's life-saving grace was undeniable, but he was also a demon. The leader of the Emperor Realm didn't know what attitude he should use to deal with Yang Kai. But soon he figured it out. Judging by the means Yang Kai had used to kill the demon race, if he really wanted to harm them, they wouldn't be able to resist at all. No matter how vigilant they were, it would be useless. Since he only killed the demon race and didn't hurt the human race, it seemed that he still cared about the star boundary. Thinking so, the leader of the Emperor realm immediately cupped his fists and said, "So it is Palace Master Yang. This old man is 100 Lotus Mountains Mountain Master Han Zhengqing. On behalf of everyone, I thank Palace Master Yang for his life-saving grace." Yang Kai smiled and returned the gesture. "It was nothing, Mountain Master Han is too polite." Han Zhengqing nodded lightly. "We still have military affairs to attend to, so it is inconvenient for us to stay. We will take our leave now." Saying so, he turned to leave with the several hundred human race members. It was a fact that Yang Kai had betrayed the star boundary, and the High Heaven Palace had sealed off their mountains because of him. Even though he was indebted to Yang Kai for saving his life, Han Zhengqing didn't want to have too much to do with him. At most, when they met on the battlefield in the future, he would find an opportunity to return the favor. Fan Xian saw this and opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but Han Zhengqing glared at her and she shut her mouth before she could say anything. She could only look apologetically at Yang Kai. If it were any other time, she could have defended Yang Kai. But on the battlefield, they had to follow military orders, and Han Zhengqing was the leader of this group of human race members. No one could disobey his orders, or they would be punished according to military law. Yang Kai smiled. "If Mountain Master Han wants to go that way, I'm afraid you won't be able to." After taking a few steps, Han Zhengqing stopped and looked back. "What is it? Does Palace Master Yang have any other orders? If you do, please speak frankly. As long as it does not harm the interests of the star boundary or harm our star boundary compatriots, this Han is willing to go through water and tread on fire." A life-saving grace was a life-saving grace, and a righteous cause was a righteous cause. Although Han Zhengqing's cultivation was only at the First Order Emperor realm, he could clearly distinguish between the two. Chapter 3602. Yang Kai couldn't help laughing. "Mountain Master Han misunderstands. I didn't say no because I wanted to instruct you, but because there are about 10,000 demon race soldiers 2,000 kilometers away. If Mountain Master Han were to go there, it would be tantamount to throwing yourself into a trap." 2,000 kilometers away? Han Zhengqing couldn't help but have a strange expression when he heard this. He looked at Yang Kai with more vigilance. He didn't know what Yang Kai's current cultivation was, but it was said that this High Heaven Palace Master was a Second-Order Emperor Realm Master when he betrayed the star boundary. Now that a few years had passed, he was at most a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master. As for a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master, no matter how powerful his divine sense was, how could he spy on the situation 2,000 kilometers away? Taking a step back, even if he could spy on the situation, how could he find out such a detailed number like 10,000? How powerful would his divine sense be to do that? Perhaps only those fake emperors were qualified to do so, right? So when he heard Yang Kai say that there were 10,000 demon race 2,000 kilometers away, Han Zhengqing's first reaction was that this Palace Master Yang was exaggerating. If it were any other time, he would have ridiculed him, but now that he had just received a life-saving grace, even if Han Zhengqing didn't take it seriously, he was too embarrassed to speak ill of him. So, he just cupped his fists and said indifferently, "Many thanks for the reminder, Palace Master Yang. Farewell." Saying so, he led the hundreds of people gathered around him and turned to leave. Regardless of whether Yang Kai was exaggerating or not, and whether there was really a 10,000 demon race over there, he had to go in that direction because that was their goal. Before they left, Han Zhengqing's divine sense surged as he passed down orders one after another. Hundreds of people quickly got into formation, taking care of each other from head to tail. In this way, even if they encountered an enemy, they could quickly set up a military formation to resist. But before he could walk far, Han Zhengqing frowned and looked back, only to see Palace Master Yang Kai 1,000 meters behind the team, his hands clasped behind his back, following them at a leisurely pace. Seeing him look over, Yang Kai smiled at him and nodded slightly, the meaning of which could not be more obvious. "You go your way, I'll go mine." Han Zhengqing showed a displeased look. He felt that his attitude was already very clear, but he didn't expect this palace master Yang to not have the slightest demeanor of a palace master and actually play the trick of tailing them. Immediately he ordered them to speed up, but who would have thought that even though they were fast, Yang Kai was also fast, while they were slow, Yang Kai was also slow. From beginning to end, they were still 1,000 feet behind. Since they couldn't get rid of him, they could only let him be. The strength that Yang Kai had displayed before was really impressive. A team of a few hundred people was nothing in his eyes. If they really went back to question him and angered him, they wouldn't have a good ending. What he didn't know was that Yang Kai, who was following behind him, was also feeling very helpless. On the way back, since they had encountered a group of scattered human race soldiers, Yang Kai couldn't just ignore them. Not to mention the dozen or so Ice Heart Valley disciples and Fan Xen he knew, even if these people were all strangers, Yang Kai still had to protect them. He was heading south and they were also heading south. Obviously, they were returning to the human race army's encampment, so it was only a slight delay. Moreover, while they couldn't perceive anything, Yang Kai could clearly sense that within a 10,000-kilometer radius, not only were there scattered human race soldiers, but there were also many from the demon race. Han Zhengqing's group wouldn't have a good ending if they ran into any of these groups. After traveling less than 100 kilometers, Han Zhengqing suddenly frowned and glanced back with a dignified expression. Because he had just noticed that Yang Kai's divine sense had suddenly surged. He didn't know if Yang Kai was investigating something, but that divine sense fluctuation wasn't obvious, nor was it subtle. It was just within the range that he could perceive. Seeing his expression change, Fan Xen, who was beside him, asked, "Master Han, what is it?" Han Zhengqing didn't explain, just slowly shaking his head and saying, "Pass down the order, be careful." He didn't know what Yang Kai's divine sense was transmitting to the outside world, but he could only do his own thing. Fan Xen nodded and passed down Han Zhengqing's orders. After traveling another 30 kilometers, Han Zhengqing suddenly stopped and raised his hand, causing the hundreds of people behind him to immediately stabilize themselves. "Prepare for battle." As soon as Han Zhengqing shouted, the hundreds of people behind him immediately lit up and summoned their artifacts. Small teams began to move in an orderly manner, and in an instant, a military formation had been formed. The auras of the hundreds of people had almost merged into one, and the eye of the formation was where Han Zhengqing was. Moreover, this military formation was not a dead one, but a living one, the kind that could be changed at will. With the help of this military formation, Han Zhengqing's momentum, which had originally been somewhat sluggish due to his injuries, suddenly improved greatly. 1,000 meters away, Yang Kai stood in place while stroking his chin, watching with great interest. After not returning for a few years, he had only heard a few words about the war between the two realms from others, so he naturally didn't know the specific situation in the star boundary. Now that he saw this military formation, he realized that the cultivator in the star boundary had completely adapted to the rhythm of the war. For a team of hundreds of people to be able to arrange themselves so quickly, they must have long been familiar with it. They must have done this kind of strategy countless times before, allowing them to be so familiar with it. A gentle breeze blew, and a murderous aura filled the air. The auras of the hundreds of people were closely connected, waiting for the enemy to show themselves so they could deal a fatal blow. Suddenly, Han Zhengqing let out a light sigh and shouted in a certain direction, "Third Left Guard Han Zhengqing of the Bingtian Army's 9th Town, who are you?" As soon as his voice fell, a vague figure using a secret technique slowly appeared 10 kilometers away and an excited voice called out, "Is that Han Zuowei?" The newcomer obviously knew Han Zhengqing. After hearing the other party's voice, Han Zhengqing also reacted, "Is that Lu Yue?" "It is indeed this Lu." A loud laugh filled with joy rang out. That person quickly rushed towards Han Zhengqing and the others. When he got close, a burly man appeared in everyone's eyes. This burly man was covered in blood, some of it was his own, and some of it was his enemy's. There were many wounds on his body that were so deep that his bones could be seen. However, he seemed to be completely fine. His entire body exuded a valiant aura. Seeing that it was one of his own people, Han Zhengqing waved his hand to signal everyone to relax. However, Han Zhengqing himself did not relax his vigilance and simply stretched out his hand. Please forgive Lu Yue, on the battlefield, everything must be done according to the rules. This Lu understands. Lu Yue obviously knew what the rules were and immediately stretched out his hand to shake Han Zhengqing's. In the next moment, the two circulated their qi to check each other's condition. After checking and confirming that there was no demonic qi in the other party's body, Han Zhengqing breathed a sigh of relief and released his hand, asking, "Where are your people?" Lu Yue raised his thumb and pointed behind him, 100 kilometers away. This Lu came to check the situation first. "I'll call them over." Saying so, he took out a communication artifact and poured information into it with his divine sense. Han Zhengqing's face lit up with joy as he asked, "How many people do you have left?" Lu Yue's expression dimmed when he heard this. Looking at the people behind Han Zhengqing, he said, "It's about the same as Master Han's side." "How is the situation on Master's side?" Han Zhengqing looked back and forced a smile. "When we broke out of the encirclement, there were originally more than 500 people following us, but now there are only a few left." Lu Yue showed a look of admiration when he heard this. "Master Han is really amazing to be able to protect more than half of your 500 people. Our side, on the other hand, has more than 1,000 people. Let's not talk about it." Han Zhengqing smiled bitterly. Previously, when they were surrounded by the demon race, if it weren't for Palace Master Yang's divine intervention, they would have been completely wiped out by now. He knew that this had nothing to do with him, but it was not convenient to explain anything at this time. However, if he could reunite with Lu Yue's people now, he would have more means to protect himself. After all, there was still a few thousand kilometers to go before they reached their destination. Along the way, there would likely be thorns at every step, so how many people could return safely? The other side was still 100 kilometers away, so it would take some time for them to arrive. Han Zhengqing and Lu Yue discussed for a while before moving to a place that was easy to defend and difficult to attack. While waiting for reinforcements, they could also restore themselves. While they were recovering, Lu Yue suddenly came to Han Zhengqing's side and pointed in a certain direction curiously. "Master Han, that person over there is..." Along the way, he had already noticed that there was a person following behind the group about 1,000 meters away. This person had a dignified appearance and was quite young, but he gave off an unfathomable aura. If one said that this person was one of their own, he would be following them from a distance. But if one said that this person was an enemy, he did not show the slightest hostility. Even when Lu Yue pointed at him, that person showed a faint smile. Han Zhengqing shook his head, seemingly not wanting to talk about this person. Lu Yue shrugged his shoulders and did not say anything more. In terms of cultivation, he was inferior to Han Zhengqing, and before the battle, he had to carefully greet Han Zhengqing. In terms of status in the army, he was also inferior to Han Zhengqing, so since the other party did not want to talk about it, he naturally did not ask. "But that person should be one of our own, right?" When he turned his head, he saw Fan Yue walk up to the young man and give him some water to drink before smiling apologetically and saying something, to which the young man simply waved his hand. Facing this situation, Han Zhengqing only frowned slightly and did not say anything else. At this moment, Han Zhengqing suddenly raised his brow and shouted, "Someone's coming." Lu Yue was startled. "Not so fast. Master sent a message saying that it would take another half an hour before he would arrive." "It's not one of your people." Han Zhengqing stood up and blew lightly. The several hundred people who were meditating immediately stood up and gathered around Han Zhengqing. 20 breaths later, the previous army formation was formed again, filling the air with a thick murderous aura. After an incense stick worth of time, several dozen people appeared in front of Han Zhengqing, some of them missing arms and legs. These people were not from the demon race, but from the human race. Just like Han Zhengqing, Lu Yue, and the others, they were all stragglers scattered nearby. Chapter 3603. Since they weren't enemies, then everything was fine. This group of people had already been completely crippled, and only a few dozen of them were left. He directly incorporated them into his third guard. The injured were recuperating, while the exhausted were recuperating. While waiting, another group of people arrived. These were all the human teams that had been scattered by the demon race. They successfully gathered together, and in addition to the few dozen people from before, their numbers had increased by around 200 to 300. Although there were no experts among them, their ability to protect themselves had increased by another level. At this time, Han Jingqing also felt that something was amiss. It didn't make sense that his team was like a lighthouse in the darkness, attracting the humans from all around. Furthermore, each and every one of them was able to accurately locate his position. Since his team hadn't made any mistakes, then there must be another reason. Han Jingqing immediately found Lu Yue, who was meditating and recuperating. He asked, "How did you find us?" Lu Yue looked at him suspiciously. "Wasn't Master Han the one who transmitted your whereabouts to us?" Han Jingqing shook his head. Lu Yue scratched his head. "That's strange. We were originally hiding in a mountain valley when my master suddenly heard someone transmit a message to him, saying that Master Han was here and asked us to quickly meet up with him. Master didn't know whether it was true or not, so he sent Lu Yue to scout the situation." After saying this, he added, "Was it really not Master Han?" Han Jingqing pondered for a moment, then nodded. "I have a general idea of what happened. You should focus on recuperating." After saying this, he turned around and walked towards the other two teams that had just arrived. After asking around, those two teams gave the same explanation as Lu Yue. However, they were originally hiding from the demon race when they suddenly received a transmission informing them of the position of Han Jingqing's team. Then, they brought their men and horses to meet up with them. Along the way, that person even pointed out the route several times, taking several detours to avoid the demon race's army. After a while, Han Jingqing walked step by step towards Yang Kai. He cupped his hands and said, "Palace Master Yang." Yang Kai sat cross-legged on the ground and smiled at him. "Is there something you need, Mountain Lord Han?" "It's nothing, I just wanted to thank Palace Master Yang." Saying so, he bowed deeply. Yang Kai smiled. "It's my duty." "It's nothing." Han Jingqing didn't say what he was thanking for, and Yang Kai didn't deny it either. Everyone knew that Lu Yue and the two incomplete teams were only able to find Han Jingqing because of Yang Kai's secret instructions. Otherwise, how difficult would it be for a group of stragglers to find their own people in this battlefield of hundreds of thousands of miles? If they were to run around randomly, they would probably be killed by the enemy before they could find their own people. "Would you like to ask Palace Master Yang if there are any other teams coming over?" Yang Kai shook his head and said, "Other than Lu Yue's group, there is no one else for the time being. They will arrive within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn." Han Jingqing nodded and cupped his fists again. "I'll have to trouble Palace Master Yang again if on the way. Don't worry, I'll let them meet up with you." Yang Kai smiled, knowing what he was going to say. Han Jingqing carefully studied him for a while, then bowed and said sincerely, "Thank you." Returning to the team, Han Jingqing found Fan Xen and whispered a few words to her. Fan Xen smiled and nodded. A moment later, Fan Xen gracefully walked over and smiled sweetly. "Brother Yang, is there something you need?" Yang Kai looked at her. Fan Xen shook her head. "Nothing, Master Han told me to come with you." Smiling, Kai Yang nodded. "That's good." Han Jingqing hadn't yet cleared his name as a traitor, so Han Jingqing didn't feel comfortable working with him. However, Han Jingqing was grateful for what he'd done for him, which was why he'd invited Fan Xen, who he knew well, to come over. Han Jingqing was a bit old-fashioned, but he wasn't pedantic. It just so happened that Yang Kai had many things to ask, so he had Fan Xen sit down and ask her in detail. He learned that the High Heaven Palace had closed its doors after he left, and that the disciples of the High Heaven Palace didn't participate in the War of the Two Realms. Those who didn't know the truth would think that the High Heaven Palace was alienated because Yang Kai had become the demon race. Yang Kai, however, knew that the great emperors were protecting his sect. This was what they had agreed on back then. After all, he had become the demon race's traitor and become a sinner of the star boundary. If the disciples of the High Heaven Palace were to come out, they would definitely be condemned by the public. It might even cause some unnecessary conflicts. Rather than that, it was better to use the excuse of closing the door to protect the disciples of the High Heaven Palace. Everyone thought that the High Heaven Palace didn't participate in the War of the Two Realms. But only a few people knew that the High Heaven Palace didn't. There were indeed no traces of High Heaven Palace disciples on the battlefield, but the High Heaven Palace contributed to the supplies consumed in the war. In the past few years, under the supervision of the great emperors, the alchemists and artifact refiners of the Star Boundary were secretly sent to the High Heaven Palace. In such a large sect, the alchemy and artifact refiners were operating 24 hours a day. Every day, a large number of spirit pills and artifacts were produced and then secretly sent to the front lines. The High Heaven Palace provided almost half of the spirit pills and artifacts on the battlefield. It could be said that the High Heaven Palace was now the largest logistics base in the Star Boundary. However, there were no more than 100 people in the Star Boundary who knew about this. Even Fan Xian didn't know about this. Only Bing Yun and Su Yen from Ice Heart Valley knew about this. In addition, the High Heaven Palace was also a training base for wizard. In the past few years, there were people who were selected and sent to the High Heaven Palace every year to enter the 1,000 illusionary dream world to gain experience. Many of them were ancient wizards who came to the front lines of the battlefield. The light of wizard techniques once again bloomed in this world after a few epochs. This matter had been in operation before Yang Kai left and had long been in the standard. Now, in the Star Boundary's army, the ratio of wizard techniques was almost 1 in 100. Although 90% of them were wizard apprentices and there were very few great wizards, it was better than nothing. Relying on the witchcraft from ancient times, relying on the life chain and bloodthirst, these two weapons of war, the astral boundary was always able to contend against the demon race despite being outnumbered. Knowing this, Yang Kai was very gratified. Having seen the vast territory of the demon territory and the large population of the demon race, Yang Kai knew how cruel this war was. Now that the Star Boundary was not without resistance, he was naturally gratified. While the two were talking, Lu Yuwei's team came to meet up. Just as Lu Yuwei said, there were less than 300 people left in the team, but there was one from the Emperor realm among them. As a result, the number of people here suddenly increased to nearly 1,000, and their strength increased greatly. What made Han Zhengqing even happier was that there was a wizard and a few wizards in the team. If they added in the original wizard in the team, they could join forces to use the secret technique, life chain, at a critical moment. Since they had already met up, they naturally had to set off quickly to avoid any unexpected problems. The military had always been swift and decisive. After organizing the team of nearly 1,000 people immediately set off. Yang Kai was still following behind the team, and Fan Xian was walking with him, looking a bit unconventional. The newcomers also noticed this, and after asking Han Zhengqing why, they all sucked in a cold breath. No one would have thought that the High Heaven Palace master, who had become the demon race's traitor a few years ago, would actually come back and save Han Zhengqing and the others from the demon race's encirclement. Furthermore, he even sent a message to them to meet up with him. If it were any other time, these people would naturally come over to thank Yang Kai, but they didn't know if he was a friend or foe, so they naturally didn't dare to approach him. They only nodded at him from afar. "Right, where are you going? Why are there so many stragglers along the way?" Yang Kai asked as he walked. Fan Xian smiled bitterly and replied, "We've been separated. A month ago, our Bingshan army had a great battle with a demon race legion. After fighting for more than 10 days, we were accidentally separated from the main army and ended up wandering outside. I think the same is true for the others." "Bingshan army?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Previously, when he heard Han Zhengqing and Lu Yuwei introduce themselves, he was a bit curious. Now, he naturally had to ask more carefully, "Has a legion been established in the astral boundary?" "Yes, it was 4 years ago. The Demon Race Legion has a clear structure, strict hierarchy, and extremely good at fighting. Our astral boundary naturally can't be a sheet of loose sand. 4 years ago, under the leadership of the great emperors, We imitated the demon race legion and established a legion named after the heavenly stems and earthly branches. Little by little, we expanded. Today we have 54 legions. Yang Kai showed a look of understanding. He had previously borrowed 500,000 proud snow ice guards from Bei Liemo and had been with them for a year, so he was naturally familiar with their structure. Who can be the legion commander? Fan Exen replied, a false emperor or a sect master of a top sect. Then who is the legion commander of the Bingchen army? Do I know her? Fan Exen smiled and said, it's honored master. Yang Kai couldn't help but exclaim. He hadn't expected the legion commander of the Bingchen army to be Bing Yun. However, with Bing Yun's Third Order Emperor realm cultivation, it seemed a bit difficult for her to be the legion commander. It wasn't that she wasn't strong enough, but Yang Kai knew that the legion commanders of the Demon Race Legion were basically all half-saint realm cultivators. Right? I forgot to mention, Honored Master broke through in a bloody battle 3 years ago and advanced her cultivation by a minor realm. Fan Exen smiled like a flower, her face full of pride. If the ancestral founder was strong, the sect would be strong, and if the sect was strong, the disciples would be strong, and vice versa. After entering Ice Heart Valley, one's body and mind were connected to the sect. Yang Kai immediately showed a look of joy when he heard this. Then I must congratulate Senior Bing Yun properly. Advancing to a minor realm was the False Emperor realm and Half-Saint realm. Bing Yun was the same as him, coming from the Hung Luo star field, so there was a sense of familiarity between them. Now that Su Yen was Bing Yun's disciple and Bing Yun had broken through to the False Emperor realm, Yang Kai also felt proud. Bing Yun had been stuck in the Third Order Emperor realm for too long. Before she was trapped in the solitary Void Sea, she was already a Third Order Emperor realm master. After 3,000 years in the solitary Void Sea, her cultivation hadn't improved at all, so it was only natural that she would break through today. Chapter 3604. Are all Ice Heart Valley's disciples in the Bingchen army now? Yang Kai asked. Yes. Fan Exen nodded before suddenly smiling and whispering. Senior Sister Ji Yao is now the 3rd town chief of the Bingchen army. Yang Kai smiled awkwardly. That's good, that's good. Fan Exen continued. Senior Sister Ji Yao is now a 3rd stage Emperor realm master. Ji Yao's situation was similar to Bing Yun's. After Bing Yun disappeared for no reason, Ji Yao went out to look for her, but after breaking into the Eastern Territory's ancient wildlands, she was attacked by the aura of the Great Desolate Aura, causing her to become delirious. She stayed in the ancient wildlands for countless years, the flowing time Great Emperor. If Yang Kai hadn't found her by chance and brought her out, she would still be in chaos. In the ancient wildlands, her mind was in chaos and she didn't know how to cultivate, causing her cultivation to stagnate. However, the aura of the Great Desolate Aura was constantly tempering her foundation. After escaping from the ancient wildlands and regaining her consciousness, her spirit and body had been sublimated. After many bloody battles, she naturally made breakthroughs. Bing Yun and Ji Yao weren't the only ones who made progress in their cultivation. Fighting on the battlefield was the best way to temper one's mind and stimulate one's potential, allowing one to break through the barrier between life and death. The War of Two Realms had caused countless casualties in the Star Boundaries cultivator, but under the Great Waves, those with good aptitude and luck had all benefited. Not only did the martial Tao of this great world not wither away, but it also flourished. When had Yang Kai's cultivation ever been achieved through hard meditation? Since he started cultivating, how many times had he narrowly escaped death? How many times had he managed to turn misfortune into blessings? Every time he struggled on the edge of life and death, he was baptized and reborn. If he had really focused on cultivating behind closed doors, he probably wouldn't even be able to touch the threshold of the Emperor realm. How is the army in the Star Boundary organized? Tell me about it. Since he was in a hurry and had nothing to do, Yang Kai naturally wanted to learn more about the situation in the Star Boundary. Fan Exen told him everything she knew. Others did not dare to confide in Yang Kai because he had become the demon race's traitor, but how could Ice Heart Valley's disciples be on guard against him? Back then, when Seeking Passion sect attacked Ice Heart Valley in the Northern Territory, if not for Yang Kai's efforts to turn the tide, Ice Heart Valley would have long since disappeared. The legions in the astral plane were built to imitate those in the demon territory, so their organizational structure was naturally similar. Each of the 54 legions had at least 1 million soldiers. The largest legion had 5 million soldiers, which was almost 5 times the size of an ordinary legion. Under the legion commander was a town with 100,000 people, led by a Third-Order Emperor Realm or Second-Order Emperor Realm commander. Under the commander were the guards, each of which had 10,000 people. Under the guards were the squadrons. Basically, those who could become the left guard were cultivators from the Emperor Realm. Han Zhengqing was one of them. The squad in front of him was the 3rd Guard of the 9th Town of the Bingshan Army, and Han Zhengqing was the left guard captain of the 3rd Guard, a First-Order Emperor Realm Master. Fan Xian's cultivation was only at the 3rd Order Dao Source Realm, so she was the left guard captain, which was equivalent to Han Zhengqing's deputy. Her status in the Bingshan Army was equal to Lu Yuwei. As for the squadrons, they were all at the Dao Source Realm. What about Senior Li Wuyi? Yang Kai suddenly thought of someone. He remembered that when he left the star boundary, Li Wuyi was in charge of the overall situation here. Firstly, he was recognized as the strongest person below the Great Emperor and was very powerful. Secondly, he was from Spirit Beast Island and had an extraordinary background, so his prestige was enough to convince the masses. Fan Xian smiled. Senior Li is the Legion commander of the Jiazi army, but he is also in charge of the other Legion commanders. Yang Kai nodded in understanding. Li Wuyi was still the same Li Wuyi, and he was still in charge of the war here in the star boundary. At this moment, Yang Kai suddenly raised his brow and reached out. When he opened his palm, there was a jade slip in his hand. He scanned it with his divine sense, then smiled at Fan Xian, just as I said. It was impossible for a jade slip to appear out of thin air. Before the jade slip appeared, the space spirit bead on Yang Kai's wrist reacted. It was Li Wuyi who sent the jade slip over. There was only one sentence in the jade slip: "Come and see me." It didn't say where to go, because there was no need to. The two of them had each other's space spirit bead, so as long as the other was still in the star boundary, they could reach each other with just a thought. However, Li Wuyi was tied up with military affairs and couldn't leave his station, so he sent Yang Kai to see him. It hadn't been long since he returned to the star boundary, but Li Wuyi already knew. Yang Kai looked up thoughtfully at Han Zhengqing in front of him. Fan Xian seemed to guess what he was thinking and explained, "Every left guard captain has a space spirit bead that connects to the 7 Mist Sea. It was given to them by Master Li. Oh, the 7 Mist Sea is a very strange place in the Western Territory. It is currently the place where the Jiazi army is stationed." Yang Kai nodded slightly, indicating that he understood. Since Han Zhengqing had the space spirit bead, then he should be able to contact Li Wuyi and report to him. Otherwise, Li Wuyi wouldn't have sent him a message at this time. "Master Li, what did he say?" Fan Xian asked nervously. Although the disciples of Ice Heart Valley believed in Yang Kai's character and temperament, the incident back then was too big. It could be seen from Han Zhengqing and the others' attitude towards Yang Kai. Even though he had saved their lives, they were still wary of him. If even Han Zhengqing was like this, then what about the others? Li Wuyi had chased after Yang Kai in the past. Fan Xian was naturally worried that Yang Kai would be caught by Li Wuyi as soon as he came back. How could she know that what happened back then was just a show? A show that Yang Kai didn't hesitate to ruin his reputation for Yu Rumeng. Senior told me to find time to go to the 7 Mist Sea. Yang Kai smiled slightly, his attitude relaxed. Seeing him like this, Fan Xian also felt relieved. Thinking about it carefully, if Li Wuyi really wanted to capture Yang Kai, he would have been able to reach this place immediately. After all, with the help of the Void Spirit Bead, his mobility was far greater than before. Since Li Wu didn't come and instead just sent a jade slip, it was enough to show his attitude. While talking to Fan Xian, Yang Kai took out a blank jade slip and poured his divine sense into it before raising his hand and sending it into the void. At the same time, several 100,000 miles away, in a large hall, Several hundred people were sitting on the ground. There were both men and women, and their cultivations weren't very high. However, in front of each of them were dozens to hundreds of space spirit beads. From time to time, there would be weak space fluctuations, followed by jade slips flying through the air. These men and women reached out and grabbed the jade slips. Immediately, someone came to them with a jade plate and took back the jade slips. Then, without stopping, they sent them to a secret room directly above the hall. There was also someone waiting in the secret room. After receiving the jade slips and decrypting them, they recorded the information inside and sent it away. In this way, all the information gathered from all directions was gathered in one place, where Li Wuyi was. This hall was almost equivalent to the military camp of the Star Boundary Army, and it was responsible for collecting information about the situation of the battle. Li Wuyi only needed to sit here and he could understand the situation of the entire two-realm battlefield at any time, and with coordination, he could calmly deal with the various forces of the demon race. Inside the room, there was a huge sand table that almost covered the situation of the entire two-realm battlefield, from mountains and rivers to streams. Corresponding signs could be found on this sand table. In front of the sand table, one was handsome and the other was charming and seductive. Li Wuyi and Jiao Feng waited quietly. Weak spatial fluctuations fluctuated, and a jade slip appeared out of thin air. Before Li Wuyi could reach out to grab it, Jiao Feng had already made the first move and grabbed the jade slip in her hand. Li Wuyi looked at her helplessly. After a long while, Jiao Feng pursed her lips and smiled. "This brat, what do you mean?" Li Wuyi asked. "He's with the people of the Bingtian Army's 9th town. He's going to send them back to their encampment." 9th town? Li Wuyi thought for a moment and quickly remembered who the 9th town belonged to. He laughed and said, "What a coincidence. We ran into Bing Yun's people as soon as we came back." Jiao Feng pointed at the sand table and said, "They should be here." Li Wuyi looked at the sand table and pointed in front of him. "There are more than 10,000 people of the demon race blocking the way in another 1,000 miles. I can go and help." Jiao Feng looked excited. "Don't give me that." Li Wuyi snorted coldly. "Stay here and don't go anywhere." Jiao Feng asked curiously, "Aren't you afraid that something will happen to him? If something really happens to him, let's see how you explain it to the little princess. Or, are you going to use the beast guards?" Li Wuyi immediately curled his lips and said, "What can happen to him? He is very lucky. As for the beast guards, they are all sent out. In the last battle, the Bingtian army was scattered and many people need to be rescued. How can we send out people? Don't worry, it's just 10,000 people." How could Jiao Feng not know? It was just a trivial 10,000 people, so they shouldn't pose any threat to Yang Kai. She was just too bored here and wanted to take the opportunity to go out for a walk. Who knew that Li Wuyi wouldn't give her the chance at all? After all, Li Wuyi occasionally had to make an emergency move. If he left, someone had to guard this place. This was the core of the entire astral boundary. If it was really attacked and caused losses, the entire astral boundary would be blind and deaf. Beast guards? Yang Kai raised his brow. Just now, when Fan Xian mentioned the candidates for the various corps commanders, he knew that the three from the ancient wildlands, Wen Zishan, Ma Qing, and even Li Jiao had all become corps commanders. When he heard about the beast guards, he couldn't help but be surprised. They are people from Spirit Beast Island. All of them are second-order Emperor Realm Masters or above. There aren't many of them, only about 30 or so. They are mainly responsible for rescuing people. For example, in our current situation, Master Li Wuyi will usually send a beast guard to join us and then lead us back to the encirclement. Yang Kai understood and nodded lightly. With the space spirit bead, it was indeed easy for the beast guards to arrive here. A second-order or third-order Emperor Realm Master would be of great help to this team. With such a master leading them, their chances of breaking out of the encirclement would greatly increase. Chapter 3605. Refining the space spirit bead was not too difficult. As long as one had enough quality space spirit jades, both Yang Kai and Li Wuyi could refine them in large quantities. Yang Kai had already refined a lot of them in the demon territory and scattered them across the various continents. This time, after escaping from the demon territory and returning to the astral boundary, he had saved a lot of time thanks to his previous arrangements. However, while the space spirit bead was convenient, it also had many unavoidable drawbacks. One of its characteristics was that it was one-to-one. A single space spirit bead was useless. Only a pair of space spirit beads could connect to each other. That was why the Seven Mist Seas Intelligence Department had several hundred people in charge of gathering intelligence. Everyone had a large number of space spirit beads in front of them. Han Jingqing had 2 space spirit beads on him. One was used to contact the Seven Mist Seas Intelligence Department, while the other was used to connect to the Beast Guard. The second drawback of the space spirit bead was even more obvious. Anyone could use it. There was no need to cultivate the power of space or be proficient in the law of space. One only needed to activate the bead with their own cultivation. As a result, there was a problem. Once the space spirit bead was seized by the demon race could use the space spirit bead to cross the barrier of space and arrive at the Seven Mist Seas Intelligence Department in an instant. Even if that was not the case, they could use the space spirit bead to spread some false information and distract the astral boundary's attention. They could even directly attack a beast guard. In the past few years, a large number of space spirit beads had been lost to the outside world. In the beginning, the demon race had indeed used the drawbacks of the space spirit bead to do some things, causing the astral boundary to suffer a lot of losses. However, Li Wuyi was Li Wuyi after all. After realizing this, he immediately made changes to the space spirit bead. All the space spirit beads that were sent out were specially refined. Take the 2 space spirit beads that Han Jingqing carried with him as an example. The one that was connected to the Seven Fog Sea could only transmit jade slips, not live people. Meanwhile, the one that was connected to the Beast Guard had completely lost its teleportation function. It was now equivalent to a spatial coordinate that moved along with Han Jingqing, unilaterally accepting the Beast Guard's teleportation. Coupled with the promotion of various encryption methods and decryption methods, the turmoil caused by the space spirit bead gradually subsided. And in recent years, the existence of the space spirit bead had become a weapon of war for the astral boundary. Information from all sides could be transmitted to the Seven Mist Sea at any time, and the Beast Guards could also be dispatched at any time to rescue those teams that were left behind. This greatly reduced the losses of the astral boundary. Logically speaking, Han Jingqing's guard needed to be rescued by the Beast Guards, but since Yang Kai had appeared and Li Wuyi could not send more people, this matter was naturally handed over to Yang Kai. Just as Li Wuyi had said, a mere 10,000 people could not possibly stop Yang Kai's path, right? As they traveled south, Yang Kai gradually gained a preliminary understanding of the astral boundary situation, and he could not help but sigh in his heart. War made people grow, and war made the entire world grow. 54 legions, each representing an army of 1,000,000, each commanded by at least a third-layer Emperor Realm Master, with dozens of subordinates in the Emperor Realm under their command. Yang Kai had never thought that the astral boundary would have such a force. Yang Kai had been in the astral boundary for a long time, and he had traveled extensively, so he had seen many things. But now, it seemed that the astral boundary he had seen was only the tip of the iceberg. This was the astral boundary's bearing, the foundation of a great world. It was not difficult to imagine that many of the masters in the Emperor Realm were strange people, hidden experts. As the smoke of war engulfed the astral boundary, these hidden experts came out of their seclusion and joined the astral boundary's army, gathering sand to form a tower, converging into the sea. What is the demonic path? Yang Kai suddenly remembered something and asked. As soon as this question came out, Fan Xian's face sank slightly, revealing a look of disdain, a bunch of trash and scum. Previously, when Yang Kai appeared in front of Han Jingqing and the others, Han Jingqing had looked at Yang Kai and called out the 3 words, demonic path. At that time, Yang Kai did not ask about it in detail. After all, at that time, his identity was a problem, so it was pointless to ask. Now that he thought about it, he naturally wanted to find out more. However, although he did not know what the demonic path was, Yang Kai vaguely guessed that it had something to do with the demon race. Now that he saw Fan Xian's reaction, he knew that his guess was right. Fan Xian's personality was not bad, and she was even a woman, but when Yang Kai asked about the demonic path, she did not even hesitate to call them scum and trash. It was clear that the demonic path was an existence that people hated to the core. The demonic path was a group of people that had only appeared in the astral boundary in recent years, and they were also a group of forces. They originated from the Assassin Hall in the Western Territory. Before the outbreak of the war between the two worlds, the Assassin Hall had already been secretly preparing for the demon race's invasion, and they had even recruited many people. These people were hiding all over the astral boundary, and many of them were even fake emperors. When Yao Lin, Li Shiqing, and the others were captured, it was the demonic path's doing. However, at that time, the demonic path was not yet called the demonic path. When the war between the two worlds broke out, the demon race's territory advanced triumphantly. In just 3 short years, the entire Western Territory had fallen, and the astral boundary had lost a large portion of its territory. Countless lives had been lost, and the Western Territory had practically become a paradise for the demon race. At that time, the various armies in the astral boundary were still in preparation for construction, and the use of the space spirit bead was not as widespread as it was now. Without the great emperors taking action, the momentum of the demon race was practically unstoppable. With external threats and internal troubles, the demonic path responded to the situation, and its strength grew like a rolling snowball. Not everyone had the resolve to live and die with the astral boundary. Back when the astral boundary was at peace, the Assassin Hall was already able to recruit and develop many helpers, let alone when the demon race was advancing rapidly. Naturally, there were those who were afraid of death and wanted to live an ignoble existence who surrendered to the demonic path and became the demon race's minions. The demonic path's master was the Assassin Hall's Hall Master, Night Shadow, the Great Emperors. He had as many experts as the clouds, and there were as many as 4 fake emperors under him. They were known as the 4 great monarchs of the wind, forest, fire, and mountain, and each of them had extraordinary cultivation. The people of the demonic path have all received the demonic chi empowerment, and when their temperament changes, their strength increases as well. What's even more despicable is that these people usually hide in the astral boundary, looking no different from ordinary people on the outside. Even when fighting, they don't reveal anything. Unless one uses energy to probe into their bodies to investigate, or they actively leak traces of their demonic chi, it's very difficult to tell if they're from the demonic path. Fan Xian sighed. After 5 years of war, the astral boundary has been growing, and so has the demon race. Because of the demonic path, the astral boundary has suffered great losses. It was precisely because of the existence of the demonic path that when Han Jingqing and Lu Yue met, they shook hands and probed each other to make sure that the other party had not become the demon race. Compared to the demon race, the traitors of the demonic path were more hated by the people of the astral boundary. This was because they had hidden themselves too deeply. They had access to information that the demon race could not obtain, and they could do things that the demon race could not. Fan Xian could not understand why there would be such a group of people in this world. It was as if they wanted to see the world in chaos. The astral boundary situation was already bad enough. It was fine if these people did not want to protect their country, but why did they want to wallow in the mire of the demon race? It was also because of the demonic path's existence that when Yang Kai appeared with his demonic chi rolling around, Han Jingqing had been so vigilant. In his opinion, the demonic path was the demonic path. Even if they killed some members of the demon race, it would not change their status as traitors. While the two were talking, Yang Kai suddenly raised his head and glanced in a certain direction, smiling faintly. His movements weren't obvious, so Fan Xian, who was explaining the situation of the star boundary to him, didn't notice. But a moment later, Fan Xian also looked up because Han Jingqing had suddenly left the group and was flying over. When he came close, he stopped and looked at Yang Kai with a solemn expression. Yang Kai's eyes were clear, and he looked at him calmly with a smile on his face. Fan Xian seemed to notice that the atmosphere was a little strange. She opened her mouth and was about to say something, but Han Jingqing raised his hand and stopped her. Palace Master Yang, This Han only has one question to ask. Han Jingqing said in a low voice, "Are you an enemy or a friend?" Previously, when he was teleported to the Seven Mist Seas strategic location, he said that he had encountered the traitor Yang Kai on the way and reported what had happened in detail. But after waiting for so long, there was no response from the Seven Mist Sea. Now, he could not wait any longer and had no choice but to ask in person. Yang Kai did not answer and simply took out a space spirit bead and said, "This is the space spirit bead used to communicate with Senior Li Wui," then took out another one and said, "This is the space spirit bead used to communicate with Legion Commander Yang Inflammation." From his conversation with Fan Exen, Han Jingqing knew that Yang Inflammation was now the Legion Commander of the Bing Zi army. He was a famous figure in the astral boundary, so Han Jingqing was naturally familiar with him. Hearing this, Han Jingqing's eyes flashed and he stretched out his hand. "Can this Han take a look?" Yang Kai casually tossed the two space spirit beads to Han Jingqing. Catching them, Han Jingqing surged his divine sense and Emperor Qi as he carefully examined them. Originally, with his cultivation, he wouldn't have been able to detect anything, but he already had the void spirit bead in his possession, so he wasn't unfamiliar with this thing. As such, he was able to see some clues. In particular, the space spirit bead used to communicate with Li Wui did indeed have Li Wui's residual power fluctuations on it. Both space spirit beads in Han Jingqing's hands had such fluctuations as well, so there was no way he would make a mistake. A moment later, he returned the two space spirit beads, his solemn expression relaxing greatly as he cupped his fists and said, "Just now, a demon race scout was investigating our situation, so I'm afraid our position has been exposed. It won't be long before we are surrounded by the demon race's army. This Han would like to ask Palace Master Yang to lend us a hand." Since Yang Kai had a space spirit bead that could communicate with Li Wui, there was absolutely no problem with his identity. Otherwise, Li Wui would have been able to kill him here in a moment. Army Commander Li was busy with military affairs, but when it came to the High Heaven Palace's palace master, he could not afford to be careless in the slightest. Since he had not attacked, it meant that Yang Kai was trustworthy. Since Li Wui thought he was trustworthy, Han Jingqing naturally had nothing to say. Chapter 3606. They were still a few thousand kilometers away from the demon race's encampment, and with the appearance of the demon race's scouts, a fierce battle was inevitable. Right now, their team only had two seriously injured First-Order Emperor Realm Masters, so how could they break through the demon race's blockade? If they wanted to survive, they could only rely on Yang Kai's strength. "Han Zuowei, just focus on your journey. When the time comes, I will lend a hand." Yang Kai smiled and nodded. Han Jingqing cupped his fists again. "Many thanks, Palace Master Yang." Han Jingqing immediately relaxed. He had seen the strength Yang Kai displayed before. Killing the demon race's members was as easy as slaughtering chickens and dogs, and even the Demon King couldn't withstand a single blow from him. With such strength, he wasn't inferior to the most powerful beast guard, so with his protection, their chances of reaching the encampment were much higher. After thanking him, Han Jingqing returned the way he came. But after a while, he flew back and stretched out his hand. "Palace Master Yang, please join the team." Yang Kai and Fan Exen had been hanging 1,000 meters away from the team, making them too conspicuous. The demon race's scouts had already appeared, so the battle between the two armies was imminent. Yang Kai was the strongest on their side, so the later he was exposed, the better. Previously, they didn't invite him because they couldn't tell whether Yang Kai was a friend or foe, but now that even the Seven Mist Sea didn't respond, there was naturally no problem. What's more, with the strength Yang Kai had displayed before, if he really wanted to harm them, they wouldn't be able to resist. Since that was the case, why not be generous? Han Jingqing turned back and invited him, and Yang Kai didn't refuse, nodding and returning to the team with him. Fan Exen was the happiest, and so were the other female disciples of Ice Heart Valley. They all ran over to greet Yang Kai and greet their martial uncle. Compared to other forces, Ice Heart Valley had the closest relationship with High Heaven Palace, so the disciples of Ice Heart Valley felt very close to Yang Kai. Many of the others in the team were also secretly paying attention to Yang Kai, but due to their status and cultivation, no one dared to come forward and speak. Only Liu Youwei's guard of the Emperor realm came forward, but it was just a normal greeting. 2,000 defeated soldiers shuttled through the Gobi Desert and headed towards the encampment. The atmosphere was silent. On the eve of a great battle, everyone was nervous and worried. When night fell, they found a place to rest. Normally, a successful cultivator would be full of energy and would be able to travel continuously without a problem. However, the Bingtian army had just gone through a big battle and many of them were injured. More than half of these 2,000 people were injured. Naturally, they had to preserve their energy to deal with the upcoming battle. Although they had just merged into the First Division, their military discipline was still strict. Under Han Jingqing's command, there were 3 squads that rotated in shifts, keeping watch at night in all directions to guard against the demon race's sneak attacks. He thought that there would be a battle tonight, but unexpectedly, it was a peaceful night. At dawn, the team continued to move forward. The 2 from the Emperor realm found Yang Kai together. Han Jingqing asked, "Palace Master Yang, are you able to detect the movements of the demon race?" After waiting for an entire night and not seeing the enemy, Han Jingqing was not happy. Instead, he became more and more worried. If the enemy did not attack at night, it meant that they were preparing for something big. Naturally, they had to be on guard. Yang Kai did not hesitate and directly said, 500 li ahead. Han Jingqing and the other from the Emperor realm looked at each other and immediately took out a jade slip to check the situation. After a moment, their faces sank. The demon race deserves to die. What a big appetite. After speaking, he looked up at Yang Kai and said, 500 li ahead, there is a gourd-shaped mountain pass. If we want to go back, that is the only way. They probably want to eat us all. Yang Kai smiled, then I'm afraid they will break their teeth. Han Jingqing's face was solemn. Palace Master Yang, are you confident? If not, we can take a detour. It will only delay us for a few days. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. There is no need. Even if we take a detour, we can't avoid the demon race. There are demon race troops on both sides. Han Jingqing's expression changed slightly when he heard this. After a moment of silence, he nodded, all right, then we will go straight. After the order was passed down, the atmosphere in the group suddenly changed. It became solemn and filled with a murderous aura. 500 li was not too far, but it took this group of survivors more than half a day to reach their destination. Along the way, there were constantly demon race scouts appearing from afar, giving them a silent pressure. Behind the mountain pass was a wide canyon with walls on both sides. The deeper they went, the narrower the canyon became. There was no sign of the demon race, but anyone could feel that the demon race was lying in ambush. Han Jingqing turned his head to look at Yang Kai. Just as he was about to ask another question, he saw that Yang Kai had already stepped forward from the middle of the group to the front. His footsteps didn't stop, a smile on his face, and a carefree expression on his face. After a moment of hesitation, Han Jingqing shouted, "Keep up! Guard left and right." The group of 2,000 was instantly divided into 10 small groups, coordinating with each other as they followed closely behind Yang Kai. After entering the mountain pass and crossing into the canyon, demon chi suddenly surged within 10 li of them. The ground under their feet seemed to come alive as it quickly squirmed and turned into rolling quicksand in an instant. Everyone's figures suddenly sank. Han Jingqing's expression changed and he immediately shouted, "Sand demon, heaven flight." Only a sand demon could cause such a change in the ground in such a short period of time, and the one who did this was definitely a Demon King level sand demon, otherwise it would be impossible to use such a large-scale divine technique. After several years of fighting, Star Boundary's side was already familiar with the methods of the demon race and had a plan to deal with them. At this moment, Yang Kai suddenly stretched out his hand and grasped the large myriad's sword in his hand. While walking, the myriad's sword suddenly stabbed into the ground. The large sword disappeared in an instant, and in the next moment, a muffled scream came from the depths of the ground. The ground that was rapidly turning into quicksand suddenly returned to normal. With a bang, the myriad's sword flew out from the ground 20 zhang in front of Yang Kai. A demon race was stabbed into the body of the large sword, directly piercing through him. The demon race had suffered such a heavy blow, but he didn't die. Blood flowed out of his mouth as he gripped the myriad sword with both hands, struggling to pull it out of his body. This was indeed a Demon King-level sand demon, and although it was only a low-rank demon king, its demon chi was extremely good. When the sand demon rushed out from the ground, his eyes immediately stared at Yang Kai with resentment. Although he was underground, he knew very well who had attacked him. He couldn't figure out how this guy had found his position and severely injured him. Since he couldn't figure it out, there was no need to think about it. Yang Kai grinned at him, revealing a mouthful of white fangs. Forming a hand seal, he spat out a single word, "Break." The myriad sword hummed as tens of thousands of dazzling sword lights shot out from the sand demon's body. As far as the eye could see, the sand demon looked like a hedgehog full of glowing swords. An even more mournful scream rang out, followed by a loud explosion as the sand demon exploded. In the blink of an eye, a sand demon of the Demon King level was smashed to smithereens. At the same time, 2,000 humans also ascended into the sky. Han Jingqing and the others had originally intended to escape from the divine technique of the sand demon, but who would have thought that the sand demon would die in a single exchange and the ground would return to normal. However, before they could react, a dense rain of arrows was already flying toward them. While the star boundary had methods to deal with the demon race, how could the demon race not have one? The sand demon's sneak attack underground was just the beginning. It was to lure the humans into the sky. While in the air, the dense rain of arrows was like a swarm of locusts passing through, and there was simply no way to avoid them. Everyone's complexion changed as they felt their bodies turn cold. Their hands and feet turned cold, and they cried out in their hearts that their lives were over. Those with fast reactions hurriedly sank down, while those with slow reactions remained in place. The originally good formation was instantly thrown into chaos. At the critical moment, Yang Kai's demon chi rolled, and in the whistling wind, the pitch-black demon chi condensed into an indestructible defense that spread out and covered the void in front of them. All the arrows were blocked by the demonic aura and disappeared without a trace. The demon chi barrier fiercely rolled forward and smashed into the void in front of them. Like a mirror being smashed, a ripple spread out, and countless figures of the demon race suddenly appeared. On the ground, the jade blade was on the left and right, and in the void, the demon race was blocking the way. It was unknown what method they had used before, but they had all hidden themselves, and Han Jingqing and the others didn't notice them at all. Seeing this situation, the human's complexion changed again. 10,000 people? There were definitely 10,000 people. Moreover, there were several demon kings, each of them riding demonic beasts of different sizes, and their auras were ferocious. After Yang Kai used his method to break through their concealment, the group of demon race was also somewhat surprised. The several demon kings in the lead looked at Yang Kai in surprise, puzzled. In their view, since Yang Kai could use demon chi, he was obviously a member of the demon Sky Dao. Since he was a member of the demon Sky Dao, he was a loyal dog of the demon race. How could he oppose the demon race? What kind of situation was this? However, in the next moment, the demon kings threw away this doubt. So what if he was a member of the demon Sky Dao? As long as he dared to oppose the demon race, he deserved to die. When enemies meet on a narrow path, only the brave will win. The demon king in the lead looked at Yang Kai and grinned. He raised his thick arm high and swung it down fiercely. The order to attack was given, and the 10,000 demon race fiercely charged forward. The entire valley shook, and the surrounding rubble rustled down. Han Jingqing and the others acted as if they were facing a great enemy. The various teams quickly gathered their people and reformed their formation. The wizard's incantation began to be sung. The noise in the sky couldn't cover up the one-word imperial edict. Yang Kai pointed forward with his fingers and said, "Close." With this one word, the entire valley came alive. The earth churned and rolled back like a blanket, covering the demon race's army. The two sides of the wall blades also quickly closed, like two huge palms, slapping at the flying mosquitoes. The 10,000 demon race were mosquitoes. Under the horrified gazes of Han Zhengqing and the others, the rolling earth and the converging wall blades sealed off a large space in a very short time, trapping all the demon race in it. The space rapidly compressed, and a burst of hair-raising sounds came from inside. Fan Exen had goosebumps all over her body while the female disciples of Ice Heart Valley turned pale. Chapter 3607. In the blink of an eye, the tens of thousands of demon race disappeared without a trace. The two sides of the wall and the rolling earth formed a sealed space, locking all the demon race within. Just by listening to the sounds coming from the sealed space, everyone could imagine the demon race's current predicament. They were probably squeezed into meat patties. How violent and direct, how unstoppable. The devil race chose this place as their ambush place. Obviously, they had considered it carefully. Once they entered this place, there would only be one exit. If they hid their figures and suddenly attacked, they would definitely cause chaos in the human race army. With 10,000 against 2,000, they could easily wipe out the entire human race army. But they never thought that this place would become their graveyard. Geographical advantage was only relative. When one side's strength reached a level where the other side had to look up to them, the so-called geographical advantage would become a disadvantage. With a bang, a badly mutilated figure suddenly broke through the layers of barriers and broke out of the ground. In an instant, it turned into a black light and flew away without the slightest hesitation. High-rank Demon King. Han Zhengqing's eyes narrowed as he shouted in a low voice, feeling a lingering fear in his heart. This demon race's army of 10,000 actually had a high-rank demon king overseeing it. Just this one demon alone wasn't something they could deal with. It could be imagined that if they hadn't coincidentally encountered Yang Kai this time, not a single one of their 2,000 people would have survived. Ordinary demon race members had incomparably tenacious vitality, let alone a high-rank demon king. After taking the divine technique of the earth-covering wall clamp, although this demon had suffered heavy injuries, it didn't die and immediately escaped. He probably also knew that from the methods displayed by the enemy just now, if he didn't hurry and escape, he would definitely lose his life. His judgment wasn't bad, but how could he escape? Yang Kai only stretched out his hand and grabbed fiercely. When he retracted his hand, there was already a figure wrapped in black qi in his hand. That iron-like hand was strangling the Demon King's neck, making it impossible for the other party to escape. Strange sounds came from his throat. Han Zhengqing didn't clearly see how Yang Kai had captured the other party. He only vaguely saw that when Yang Kai stretched out his hand, his entire arm seemed to be in a trance for a moment, merging into the void. The Demon King, who was clearly 100 zhang away, was inexplicably caught in front of him. Spatial divine technique. It was definitely the spatial divine technique. He Qing was afraid that he wouldn't be able to comprehend the mysteries behind it. But when the Demon King was captured, Han Zhengqing discovered that the other party was a shadow demon. No wonder he couldn't sense it before. Shadow demons were most proficient in assassination, so they were naturally proficient in concealment techniques. With Yang Kai tightly gripping his neck and raising it high, the shadow demon struggled with all its might, but it was to no avail. When the demon Yuan surged, the shadow demon's body suddenly swelled up like a balloon. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a huge fatty. With a boom, the shadow demon directly exploded. Bits and pieces of its body flew in all directions. Han Zhengqing and the others were caught off guard and were drenched in blood. On the other hand, Yang Kai had long since been on guard. With the demon Yuan protecting his body, nothing happened to him. At the same time, accompanied by a series of cracking sounds, the closed wall blade slowly separated to two sides. The churning earth also slowly calmed down. First, the nauseating smell of blood rushed into everyone's nostrils, followed by a hellish scene imprinted in their eyes. There was no demon race in front of them. Apart from the shadow demon that broke through the barrier and escaped but was captured and killed by Yang Kai, the rest of the demon race had all been squeezed into a pile of rotten meat. 90% of the demon race's original body couldn't be seen. They were all fused together and couldn't be separated. On the ground, blood flowed like a river, and the corpses of tens of thousands of demons were strewn everywhere. Occasionally, a few faint moans could be heard. It was the sound of a few demon kings that hadn't died completely. The 2,000 humans stared blankly ahead. For a moment, there was complete silence. Many people's mouths were opened so wide that an egg could be stuffed in. Their eyes constantly moved between Yang Kai and the terrifying scene in front of them. The more they looked, the more incredulous they became. Han Zhengqing was a bit embarrassed. Because they hadn't done anything, the 10,000 demon race that had been lying in ambush had been completely annihilated. From beginning to end, Yang Kai seemed to have only casually used a few divine technique. Wiping the blood from his face, Han Zhengqing walked forward and waved the sword in his hand a few times, cutting up the corpses of the demon race that hadn't died completely. When he moved, everyone came back to their senses and hurriedly checked to see if there was a demon race that was pretending to be dead. They also collected the spoils of war. After a cup of tea's worth of time, everything was ready and the 2,000 people set off again. The canyon was very long, about 300 li or so. When night fell, the group of people walked out of the canyon. When they saw the light of day again, the atmosphere of the group was clearly much more excited. This was because after passing through the canyon, they would arrive at the Bingtian army's encampment after another 3,000 li. 3,000 li was a relatively safe distance. Very few demon race would wander around here, unless they were extremely unlucky and encountered a demon king that could conceal itself. Yang Kai stopped and looked at Han Zhengqing. I will send you off to this point. There is no demon race blocking the way ahead. Everyone have a safe journey. Han Zhengqing bowed and said, Many thanks, Palace Master Yang. Yang Kai waved his hand and turned to look at Fan Xen and the others, saying, Pay attention and protect yourselves. On the battlefield, life and death could be decided in an instant. Even false emperors and half-saint realm cultivators had fallen, let alone Fan Xen and the others. In the War of Two Realms, how many families had been destroyed? How many wives and children had been separated? Only by taking care of themselves could they have a chance of survival. Fan Xen and the other female disciples of Ice Heart Valley nodded heavily. Yang Kai turned around, took a step forward, and his figure suddenly became ethereal, disappearing without a trace. After he left, Han Zhengqing called out and led the 2,000 people back to the encampment. Since Yang Kai said that there was no demon race blocking the way ahead, it was definitely safe. Since that was the case, there was no need to waste time resting. They just needed to rush back to the encampment in one breath. Yang Kai had communicated with Li Wuyi's space spirit bead and teleported away, so he naturally appeared next to Li Wuyi. Inside a spacious hall, Yang Kai's figure suddenly appeared. He immediately saw Li Wuyi standing next to him and grinned. Just as he was about to greet him, he suddenly sensed something and his expression froze as he raised his head. To his left and right sat 4 people, both men and women, but all of their auras were deep and profound. 4 terrifying auras pressed down on him like 4 mountains, causing Kai Yang to be unable to breathe. His chest felt stuffy, and all of his bones began to creak and groan. Not only that, Kai Yang clearly felt that there was an aura within his body that was resonating with the auras of these 4 people. It was as if they were resonating with each other, making him more and more aware of the terrifying strength of these 4 people and his own shortcomings. Not daring to neglect, Kai Yang hurriedly bowed and said, This little one, Kai Yang, greets all the honored guests. The 2 on the left were the majestic Iron Blood Great Emperor, Zhan Wuhen, and the unpredictable Flower Shadow Great Emperors, Hua Ling Long. The 2 on the right were the Deep Sea Serene Soul Great Emperors, Yao Jun, and the rough and unrestrained Martial Beast, Mo Huang. In addition to the missing Great Emperors of the secular world, the Dead Bright Moon Great Emperors, and the traitorous Night Shadow Great Emperors, 4 of the 7 Great Emperors of the Star Boundary were here. And from the looks of it, they seemed to be waiting for him. Yang Kai's blood was boiling, not because of the pressure, but because after so many years, he finally felt like a wanderer returning home. Even his voice was trembling with excitement. In the past, he didn't feel anything when he saw these great emperors, but today he felt incomparably close to them, as if they were his family. Thinking about the aura that resonated with these four, how could Yang Kai not know that it was because of the great emperor's luck? If one wanted to become a great emperor, they had to obtain the recognition of the star boundary. Ming Yu's part of the star boundary's recognition had been transferred to him, so he naturally felt a sense of closeness with the other great emperors. He had such a feeling and thought that the great emperors would feel the same way. Who would have thought that after he finished speaking, there was no response at all after waiting for a long time? Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. He wanted to look up, but he didn't want to be rude. However, he could clearly feel that the four great emperors were looking at him with sharp gazes. He quietly turned his head and glanced at Li Wu-yi, only to see that guy standing there with his hands crossed in front of his stomach. His eyes were slightly narrowed, as if he hadn't woken up yet. What's going on? Yang Kai was even more puzzled. At this time, a low shout suddenly sounded. How dare you, Yang Kai? Do you admit your crime? The shout came from the iron-blood great emperor on his left. The angry shout made Yang Kai feel dizzy. His ears buzzed and he almost fell to the ground. Killing a high-ranked demon king was as easy as slaughtering a chicken or a dog. He could even fight a half-saint, but in front of the great emperors he was as weak as a child. Fortunately, he was quite strong now, so he barely managed to stand up straight. He looked up at the iron-blood great emperor and was about to question him, but he swallowed his words and lowered his head. This junior admits his crime. Hua Linglong blinked her eyes. Yao Jun grinned silently. Mo Huang rolled his eyes and scratched his cheek. Zhan Wu-hen was also stunned, as if he didn't expect Yang Kai to have such a reaction. He thought that Yang Kai would definitely have other excuses, but he didn't expect him to admit his crimes so quickly. He couldn't continue the words he had prepared. After a moment of silence, the iron-blood great emperor asked in a low voice, "What is your crime?" Yang Kai whispered, "Master Bright Moon died at my hands." Although his voice was soft, anyone could hear the sadness in his words. When he spoke, he clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white. "At least you know your place." Zhan Wu-hen snorted and continued to shout majestically, "Bright Moon is one of the great emperors of the astral boundary. In order to save us, he used himself as bait and fell into the demon's territory and was imprisoned. Why did we let you become the demon race's territory?" "To save Master Bright Moon." "How can you guarantee that?" "We will definitely bring Master Bright Moon back." "And the result?" Yang Kai was speechless. Yang Kai was truly speechless. Originally, he had gone to save Ming Yu, but not only had he failed to do so, Ming Yu had even died at his own hands. Although there were some reasons for this, every time Yang Kai recalled that scene, he felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife. Chapter 3608. Since you know your crime, how can you return to the astral world? Zhan Wu-hen's tone was aggressive, and he didn't give Yang Kai any face. Yang Kai lowered his head and said, "I have the opportunity of the great emperors. I was ordered by the Master of Bright Moon to return." "Well said." Zhan Wu-hen snorted, "Do you think I won't punish you?" Yang Kai said respectfully, "I accept the punishment." "What if I want to kill you?" Zhan Wu-hen's eyes were like swords, full of killing intent. Yang Kai thought for a while, then raised his head and looked into Zhan Wu-hen's eyes. He said firmly, "No matter what, I killed the Master of Bright Moon. If the Master wants to take back the opportunity of the great emperors, I have nothing to say. But if the Master wants to take my life, although I can't defeat the Master, I won't stand still." Li Wui turned his head and glanced at him, and he secretly clicked his tongue. He thought that if he was in Yang Kai's position, he wouldn't have the guts to say such words. Zhan Wu-hen also sneered, "You still want to resist? Do you think you can?" Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "Everything depends on the person. I don't want to die, and I can't die." There were so many relatives waiting for him in the High Heaven Palace. How could he die? Zhan Wu-hen was about to say something, but he was interrupted by Hua Linglong. The voice of the great emperors was pleasant, and it was a sharp contrast to Zhan Wu-hen's iron blood. "Tell me about your experience in the demon territory, especially about Bright Moon. Yang Kai calmed himself down and said, "Back then, I and Yu Ru Meng were chased by Senior Li, and we fled to the demon territory. Our journey was smooth, and we successfully reached the depths of the demon territory. It was only a matter of a few years, so it wasn't difficult for Yang Kai to recall." He reported his experience in the past few years in detail. There were many continents in the demon territory, and the great emperors knew about the existence of realm gates. After all, several great emperors had joined forces and killed their way into the demon territory. Even if they didn't know the specific situation, they still had some understanding of the many continents and realm gates. However, they didn't know about the other side of the territory. What Yang Kai now had was exactly what they lacked information. When they heard that there were hundreds of continents in the demon territory, and that there were 12 demon saints, the 4 great emperors' expressions turned cold. Not to mention how many demon race citizens were in those hundreds of continents, just the number of the 12 demon saint was too many. There were only 10 great emperors in the astral boundary, and if they subtracted the missing great emperors in the secular world, the already dead Bright Moon great emperors, and the traitor Night Shadow, there were only 7 great emperors left. In terms of the number of peak combatants, the astral boundary was far inferior to the demon territory, and the difference was almost 2 times. Once the great emperors fought against the demon saint, they would definitely suffer a great loss. When they heard that Yu Ru Meng was actually one of the 12 demon saint, the great emperors were even more surprised. Back then, Yu Ru Meng had always been by Yang Kai's side and appeared in the vision of several great emperors. She even transformed into Li Shiqing and communicated with the great emperors. However, whether it was Zhan Wu Hen or Hua Linglong, they didn't see any flaws. They didn't even notice the demon saint aura on her. Now that they thought about it, it was simply unbelievable. However, after learning that Yu Ru Meng was the master of the succubus demon, the great emperors were relieved. The succubus demon had always been proficient in the power of the soul and was good at charming people. It wasn't strange that Yu Ru Meng could do this. In terms of soul cultivation, even the great emperors of the serene soul might not be able to compare with her. The existence of the nest of 10,000 demons and the myriad demon pill made the great emperors frown. In the past few years, the great emperors had been at war with the demon race. The number of demon kings on the demon race's side was truly terrifying. They originally couldn't figure out why, but now they understood. The number of demon kings was large because the population of the demon race was huge. Hundreds of continents could gather almost 100,000 demon kings. What a terrifying number this was. The second reason should be because of the myriad demon pill. This thing was unique to the demon territory. Although the nest of 10,000 demons absorbed the vitality of the entire demon race, it was greatly beneficial to the cultivation of the demon race after consuming it. When they heard that Yang Kai had used the sealed world bead to devour many shattered continents in the territory of the demon race, the great emperors were all shocked. They could shatter the continents in the territory of the demon race, but they definitely couldn't devour them. Yang Kai's strength might not be worth mentioning in their eyes, but this method of his made them extremely shocked. He talked about the Battle of Eternal Heaven, the 12 Citadel Great Demon Formation, Bright Moon's desperate struggle, and how she had blinded her own senses and killed herself under her own fist. The hall was silent for a while, the atmosphere solemn. They had been friends for tens of thousands of years, and they were used to each other's existence. Suddenly, one of them passed away one day. Even though the great emperors were calm people, they couldn't help but feel sad. Yang Kai talked about it in detail. They felt as if they were in the hot-blooded heroism of Bright Moon fighting against the 12 demons saint by herself. It was as if they had personally witnessed the tragedy of that battle and the scene of Bright Moon being injured. It was fascinating. They hated that they couldn't fight side by side with her. Yang Kai took a deep breath and said, "This is what happened." Hua Linglong nodded. "It's been hard on you." During the Battle of Eternal Heaven, not only were there the 12 demon saint, there were also hundreds of half-saint. Even under the watchful eyes of so many experts, Yang Kai still managed to exchange the opportunity of the great emperors with Bright Moon. How could ordinary people compare to the great emperors? What happened after that? Mo Huang asked. How did you escape the pursuit after you obtained Bright Moon's opportunity? Although Yang Kai didn't say it, anyone could imagine the desperate situation Yang Kai was in. Obtaining the opportunity of the great emperors wasn't a lucky thing, but the beginning of his life. The demon race definitely wouldn't let him take away the opportunity of the great emperors. It's all thanks to you, Ruming. Yang Kai answered seriously. She helped me pin down a few demon saint, and I happen to be proficient in the art of space and escape, so I was lucky enough to escape. He didn't say it explicitly because compared to Bright Moon's selfless sacrifice, his escape was nothing. Yao Jun said, if that's true, the demon territory won't let you go no matter what. How did you return to the star realm? Is there something else going on? Yang Kai nodded. After I escaped from the Eternal Heaven continent, I was seriously injured, but because of the opportunity of the great emperors, I sensed something and felt the signs of a breakthrough. I wanted to escape to the star realm in one go, but the passage between the two worlds was guarded by Kenyi all year round. If I went there, I would be walking into a trap. Plus, I was about to break through, so I could only escape to the Cloud Shadow continent. Under the protection of his avatar, he escaped deep underground. The vision caused by breaking through the three-layer Emperor realm attracted Bei Liemo, so he used Xianbing's profound nether needle to pin down Bei Liemo and create space for himself to escape. Who knew that Xianbing would use it to create a coincidence? Wait! Hearing this, Mo Huang looked at Yang Kai with a strange expression. Are you saying that you planted a divine soul brand in a demon saint's knowledge sea? Not only him, but the four great emperors also stared at him with wide eyes. It wasn't that the great emperors didn't know what planting a divine soul brand meant, but because they knew, they were surprised. Li Wuyi was even more dumbfounded. He silently calculated in his mind. A demon saint was comparable to the great emperors, so Yang Kai planting a divine soul brand in a demon saint's knowledge sea was equivalent to planting a divine soul brand in the great emperor's knowledge sea. It was equivalent to controlling the life and death of a demon saint. In other words, it was equivalent to having a demon saint or great emperors as a subordinate. This brat was only a three-layer emperor realm cultivator. He wasn't even a fake emperor. Even Li Wuyi, who had always been gentle and refined, couldn't help but want to curse at this moment. Yes. Yang Kai nodded. Actually, it can't be considered my ability. The main thing is that Xianbing is vicious and came up with this idea of harming others without benefiting herself. This brat just took advantage of the situation and reaped the benefits in the end. The four great emperors looked at each other. Their divine consciousnesses suddenly fluctuated. Clearly, they were communicating with each other. After a short while, Hua Qingxi frowned and said, although your cultivation has improved, you are still only a three-layer emperor realm cultivator. Even if you really planted a soul brand in a demon saint's knowledge sea, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to control her life and death, right? Yang Kai nodded. Master Hua Ying is right. My cultivation is far inferior to Bei Limo's, so the soul brand really can't control her life and death. It can even be said that if she focused on breaking it, it wouldn't take long for her to break the soul brand and free herself from the shackles. Yang Kai paused for a moment before continuing. But she probably won't have that opportunity now. What do you mean? Zhan Wu Hen raised his brow. Yang Kai thought for a moment and said, forgive me for my lack of manners. As soon as these words fell, his divine sense fiercely surged out like a tidal wave and swept out in all directions, but it was withdrawn in an instant. However, this brief moment was enough to make the four great emperors' eyes light up, and Li Wu even showed a look of extreme shock. Of everyone present, apart from Yang Kai, the weakest was a false emperor, so naturally, their perception was extremely strong, so even though Yang Kai had only released his divine sense and then withdrawn it, everyone could still feel the strength of his divine sense. This was a divine sense cultivation that was only below the great emperors, but above all false emperors. This kind of divine sense would generally only appear in the top false emperors, and these false emperors had to be proficient in soul cultivation. But now, the one who had activated this soul power was just a three-layer emperor realm cultivator who had recently broken through. Li Wuyi's heart was filled with shock. Compared to Yang Kai's claim that he had planted a soul brand in a demon saint's mind, what he saw this time was even more unbelievable. Although subduing a demon saint was amazing, it was not a big deal. After all, it was just an external force, and this external force was unstable, so there was a risk of backlash. However, this soul cultivation was one's own foundation, so it was a solid foundation. In comparison, if it were Li Wuyi, he would rather choose the latter. At this moment, how could the four great emperors not understand the meaning of Yang Kai's words? The strength of a soul brand was directly related to one's soul cultivation. The stronger one's soul cultivation was, the stronger the brand would be. Chapter 3609. Yang Kai had such a terrifying soul cultivation. Although it was still a bit weaker than the demon saint and the great emperors, it was enough to control Bei Liemo. Perhaps Bei Liemo would still be able to crack the soul brand after a long period of time, but Yang Kai wasn't dead, so how could he give her such an opportunity? That was why Yang Kai said that Bei Liemo no longer had such an opportunity. Hua Linglong was puzzled. But how can you have such powerful spiritual energy? There were many people in the star boundary whose soul cultivation was stronger than their own cultivation. The most typical example was Azure Sun Temple in the Southern Territory. Because of the Divine Ascension Mirror, the souls of the elites in Azure Sun Temple were slightly stronger than their cultivation, but no matter how strong they were, there was still a limit to it. It was impossible for them to be as terrifying as Yang Kai's. This was already illogical. Unless there was some kind of great fortune or opportunity, originally, Hua Linglong shouldn't have asked this question. No matter what kind of fortune or opportunity Yang Kai had, it was his own business, but she couldn't help but be curious and also wanted to ask if this matter had anything to do with Mingyu, who had already passed away. Who knew that after asking this question, Yang Kai would reveal an embarrassed expression. The great emperors of Hua Ying were very understanding and smiled. If it's inconvenient, there's no need to ask. There's nothing inconvenient about it. Yang Kai sniffled and said, I've already performed the ceremony of husband and wife with you Ru Meng, so I've obtained her primordial yin's soul power. She's a succubus demon, so she cultivates spiritual energy, which is why my soul cultivation has soared. Hua Linglong was quite surprised and stared blankly at Yang Kai. Then you Ru Meng, she wanted to ask why you Ru Meng, one of the 12 demon saint, was willing to give herself to Yang Kai. Not to mention the huge difference in strength between the two of them, one was from the human race while the other was from the demon race. They were from different races, not to mention that the battle in the demon territory of the astral boundary was still raging. But when the words were at the tip of her tongue, she was too embarrassed to ask. Instead, her cheeks flushed. What about the heart seal secret technique? Hua Linglong didn't know how to ask, but Yao Jun wasn't so thick-skinned. They were both old monsters who had lived for so many years. There was nothing to be embarrassed about talking about between husband and wife. Previously, Yang Kai had told them that Yu Ru Meng had used the heart seal secret technique on him, which was why Yao Jun had this guess. Maybe that's part of the reason, Yang Kai nodded, but when I asked her to undo the heart seal secret technique, she didn't. Yao Jun nodded. Since she had a choice but didn't do it, it meant that Yu Ru Meng had fallen in love with him. Otherwise, why would a demon saint do such a thing? On the side, Li Wui could no longer maintain his calm expression. He kept turning his head to stare at Yang Kai, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. He had planted the divine soul brand in a demon saint's mind, and his divine soul cultivation had skyrocketed. He had even performed the marriage ceremony with a female demon saint. Originally, he was quite worried that Yang Kai would encounter any danger in the demon territory. But now, it seemed that there was danger, but more importantly, there was something wonderful that others couldn't imagine. If an ordinary person were to achieve any one of these miracles, it would be a blessing to their ancestors, but Yang Kai had achieved all of them. So, you can now control the wishes of two demon saint? Mo Huang looked at Yang Kai with a little excitement. Previously, they were still having a headache over the number of demon saint in the demon territory. They didn't expect that in such a short time, Yang Kai had planted the divine soul brand in a demon saint, and the demon saint had the closest relationship with him. These two demon saints were equivalent to standing on Yang Kai's warship. This cut off the power of two demon saints in the demon territory. It's not two, it's three. Yang Kai looked at Mo Huang with a serious expression. Zhan Wuhen raised his eyebrows and said, "Besides Bei Li Mo and Yu Ru Meng, which other demon saint is there?" Mo Huang had a strange expression and said, "Could it be that feather demon Hibiscus?" From Yang Kai's description, he also knew that only 3 of the 12 demon saint in the demon territory were women. Among them, Yang Kai had subdued Bei Li Mo and Yu Ru Meng, so it didn't matter if there was one more Hibiscus. In any case, this brat seemed to be quite good at dealing with women. Thinking about how his precious daughter was always thinking about this brat, Mo Huang had a headache. Although this brat had many women, only a few of them were presentable. Only Zhu Qing of the dragon race had some weight, but she was only a rank 9 dragon, about the same status as the daughter of the great emperors. With him standing behind his precious daughter and supporting her, he wasn't worried that his baby would suffer any losses. But now, this brat had even hooked up with a demon saint. That was a character who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him, so how could he support him? Damn it, if I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have let this brat go to the demon territory. It's not Hibiscus. Yang Kai shook his head. That one is not among the 12 demon saint, but he has the power of a demon saint. Hua Linglong was confused. Then who is he? That person's name is Chang Tian. He belongs to the demon dragon clan in the demon territory. Yang Kai explained, if we calculate, this person's weight in the demon territory is equivalent to the great elder and second elder of the dragon island. With that said, the great emperors immediately understood. On the dragon island, the great elder Zhu Yan and second elder Fu Shun were not great emperors, but they were the leaders of the holy spirits. They were rank 10 dragons. Their bloodline was pure, and they were powerful. They both had the power of great emperors. There were holy spirits in the astral realm, so there was no reason that there were no holy spirits in the demon territory. The astral realm had the great elder and second elder, so there was also Chang Tian in the demon territory. What's the relationship between you and Chang Tian? Why is he under your control? Zhan Wuhen asked in a deep voice. Chang Tian belongs to the demon dragon clan in the demon territory, but he has always had a bad relationship with the demon saint. It is said that Chang Tian had many battles with the demon saint in his early years. In the end, he took over a piece of the 100 Spirit continent and hid in a corner. However, Chang Tian doesn't have much time left. He is worried that the 100 Spirit continent will be oppressed and enslaved by the demon saint after he dies. Coincidentally, this brat also has the bloodline of the dragon race. When we first met, Chang Tian was very happy and confided in me. He wanted to train this brat to be his successor in the future. That's why we have this relationship. After pausing for a moment, Yang Kai said, this brat has already used the sealed world bead to devour the 100 Spirit continent. Chang Tian has no way out. Not only the 100 Spirit continent, but all the continents under Yu Ru Meng and Bei Li Mo's control have also been devoured. When this brat returned, he sealed the 13 realm gates at the entrance of the passage between the two worlds. As a result, the connection between the astral realm and the demon territory has been temporarily cut off. You cut off the connection between the demon territory and the astral realm? Hua Linglong's beautiful eyes widened. Yang Kai nodded. Good. Mo Huang suddenly shouted with a face full of excitement. Yao Jun and Zhan Wuhen's eyes also lit up. Li Wui nodded thoughtfully. No wonder the demon race's army has been retreating for the past few days. So this is the reason. He spent most of his time in the Seven Mist Sea's strategic location and collected all the information on the two-realm battlefield. No one knew the movements of the demon race's army better than him. A few days ago, he discovered this strange thing. The valiant and bloodthirsty demon race army that had always advanced without retreating had strangely started retreating. Originally, he didn't understand what was going on in the demon territory. He even sent some people out to gather information to see if this was the demon race's scheme. Now that he heard Yang Kai's explanation, he understood everything. In the war between the two worlds, The human race and the demon race had both suffered casualties over the past few years. Although the demon race's casualties were more serious, the situation was very unfavorable for the human race. The reason for this was that the demon race could constantly replenish their forces. It was as if they couldn't kill them all. Now, the connection between the two worlds had been cut off. In other words, the demon territory could no longer replenish their lost forces. As long as there was enough time, Li Wui was confident that he could completely devour the remaining demon territory in the astral plane. He was even considering mobilizing his army to encircle and annihilate the demon race. This was undoubtedly the best time for the astral plane to counterattack. Otherwise, once the demon race's army regrouped, there would only be countless more casualties if they tried to take them down. Zhan Wuhen's fingers lightly tapped on the back of his chair as he said methodically, "You've devoured the territories of the three demons saint and cut off the connection between the two worlds. This is equivalent to completely cutting off their path of retreat. So, whether they're willing or not, they can only follow you to the end?" "That should be the case." Yang Kai nodded. "Right, those three have already followed me to the astral plane. If the master is interested, I can recommend them." Mo Huang chuckled when he heard this. Hua Ling Long picked up the cup of flower tea beside her and took a sip gently, the corners of her eyes curving up slightly. Yang Kai was puzzled. He felt that the reactions of the great emperors were a little strange. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that the master has already met them? Zhan Wuhen coldly snorted. The three demon saints suddenly came to the astral plane. If we didn't notice, we wouldn't be great emperors. When Yang Kai brought Yu Rumeng and the others to the astral plane, the great emperors had already noticed. The Iron Blood Great Emperor, Zhan Wuhen, joined forces with the great emperors of Serene Soul and Martial Beast to investigate the situation. At that time, Yang Kai was still recuperating in the small sealed world. However, Chang Tian and the others didn't do anything out of the ordinary at that time, so Zhan Wuhen and the others didn't show up easily. They just hid in the distance and quietly investigated. In terms of strength, the great emperors and the demon saint were on par, but in the astral plane, the great emperors who were recognized by the astral plane's heavens and earth undoubtedly had an advantage. Even Yu Rumeng, who had the strongest spiritual energy, didn't notice it. Before they could figure it out, Yang Kai suddenly emerged from the small sealed world, which surprised Zhan Wuhen and the others. Then Yang Kai left a large number of elites from the demon race and said goodbye to Yu Rumeng and the others. Zhan Wuhen and the others went to meet the demon saint. The atmosphere wasn't hostile, but it wasn't peaceful either. At that time, it was Yu Rumeng who spoke, so Zhan Wuhen and the others didn't know that Chang Tian wasn't one of the 12 demon saint. Yu Rumeng explained the cause and effect of them coming to the astral plane with Yang Kai, and also put forward her own demands. However, this was only her one-sided story, so how could Zhan Wuhen and the others believe it? This led to the joint hearing of the four great emperors in the hall this time. Chapter 3610. They didn't tell Yang Kai in advance because they wanted to see if his words were true. After all, Yang Kai had been in the demon territory for several years, so anything could happen. If he was brainwashed by the demon race, wouldn't it be a headache to deal with the astral boundary? Now that they compared what Yang Kai said with what Yu Rumeng said before, there was nothing wrong with it, so the great emperors were relieved. However, when the great emperors met with Yu Rumeng and the others, they didn't know that the passage between the two worlds had been cut off and sealed. Yu Rumeng was not a fool. The great emperors of the astral boundary were not clear yet, so how could she tell them such a secret? She only learned about it from Yang Kai just now. Yu Rumeng said that they want to gather the demon race in the astral boundary and promise not to be enemies with the astral boundary. What do you think about this? Zhan Wuhen asked again, sitting on the throne. Yang Kai said, just as this brat said before, the three who came with me to the astral boundary, whether active or passive, are all under this brat's control, so I think this is feasible. Zhan Wuhen said, the war between the two worlds has been going on for several years, and the demon race has killed countless people of the human race. Now there is a great opportunity to wipe them out in one fell swoop, But you want to save them? Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Saving the demon race is to save the human race. Although the passage between the two worlds has been cut off, there are still many demon race in the astral boundary. Even if the astral boundary has the opportunity to wipe them out in one fell swoop, we will definitely have to pay a great price. So this brat thinks that it would be best if we could stop here. Zhan Wuhen lowered his eyes and didn't say anything. The other great emperors also didn't comment. Yang Kai continued, the demon race invaded the astral world for two reasons. First, it was their nature, and second, they were forced to do so. The future of the demon race's territory is unknown. For thousands of years, many world paths have collapsed, and the continents have disappeared. The neighboring astral world has become their target. They want to occupy this place, which is why there is this war between the two worlds. There are only two possible outcomes for such a clash between two worlds. One side will be completely annihilated, or both sides will suffer. No matter what the outcome is, the astral boundary will not have it easy. Mo Huang said in a low voice, if it's as you say, then we shouldn't let the demon race in the star boundary go. Although you've sealed the connection between the two worlds, I'm afraid you can't guarantee that it will remain like this forever, right? When the seal is broken one day, the army of the demon race will come again. Who can guarantee that the demon race you let off today won't turn against you again? The might of the demon saint is difficult for this brat to predict. Maybe it will take a few months, or maybe it will take a few years. They have their own methods to break the seal, so the seal won't remain forever. Yang Kai said with assurance, but since we've found the root cause of the demon race's invasion, then we can find the right remedy for the problem. How do we find the right remedy? Hua Linglong asked. After leading the conversation to this point step by step, Yang Kai finally had the opportunity to say his purpose. Since the demon race invaded the astral world for their own survival, then this brat will give them a place to live. The reason why Changtian was convinced by this brat is because of this. That sealed world bead of yours? Hua Linglong raised her beautiful eyebrows. That's right. Yang Kai nodded. The sealed world bead has already devoured more than 100 complete continents, and all the continents devoured by the sealed world bead can be merged again. If the sealed world bead can devour the entire demon territory, then it will inevitably give birth to a second demon territory. At that time, the demon race will naturally have another way out. At that time, why would the demon race fight to the death with the astral world? Is your sealed world bead really that magical? Mo Huang looked surprised. Yang Kai grinned. Master, if you want, you can go in and take a look. Mo Huang pondered for a moment, then nodded. That's good too. As he spoke, he stood up. When he moved, he was still sitting on the chair, but when he stood up, he was already in front of Yang Kai. Not only him, but also Zhan Wuhen, Yao Jun, and Hua Linglong, one after another, stood in front of Yang Kai silently. As great emperors, they had seen countless rare treasures. It could be said that in this world, except for a few legendary existences, there were very few things that could attract their attention, but the sealed world bead that could devour and merge continents was definitely one of them. Before this, they had never thought that such a magical thing existed in this world. Master, please don't resist, Yang Kai said as he urged his demonic qi to envelop the four of them. With a thought, he put them into the sealed world bead. Just as he was about to follow in, someone suddenly patted him on the shoulder. Li Wu sighed, don't ignore me, I'm still here. I'll go in and take a look too. Sorry. Yang Kai smiled awkwardly and put Li Wu into the sealed world bead as well. When Yang Kai appeared in the sealed world bead, Mo Huang and the others looked around in surprise. Zhan Wuhen, on the other hand, frowned. Where's Huang? Hua Linglong was not here, which made him a little puzzled. He did not understand what Yang Kai was doing. Master went to another place when I sent the flowers. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and pointed at the void in front of him, causing a ripple to appear. The void was like a mirror, reflecting an image of an unknown location. In the image, outside a stilted house, Hua Linglong's graceful figure was kneeling in front of another young woman, kowtowing to her. When she raised her head, her face was covered in tears. The great emperors recognized at a glance that the young woman kneeling on the ground was Hua Linglong's legacy disciple, Li Shiqing. Little Shiqing is here? Mo Huang raised his eyebrows. Yang Kai nodded. I found her not long after I went to the demon territory. Yu Ru Meng sent her to her territory and then disguised herself as Li Shiqing to get close to me. Mo Huang nodded. It's good that she's safe. Over the years, there had been no news of Li Shiqing. Although Hua Linglong was one of the great emperors, she had only accepted one disciple, Li Shiqing. She treated Li Shiqing as her own daughter. Hua Linglong was naturally worried about her sudden disappearance, but as great emperors, she did not show her worry on her face, so others could not see it. But Mo Huang and the others knew her worries. Now that Yang Kai had brought Li Shiqing back, Hua Linglong had one less worry. Yang Kai waved his hand again, and the illusory mirror shattered. The scene outside the stilted house no longer existed. He cast the illusion just to explain Hua Linglong's whereabouts. Now that he had explained it clearly, there was no need to pry into the privacy of the master and disciple. Zhan Wuhen waved his fist a few times, then frowned and said with a displeased look, "Trash." He commented without any trace of politeness, then put his hands behind his back and looked around, disdainful of this land. The trash he mentioned was not targeted at anyone, but at this world. The great emperors discovered as soon as they came in that the world principles of this world were slightly weaker than those of the star boundary. This caused them to be shackled by invisible shackles all the time. This kind of restraint made them feel uncomfortable. With the Demon King here, the world shackles prevented them from using too much power, but they could not restrain the great emperors. If Zhan Wuhen and the others were allowed to use their full strength, the world shackles would collapse, and even this small sealed world would be shattered. Master is right, it's just that this place used to be even more trashy. Yang Kai was not annoyed. Instead, he agreed with Zhan Wuhen's comment. Zhan Wuhen turned his head and looked at him. You mean to say that the world principles of this world can be improved? Yang Kai smiled. If not, how could this little brat dare to say that he would give the demon race a second demon territory? Whether it is the star boundary or the demon territory, they are all similar worlds. At the very least, the world principles of these two worlds are almost the same, so the star boundary has the great emperors, and the demon territory has the demon saint. If you want the demon race to move in obediently, there must be another demon territory. How can it be improved? Zhan Wuhen's interest was piqued. Right now, this world was trash in his eyes, but if it could be improved, then the future was not impossible to look forward to. Swallow fuse. Yang Kai said concisely, this little brat said before that as long as we can swallow the entire demon territory and integrate the world principles of the entire demon territory, this place will definitely become a second demon territory. Unfortunately, the demon saint in the demon territory has taken over the place. If we don't deal with the demon saint, this little brat won't be able to swallow their territory. Zhan Wuhen sneered, in the end, we still have to fight. Yang Kai shook his head, of course we have to fight, but we only need to capture the leader of the bandits. Zhan Wuhen said no more. In fact, how could he not know that Yang Kai was right? If there were no accidents in the war between the two worlds, then it would be a fight to the death. No matter which side won, they would have to pay a huge price. However, if Yang Kai's method worked, then both the demon race and the human race would have a chance to breathe. As he said before, saving the demon race was for the sake of saving the human race. What do you think? Mo Huang turned to look at Li Wu. Among everyone present, besides Yang Kai, only Li Wu was proficient in the space principles. He was the best person to ask about this. Incredible! Li Wu exclaimed in amazement. With a flip of his hand, he took out an object and held it in the palm of his hand. Yang Kai fixed his eyes on the object and saw that it was a small and exquisite rockery. It was only the size of a palm and was shaped like a dragon. The rockery was verdant and lush, and an inexplicable fragrance of flowers lingered at the tip of his nose. There were even sounds of insects and birds chirping in his ears. Yang Kai's expression turned serious as he took a closer look. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. What Li Wuyi was holding in his hand was not a rockery, but a real mountain. Every blade of grass and tree on the mountain had shrunk countless times. Even the wild beasts and birds in the forest had shrunk to the size of a speck of dust. If Yang Kai hadn't focused his vision, he probably wouldn't have been able to see it clearly. "Senior, this is..." Yang Kai licked his lips, showing the excitement of seeing a novel treasure. Li Wuyi smiled faintly. Wooding Mountain. It was originally located in the northern part of the Eastern Territory. It was 780 feet high and 3,000 kilometers long, with more than 300 peaks of various sizes. After I became a pseudo-emperor, I spent 20 years refining it into its current form. As he spoke, he looked up at Yang Kai and asked, "Do you want to go in and take a look?" "Of course." Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. How could he not go in and take a look at such a novel thing? Chapter 3611. Li Wu didn't waste any time and simply stretched out his hand towards Yang Kai. Under the surge of space principles, Yang Kai only saw a blur before his body turned upside down and he appeared in a large mountain. A tiger's roar rang out as a white-furred tiger smelled the scent of a stranger nearby and rushed over without hesitation. Yang Kai raised his palm and placed it on its big head. The white-furred tiger immediately withdrew its ferocious appearance and revealed a look of horror. It took a few steps back and whimpered before turning around to flee. This white-furred tiger wasn't a monster beast, just a strange beast, but it also had the instincts of a beast and knew that Yang Kai wasn't to be trifled with, so it didn't dare to be presumptuous and quickly fled for its life. Yang Kai looked around and saw towering trees, colorful poisonous snakes slithering between the rocky peaks, and the nearby springs. The tip of his nose was filled with the fragrance of flowers and birds. Looking up again, Yang Kai saw several huge figures standing in the sky like gods. It was Mo Huang, Yao Jun, Zhan Wuhen, and the others. Li Wuyi's huge face that covered half the sky was looking at him with a smile. It wasn't that they had become bigger, but that he had become smaller. The 7,800-meter-tall, 3,000-kilometer-long boundless mountain had been refined into a palm-sized object by Li Wu. After entering it, Yang Kai was affected by the space principles and his figure changed accordingly. In Li Wuyi's eyes, Yang Kai was probably no bigger than a speck of dust. This boundless mountain was similar to his sealed world bead. It could even be said that the two were exactly the same to a certain extent. Both were small worlds, but the sealed world bead was sealed, so the situation inside couldn't be seen from the outside, and the situation outside couldn't be seen from the inside unless Yang Kai used some kind of technique. Although Boundless Mountain was also a small world, it was closely connected to the star boundary. From this point of view, Boundless Mountain was far less independent than the sealed world bead. As early as when he broke through to the Second-Order Emperor realm, Yang Kai felt that with his attainments in space principles at that time, he should also be able to refine a space artifact similar to the sealed world bead, but he had been too busy to experiment. He hadn't expected that Li Wuyi had already put his thoughts into action. Unbounded Mountain was the embodiment and crystallization of his spatial laws. After witnessing the wonders of Wooding Mountain, Yang Kai was even more certain that he was right. He couldn't help but feel a little excited because he really did have to refine some treasures like the sealed world bead or indefinite mountain. After entering the mountain and gaining some experience, Yang Kai waved to Li Wuyi. Li Wuyi understood and reached out to him again. The next moment, Yang Kai reappeared in the sealed world bead. Before Yang Kai could exclaim in admiration, Li Wuyi put on a puzzled look and asked, "Why would you want this world to devour the continents in the demon territory? How can you do that?" It was precisely because he had refined Indefinite Mountain that Li Wuyi couldn't figure it out. Logically speaking, Indefinite Mountain and the sealed world bead were the same type of existence. If the sealed world bead could do it, so could Indefinite Mountain. Conversely, if Indefinite Mountain couldn't do it, neither could the sealed world bead. But in fact, the sealed world bead really could do what Indefinite Mountain couldn't: devour and fuse? Li Wuyi didn't even think about it. Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, "Back then, I had a conflict with someone in the lower star territory. At that time, that guy was devouring my star territory, so I wanted to give him a taste of his own medicine. As for how I did it, after pondering for a while, Yang Kai said in a solemn voice, "The heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique." The three great emperors turned their heads in unison. Mo Huang said in a deep voice, "Boy, don't tell us that you've really cultivated the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique." Several years ago, the Iron Blood Great Emperor had used the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique to attack Yang Kai in Roaring Tiger City. He put on a big show and forced Yang Kai to become the demon race and betray the astral world. However, at that time, Zhan Wuhen's entry point was that his Dharmakaya had cultivated the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique. This was completely different from Yang Kai's own cultivation. Yang Kai slowly shook his head and said, "The heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique has unfathomable power and unparalleled evil power. How would I dare to cultivate it? The one who cultivated this technique is my Dharmakaya. My Dharmakaya has a special physique and was born from the stone mongoose. This technique complements it perfectly. My Dharmakaya is proficient in the essence of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique, so naturally, my Dharmakaya is also proficient in it. Using the sealed world bead as a medium, he can perform the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique. The sealed world bead has the ability to devour and fuse." Yang Kai's words were clear, and everyone heard it clearly and understood it clearly. However, the key point was that no one could understand it. Why did the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique and the sealed world bead work together so perfectly? Perhaps even Wukong, the creator of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique, could not explain it clearly. Li Wu-yi shook his head and laughed. "If that's the case, then I'm afraid there's nothing to expect from my indefinite mountain." Originally, he thought that if it was possible, he could refine the indefinite mountain again. Now that he knew that there was a shadow of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique in it, what else could he do? Even if he was given 100 guts, he would not dare to cultivate the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique. On the contrary, Yang Kai looked at the indefinite mountain in his hand with shining eyes, like a glutton seeing a delicious meal, or a pervert seeing a beauty. "How big is this territory?" Zhan Wuhen asked. "This territory is as big as the mainland of the demon territory that was devoured," Yang Kai replied respectfully. Zhan Wuhen was silent for a moment, then suddenly asked, "If the demon race migrates here, can you restrain them?" Yang Kai grinned, "I am the master of this place, life and death are only in my hands." After a pause, he added, "Under the demon saint." Judging from the world principles in this newly expanded territory of the small sealed world, this was indeed the case. However, if he could devour the entire demon territory and completely perfect the world principles, the situation may be different. Half an hour later, a group of people came out of the small sealed world. The Flower Shadow Great Emperors and Li Shiqing were also sent out by Yang Kai. It was worth mentioning that after Li Shiqing came out, she specifically thanked Yang Kai, but her expression was slightly complicated. That day, she had tried to assassinate Yang Kai without understanding the situation. Although she learned the truth later, it was a fact that Mingyu died at the hands of Yang Kai. She herself did not know how to face Yang Kai. First of all, in the demon territory, only the two of them were from the human race, and second, as a human from the star boundary, she could not ignore the enmity of killing Mingyu. Just now, she had talked with her honored master for a long time to untie the knot in her heart. It was not until now that she learned that when Mingyu fell into the demon territory, the great emperors were already mentally prepared for his fall. They had asked Yang Kai to go to the demon territory and save him if possible, but if he could not, they had to find a way to meet Mingyu. They believed that Mingyu would understand their intentions. In the end, this was indeed the case. When he was about to die, Mingyu transferred the recognition of the star boundary to Yang Kai, giving him a huge opportunity. As for what happened to Yang Kai after obtaining this opportunity, Mingyu did not care so much. It could even be said that before he died, he felt guilty towards Yang Kai, because it was very likely that Yang Kai would be buried with him. Even if he understood this, Mingyu had no choice but to do so. At that time, he could only entrust Yang Kai with his life and there was no one else. Master, the situation is like this. I wonder what the master's decision is? Yang Kai looked at the great emperors and asked. Zhan Wuhen said, Ru Meng, you don't have to worry about Bai Liemo and Chang Tian. This king and the others will discuss with them. Yang Kai was overjoyed when he heard this. Thank you, master. Although Zhan Wuhen did not say it explicitly, since they were going to discuss, it meant that they basically agreed with Chang Tian and the others' proposal. Now, the demon race in the star boundary would be handed over to them as much as possible. They would no longer be enemies with the star boundary. When the time came to solve the mess in the star boundary, when they counterattacked the demon territory, they might become a powerful force. If Yang Kai could see this point, how could Zhan Wuhen and the others not see it? In any case, Chang Tian and the others were completely tied to Yang Kai. Their territories had also been devoured. They had no way out. Other than fully cooperating with Yang Kai's plan, there was no other choice. Mo Huang said, You have to figure out your own matter first. Yang Kai heard this and bowed his head. Please punish me, master. Mo Huang said, You haven't said anything yet, and you're already punishing me? Yang Kai said, Isn't it about Master Mingyu's matter? Mo Huang slowly shook his head and suddenly stretched out his hand. Yang Kai immediately felt an irresistible force dragging him in front of Mo Huang. The demon qi in his body instinctively surged, but he soon relaxed his vigilance. In front of the great emperors, even if he resisted, it would be useless. What's more, he believed that Mo Huang would not harm him. In the next moment, Mo Huang's big hand clasped his shoulder. At the same time, the other shoulder was also clasped, but it was Zhan Wuhen who put his hand on it. The two great emperors glanced at each other and activated their emperor qis. Kai Yang only felt that from both sides, there was a majestic yet gentle power flowing into his body. The two powers circled around his body once before quickly withdrawing. Zhan Wuhen and Mo Huang both frowned, showing a puzzled look. Only then did Yang Kai understand what they were referring to, the matter of him becoming the demon race. The two great emperors had joined forces to check the situation in his body. It was obvious that they were checking his body. He hurriedly said, Master, please allow me to report this matter. He did not intend to hide it. Otherwise, he would not have activated his demon qi in front of the great emperors. Don't be noisy. Zhan Wuhen glanced at him. Yang Kai obediently kept his mouth shut. At the same time, Mo Huang suddenly roared. As soon as the roar entered his ears, Yang Kai immediately heard the sound of thousands of beasts crashing. He suddenly felt a little dizzy, and while he was distracted, two divine senses rushed into his knowledge sea at the same time. They came quickly and left quickly. By the time Yang Kai stabilized his mind, Mo Huang and Zhan Wuhen had already retracted their divine senses and looked at him as if they were looking at a monster. Yang Kai laughed dryly and said, As the two masters saw, although I have demonic qi in my body and seem to have become the demon race, it is actually not a big deal. His knowledge sea was protected by the soul-warming lotus, so Mo Huang and Zhan Wuhen must have seen it. Chapter 36:12. The reaction of Zhan Wuhen and Mo Huang surprised the great emperors of Flower Shadow and Serene Soul. As great emperors, they naturally understood that Zhan Wuhen and Mo Huang must have seen something incredible. Otherwise, they wouldn't show such an expression. In addition, when the two's divine sense surged, how could Hua Linglong and Yao Jun not know that there was something strange in Yang Kai's knowledge sea? But what was so strange that it made the two so shocked? Although Hua Linglong was curious, she didn't ask. Instead, it was Yao Jun who asked, What did you see? His title was Serene Soul. Like Ru Meng, he was best at divine sense power. Since there was something strange in Yang Kai's knowledge sea, he naturally cared about it. Zhan Wuhen and Mo Huang didn't care about him. It didn't matter if they saw the soul-warming lotus, but if Yao Jun also knew this secret, he would have to study it carefully. With the dignity of the great emperors, he wouldn't do anything to steal it. But if he needed to borrow it for some time, would Yang Kai agree or not? So Zhan Wuhen and Mo Huang tacitly kept silent. Mo Huang even secretly transmitted a message to Yang Kai. Don't let Yao Jun see that thing. Otherwise, you will be in trouble. Yang Kai nodded and secretly made up his mind that he would never be alone with Yao Jun in the future. The matter in the demon territory was explained, and Yang Kai's return this time brought hope to the astral world that could end the war between the two realms. The sorrow caused by Ming Yu's death was diluted a lot. Zhan Wuhen said, the connection between the two realms has been cut off. The three demon saints are also gathering the army of the demon race. It seems that the astral world will be peaceful for a while. But when the seal is broken, I'm afraid that the final battle between the two realms will begin. Yang Kai, you will be the main force in devouring and fusing many continents in the demon territory. So during this time, you have to recuperate. If you can make progress in your cultivation, that will be the best. If you can't, you have to improve your strength to protect yourself. I understand. Yang Kai nodded. It just so happens that I have something to deal with. Saying so, he flipped his hand and took out a space spirit bead and held it up with both hands. Please accept this, master. Zhan Wuhen glanced at him and wordlessly stretched out his hand and took the space spirit bead. Immediately after, there were two light claps. It was Hua Linglong clapping her hands twice. After the crisp sound, a person walked in from outside. Yang Kai looked back and saw that the person was none other than Great Elder Lei Hong of Star Soul Palace. He had been waiting outside for a long time and only came in when he heard the summons. When their eyes met, Lei Hong nodded slightly to Yang Kai and walked straight to Yang Kai's side. He saluted the great emperors and then turned to look at Yang Kai. The hall was silent and no one spoke, but how could Yang Kai not know the purpose of Lei Hong's appearance here? He sighed softly and held out his hands. With a thought, the corpse of the great emperor's Ming Yu appeared in front of him. Although Ming Yu was dead, she had been placed in the medicine garden during this time and had been protected by a variety of exotic flowers and grasses. The hole in her chest and the tattered clothes had also been treated by Yang Kai, so from the outside, it was as if she was sleeping peacefully. The great emperors looked at him with sorrowful expressions. Lei Hong's body trembled and his eyes turned red. He said in a trembling voice, "Welcome back, great emperors." As he spoke, he knelt on the ground and raised his hands. This wasn't a kneel to Yang Kai but to Ming Yu's corpse, so Yang Kai couldn't return the gesture. He solemnly placed Ming Yu's corpse in Lei Hong's hands. Yang Kai's voice was slightly hoarse. It was nothing more than asking him not to make things difficult for Hualun and Mo Sheng who lived in Pin Peak. During this time, Li Shiqing had a lot of contact with the two Demon King, and they got along well. Now that she was sent out of the small sealed world by Yang Kai, leaving Hualun and Mo Sheng inside, their lives and deaths were under Yang Kai's control, so Li Shiqing naturally wanted to make plans for them. Yang Kai nodded immediately. "Junior sister, don't worry." Turning around again, he stepped out of the hall, and the door behind him slowly closed. The great emperors probably had other things to discuss. Yang Kai let out a soft breath and looked up at the sky, only to see 7-colored light flowing in the sky. It wasn't the work of a spirit array, but rather a natural phenomenon. There seemed to be something else hidden in the 7-colored light. Yang Kai immediately understood that this should be the 7 Mist Sea that Fan Xian mentioned before, the headquarters of the Star Boundaries 4 Territories Allied Forces and the 54 Corps. Unsurprisingly, the 7-colored light attracted Yang Kai's interest. Just as he was looking carefully, he suddenly sensed something and turned his head to the side, only to see a pretty figure standing at a corner, smiling sweetly at him. Her long hair was tied into a dozen small braids, making her look quite mischievous. Seeing him looking over, she even waved at him. Yang Kai also showed a knowing smile as he took a few steps forward and arrived in front of the little girl, asking in surprise, "You came with your master?" The one standing here waiting for him was none other than Lin Yun, whom he had not seen for many years. The last time they met was also in the Western Territory. At that time, he had planned to take her to the High Heaven Palace, but during the transmission process, Lin Yun had gone missing. After that incident, Yang Kai investigated and concluded that some great master had destroyed the space array he had painstakingly arranged in the Western Territory, cutting off Lin Yun's transmission. At that time, he guessed that it was the work of the Iron Blood Great Emperor, and later it was proven that it was indeed the work of the Iron Blood Great Emperor. A dignified great emperor doing such a thing in secret was quite shameless. Another 20 years had passed since they parted ways. The little girl was no different from 20 years ago, still as lively and pretty as before, but the rapid growth of her cultivation gave Yang Kai a fright. Lin Yun was already a third-layer Emperor Realm Master, and it seemed that she had been promoted for a long time, as her cultivation was extremely condensed. Yang Kai could not help but be a little dumbfounded, secretly lamenting that it was a blessing to have a good master. When Yang Yen took Lin Yun away from the Heng Luo star field, the little girl's cultivation had been so low, but now her cultivation progress was faster than his. While he was lamenting, Lin Yun moved her head closer and sniffed with her little nose. Yang Kai laughed and knocked her on the head. "Are you a puppy? What are you sniffing?" Lin Yun covered her head with both hands and pouted. "Uncle, you smell of another woman." This uncle sounded really cordial, but the content of her words was embarrassing. He had been separated from Yu Ru Meng for several days, and even if he still had her scent, it would have faded. How could Lin Yun smell it? Yang Kai smiled gently. "What nonsense are you talking about?" "I'm not talking nonsense," Lin Yun snorted. "Master said I have a dog's nose, so don't think you can hide from me." Saying so, she moved closer and sniffed with her eyes closed. Chapter 36:13. Although Yang Kai's current divine sense cultivation was not bad, it was still inferior to the great emperor's. With Zheng Wu Hen's ability, it would be a piece of cake for him to secretly monitor him. However, Zheng Wu Hen deliberately leaked a trace of his aura to let him sense it. His meaning could not be more obvious. "I'm watching you, boy." He could not interfere with his precious disciple's actions, but this did not prevent him from giving Yang Kai a warning. Being dragged by Lin Yun all the way, Yang Kai felt like he was being stabbed in the back. Along the way, they encountered many people in a hurry, obviously Star Boundary cultivators stationed in the Seven Mist Sea, but no matter who they were, they all smiled and saluted Lin Yun when they saw her. Only when they arrived outside a large hall did Lin Yun release Yang Kai's arm and point at the hall with a smile. It seemed that this was their destination. Yang Kai did not know why Lin Yun had brought him here, but before he entered, he smelled the aroma of meat. This aroma was indescribably good, and even though Yang Kai was now an Emperor Realm Master and did not need to have a strong appetite, he was still tempted by this aroma. The aroma drifted and spread far away, and there were many people looking in their direction, licking their lips from time to time, looking like they were hungry. Lin Yun pushed open the door and pulled Yang Kai inside. The hall was empty, and there were no decorations. There was only a big black pot in the middle of the hall. Something was boiling in the pot, and it was bubbling and steaming. There was a fire burning under the pot, and it was burning brightly. Next to the black pot, a dazzling beauty in a bright red dress was holding a ladle, scooping up some soup from the pot and drinking it. At first glance, it was obvious that the soup was boiling hot, but this beautiful woman didn't seem to care at all. After drinking several mouthfuls, she put down the ladle and smiled at Yang Kai, who was walking in with Lin Yun. Her lustrous red lips parted slightly. "Little brat, you're in for a treat." Yang Kai stepped forward and bowed. "Greetings, Senior 9 Phoenix." The one guarding the black pot was none other than Spirit Beast Island's Jiufeng. In terms of age, she was much older than Yang Kai, and in terms of seniority, she was from the same generation as Li Wu. Mo Shaoqi called her Aunt Feng. What's more, Lu Yen was under her tutelage, so he could be considered her disciple. Therefore, Yang Kai had always treated her as his own elder. The nine-headed phoenix was peerless, but at this moment, she was sitting cross-legged beside a big black pot with some unknown beast meat stewing in it. As soon as Yang Kai came in, he felt a strong visual impact. The firewood was ordinary firewood, and the fire was ordinary fire, but the pot was not ordinary. It was called Gei, and it was a rare treasure obtained by the Iron Blood Great Emperor. It was a famous existence in the entire star boundary. Perhaps it was not as old as the mountains and rivers Bell, but its power was not inferior. The two had their own strengths. Lin Yun was Zhan Wu Hen's only disciple, so naturally, her master would treasure anything good to his disciple. This Gei pot was given to Lin Yun by Zhan Wu Hen for self-defense, but the little girl had always used it as a cooking stove. This was something that Yang Kai had learned more than 20 years ago. Lin Yun's identity was extraordinary. How many disciples of the great emperors were there in the entire star boundary? With Zhan Wu Hen supporting her from behind, it could be said that no one in the entire star boundary dared to provoke her. The little girl also lived up to expectations. Her tyrant body of strength coincided with the iron blood catalog cultivated by the great emperors, and in just a few decades, she had broken through to the third-layer emperor realm, progressing faster than Yang Kai. However, it was precisely because she cultivated this cultivation technique that the little girl's appetite was astonishing. She had the taste of a glutton, and she threw everything she caught into the pot to stew. There was no need for any seasoning, and it was a peerlessly delicious meal. At this moment, something was stewing in the Gei pot. Bubbles were rolling, the soup was rich, and the aroma of meat was overflowing. While Yang Kai was still politely saluting Jiufeng, Lin Yun had already rushed to the pot, stuck her head into the pot, and smacked her lips. "Is it done? Is it done?" As she spoke, she swallowed her saliva. Her image as a disciple of the great emperors was gone, as if she had not eaten for decades. "Let me see." Jiufeng responded. Then she reached out and scooped out a large piece of meat from the pot. Just like that, she ate it cleanly. Lin Yun was still looking at her, her little face full of expectation. Jiufeng scooped up another piece. The third piece, Lin Yun kept swallowing her saliva. Yang Kai sighed. "Yun, if you don't eat it now, there won't be any left." Lin Yun's expression changed when she heard this, and without any hesitation, she reached into the pot and scooped up a large beast leg. She opened her mouth and was about to bite it when she suddenly paused, resisting the hunger in her stomach, and handed the thing in her hand to Yang Kai. Yang Kai waved his hand, stepped forward, and rolled up his sleeves, saying, "I'll do it myself." In an instant, the three of them sat around the black pot, and a gust of wind swept away the clouds. More than 20 years ago, Yang Kai had tasted the food stewed in the Gei pot and felt that it was simply an immortal delicacy. There was no other food in the world that could compare with it. Now that he tasted it again, it was still the same. Yang Kai even suspected that this Gei pot was originally a treasure refined for stewing meat. If not, how could the stewed food be so delicious without any seasoning? The ancestor who refined this thing was definitely a top foodie like Lin Yun. Boy, good things should be tasted slowly. You should know how to respect the old and love the young. Jiufeng reprimanded Yang Kai with a sidelong glance while gorging on the food, her mouth full of oil. Yang Kai didn't even raise his head, his mouth still stuffed with food as he mumbled, "Although I call you senior, senior is not old at all. Senior is still at the prime of his life, at the peak of his youth. There is no need for me to respect the old and love the young. Senior is looking down on himself too much." The food stewed by Gei was indeed extraordinary. The meat was smooth and tender, oily but not greasy. It melted in the mouth, and the rarest thing was that all the essence in the meat was released. What was eaten in the mouth was not meat, but a great tonic, which was of great benefit to one's cultivation. Glib-tongued. Jiufeng snorted coldly. Suddenly, she stretched out her hand and a wine jar appeared out of thin air, flying towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai caught it casually, lifted the wine seal with his thumb, and smelled the wine aroma. Suddenly, he was shocked, knowing that this wine was a peerless wine, something that could not be drunk easily. Drinking wine with one's head raised, and eating meat with one's head lowered. Lin Yun watched enviously from the side, her eyes shining as she said to Jiufeng, "Auntie Feng, I want some too." Jiufeng didn't raise her head. She just waved her hand and said, "Why would a child drink wine? Go drink soup." Lin Yun immediately pouted her lips. She was very unhappy. A burly Dao Source Realm cultivator came in uninvited from outside. He was burly and had a fierce aura, like an iron tower. He was definitely a warrior who had climbed out of a pile of corpses. But at this moment, this tower-like warrior was nodding and bowing with a flattering look on his face. He held a big bowl in his hand and walked up to them, licking his lips and saying, "Master, please eat the meat. This little one wants some soup to drink." Lin Yun and Jiao Feng didn't seem to be surprised by this scene. Lin Yun didn't raise her hand at all. She just focused on the stew in the pot. Jiao Feng just waved her hand and said, "Do it yourself." "Thank you, Granny Jiao Feng. Granny Jiao Feng may live as long as the heavens and prosper." After the nonsensical flattery of Yu, the burly man suddenly turned around and shouted, "Come in, Granny Jiao Feng told us to do it ourselves." With a clatter, hundreds of people poured in from the outside, each holding a big bowl. When they came in, they nodded and bowed, constantly flattering. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Although there were many people, they were not in a mess. They took the initiative to line up and one by one scooped a bowl of meat soup from the pot with the big bowls in their hands. After saying a few flattering words, they ran out to drink the soup. The return to one pot placed in front of them was only one size bigger than the pot used by ordinary farmers. Logically speaking, it was absolutely impossible for it to hold so much soup. But in fact, Yang Kai and the others had eaten and drunk until now. Not to mention 3 people, even 50 people's portions had been eaten. Now, another 100 people each took a bowl of meat soup, but the contents in the pot did not decrease. Inside the return to one pot, there was a mysterious universe. Whether it was the meat or the soup, they all contained a lot of energy. Those with insufficient cultivation would not be able to enjoy such a good meal. Therefore, the cultivator who came in only drank the soup and did not eat the meat. It was not that Jiao Feng or Lin Yun were stingy, but that those people were not strong enough. After eating and drinking for half a day, Lin Yun was the first to give up. While eating, she suddenly rolled her eyes and fell on her back. Yang Kai was shocked. When he was about to go forward to check, Jiao Feng said, "Don't worry about her. The little girl doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Every time she makes herself like this, she never learns her lesson." "Will something happen to her?" Yang Kai was a little worried. He could clearly see that Lin Yun's stomach was bloated, and there was a rumbling sound coming from her stomach. It was not that she had eaten something bad, but that she was circulating her cultivation method and refining it. What can happen? Jiao Feng curled her lips. Yang Kai thought about it and agreed. Now Zhan Wuhen was in the 7 Miss Sea. Although the divine sense that had locked onto him had been withdrawn, judging from his precious attitude towards Lin Yun, if something really happened to the little girl, Zhan Wuhen would be the first to run over. Now that even Zhan Wuhen did not show up, Lin Yun must be fine. So good, the star boundary is so good. Here, there were like-minded friends, amiable elders, as well as family members and fellow disciples that he was worried about. Thinking of his family, Yang Kai couldn't wait to return to the High Heaven Palace, so he immediately urged the Space Divine technique to stimulate the Space Spirit bead that was closely connected to Su Yen. However, the path ahead was blocked, and he couldn't go back. Jiao Feng had gotten up at some point and was leaning lazily against the door frame, looking at him with disdain. "Are you stupid? The High Heaven Palace has been sealed off for several years. The sect is covered in a large spirit array, isolating the outside world from the outside world. Is the space spirit bead useful?" Yang Kai was very embarrassed. Only now did he understand why he couldn't go back. Under the operation of the sect sealing array, the space spirit bead really couldn't be connected. He cupped his fists and said, "Please tell me where the nearest space array is, Senior." "There is one in the 7 Miss Sea. Go there yourself." Jiao Feng pointed in a direction. As she spoke, she raised her hand and threw something over. Yang Kai caught it and found that it was a black token with the word "you" on the front. He didn't know what the words on the token meant, but Yang Kai could guess that this token should be a proof of identity. After all, the space array must be heavily guarded. If he didn't have something to prove his identity, he wouldn't be able to get close at will. Xianxia put away the token and flew in the direction that the nine-headed phoenix pointed to. At this moment, Yang Kai was eager to go back. The time he spent in the demon territory wasn't long, only a few years. In the past, Yang Kai had left home for 10 to 20 years, or even longer, but he had never been as worried as he was now. It was because the star boundary was peaceful in the past, but now the two worlds were at war. Even though he knew that the High Heaven Palace had been sealed off for a long time and didn't even participate in the War of the Two Worlds, he still couldn't help but worry from the bottom of his heart. Now, he could finally go back. The Seven Fog Sea was very big, but Yang Kai was very fast. After scanning with his divine sense, he quickly found the location of the space array. Sure enough, it was heavily guarded. Just the Emperor realm alone had more than a dozen people. Yang Kai even felt the aura of a fake emperor hiding. Just as he was 1,000 feet away from the space array, dozens of auras locked onto him. However, with the token given by Jiufeng, his journey was smooth. When he got close, he handed over the token and had his identity verified. Only then was he allowed to pass. A light flashed on the space array, and Yang Kai disappeared. A familiar aura, a familiar smell. In the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory, Yang Kai suddenly appeared. The disciples who were meditating around stepped forward and were about to ask about the identity of the person who came, but when they saw Yang Kai's familiar face, they couldn't help but be stunned. One of the girls even cried out in a low voice, "Palace Master?" Yang Kai turned his head and grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. "Little Yi." The girl was Yi Jinghan, the daughter of the sect master of Thousand Leaves sect in the Eastern Territory, Yi Hen. After Thousand Leaves sect was merged into the High Heaven Palace, the several hundred disciples of Thousand Leaves sect naturally became disciples of the High Heaven Palace. Yi Jinghan and Yang Kai weren't strangers, so she naturally recognized Yang Kai immediately. The dozen or so disciples in the hall immediately became excited and gathered around him, cupping their fists and bowing. "Greetings, Palace Master. Welcome back to the palace." Although they were bowing, all of them raised their heads to look at Yang Kai, their eyes shining with joy. It was too sudden. Yang Kai had returned without any warning, so none of them were mentally prepared for it. Looking at the familiar and unfamiliar young faces, Yang Kai smiled, a smile that came from the bottom of his heart. Raising his hand, he said, "We're family, there's no need to be so polite." Everyone stood up, but in the next moment, Yi Jinghan, whose face was flushed from excitement, suddenly changed. Turning her head to look at the other disciples, she said, "Palace Master has returned to the palace. This is a big secret. If anyone dares to leak a single word about it, they will be a traitor of our High Heaven Palace. I don't dare to say this to others, but I, Yi Jinghan, will definitely make them suffer." Yang Kai was still a traitor of the star boundary and had betrayed the demon territory a few years ago. He had fought a fierce battle with the Iron Blood Great Emperor in front of Roaring Tiger City, but had luckily escaped. After that, he was chased down by Li Wu-yi and fled to the demon territory. If news of his return to the palace were to spread, it would probably attract countless apologists to slay demons. How could the disciples not be clear about this? They immediately nodded solemnly and promised, "We won't leak it." "It's not that serious." Yang Kai laughed in spite of himself. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly raised his voice and said, "I'm back." His voice wasn't loud, but it spread to every corner of the High Heaven Palace, as if he was speaking softly in everyone's ears. Yi Jinghan's face changed once again, and she was on the verge of tears. "Palace Master, there are outsiders in our palace. It wouldn't be a big deal if they were just disciples of their own sect. After all, 90% of the disciples of the High Heaven Palace were brought up by Yang Kai from the lower star territory. There were also some disciples like the Thousand Leaves sect and the Qin family from Maplewood City. These people had a deep relationship with Yang Kai, so even if Yang Kai had become the demon race's traitor, they wouldn't have any thoughts of betrayal, nor would they do anything that would be detrimental to the High Heaven Palace. However, what kind of place was the High Heaven Palace now? It was the logistics base of the entire star boundary. Every day, every month, a large amount of spirit pills and artifacts would be sent to the front lines from here. Not only were there many alchemists and artifact refiners from the 4 territories of the star boundary gathered here, there were also some support personnel. There were at least 20,000 people from the outside world. With Yang Kai's shout, how could news of his return be concealed? It would probably spread across the entire star boundary very quickly. When that time came, Yang Kai would definitely face a great calamity. Yi Jinghan was extremely anxious, but Yang Kai acted as though nothing had happened. What's the matter? Just as they were talking, Dong Suju suddenly saw a group of people flying over and quickly let go of the 4th Master Yang's arm, putting on a dignified appearance. When the group of people approached, Dong Suju smiled and greeted, Grandmaster Ji. The one who came was Ji Ying, followed by a group of men and women, old and young, more than a dozen of them. Dong Suju recognized them as alchemy grandmasters from various territories in the star boundary. Madam Dong, 4th Master Yang. Ji Ying returned the greeting, his expression cold. Although his cultivation and status were much higher than Dong Suju and her husband, they were Yang Kai's parents. Even though he was a disciple of the great emperors, he didn't dare to slight them. Dong Suju curiously asked, "What is Grandmaster Ji doing?" She saw Ji Ying's aggressive posture and the people behind him all filled with righteous indignation, looking like they were going to collect a debt. Moreover, looking at the direction they were heading, it seemed like they were going to Yang Kai's residence, so she couldn't help but feel her heart skip a beat. "It's nothing, I heard that the palace master has returned to the sect, so Ji Ying is going to pay his respects." Although Ji Ying was annoyed with Yang Kai's actions, in front of Dong Suju, he was too embarrassed to say that he was going to cause trouble for his son. Moreover, the more he spoke, the more likely he would make a mistake, so after saying so, he excused himself and led the dozen or so alchemists away. Dong Suju looked back and frowned slightly, but soon her frown relaxed. She also knew that even if Yang Kai had somehow provoked Ji Ying wouldn't do anything to her son. At most, he would just curse him a few times. Sure enough, a moment later, Ji Ying's angry roar came from the other side. "Palace Master, we haven't seen each other for many years. This Ji really missed you." Yang Kai was speechless. He had finally cleared the area and was about to have a good chat with the madams, but before he could figure out why Zhu Qing was here, Jing had already run over. If he had come alone, it would have been fine, but he had brought more than a dozen people with him. When he spoke, he gnashed his teeth, as if he couldn't wait to eat his own flesh and drink his own blood. How could he possibly miss him? Xia Ningchang wore an apologetic expression and hurriedly said, "Fifth brother, please calm your anger. This matter is junior sister's fault. It has nothing to do with Lord Husband." Jiying raised his hand and stopped her. "Little junior sister, please don't say too much. Today, I am only looking for Yang Kai." As soon as his voice fell, another person jumped out, pointed a finger at Yang Kai, and angrily shouted, "Evil demon, you still have the face to come back?" As soon as the statement came out, Yang Kai didn't react, but Zhu Qing, Su Yan, and the others glared at the man, especially Zhu Qing. Her beautiful eyes were cold, and her dragon pressure enveloped the man, causing his face to immediately turn pale. Palace Master Yang is currently powerless to protect himself, so if Grandmaster Xia can sever her relationship with him, she will not be implicated by him. Jiying smiled bitterly and shook his head. With an outsider saying so, he really couldn't explain anything. High Heaven Palace's mountain gate was carefully built by the South Gate army in the past. After all, it was one of the top sects, so naturally, it had to be built with a majestic aura to show the heritage of a top sect. In front of the huge mountain gate, there was a horizontal plaque with the words High Heaven Palace on it. 300 meters outside the mountain gate was the protective range of the sect defending array. Looking from outside the array, it was impossible to see the scene inside High Heaven Palace, only a thick cloud of fog. However, if one were to stand inside the formation, they would be able to see the situation outside clearly. When Yang Kai arrived at the mountain gate, he saw a middle-aged man with a white face and no beard holding a long sword fiercely attacking the array. That long sword was an emperor artifact with lightning flashing on it. As it danced, the sound of thunder rang out continuously, and lightning flashed from time to time. It was an extraordinary sight to behold. Bolts of lightning bombarded the array, causing the clouds to churn continuously, but they couldn't do anything to the array at all. This array was personally arranged by the South Gate army, so even if a First-Order Emperor Realm Master died of exhaustion, he wouldn't be able to shake it. Next to the middle-aged man, there were more than a dozen Dao Source realms assisting him. They didn't cooperate with each other, each using their own secret techniques and artifacts, their moves dazzling. Kai Yang only glanced at it for a moment before giving it a fancy comment. Whether it was the middle-aged man from the Emperor Realm or the dozen Dao Source realms, their moves only looked beautiful, but they didn't have any power at all. However, these tricks didn't enter Yang Kai's eyes, but the hundreds of people watching from behind watched with keen interest, their eyes shining brightly. Chapter 36:19. Not only were they watching with great interest, but they were also shouting non-stop. 300 meters behind the middle-aged man from the Emperor Realm and the dozen or so Dao Source Realm cultivators, several young people were holding a large flag. The blood-red flag fluttered in the wind, and the words Mountain Splitter were written in black. It was unknown who had written it, but it seemed to have some skill. The silver hook and iron strokes were like dragons flying and phoenixes dancing. It was extraordinary, and the combination of red and black made it look even more ferocious. At this moment, as their sect elders attacked, the young people holding the flag shouted in unison, "Mountain Splitter Old Ancestor, divine technique is boundless." The hundreds of people behind them also shouted in unison. Their expressions were fanatical, as if they wanted to turn the sky upside down. The man from the Emperor Realm attacked a few more times, and the people holding the flag shouted in unison again, "Soaring Firmament Demon, bow down and accept your death." The sword light became brighter and brighter, and the sword momentum became more and more destructive. Layers of sword light danced together, and the figure of the man from the Emperor Realm could barely be seen. His Emperor Chi surged out, rolling up a wave of energy. The person holding the flag shouted at the right time, "Subdue demons, Mountain Splitter first." The destructive sword light suddenly condensed into a single point, and the momentum of the Emperor Realm was fully displayed. The middle-aged Emperor Realm Master looked solemn as he pointed his sword at the array and shouted, "Go!" A beam of sword light blasted into the array, and then, it disappeared without a trace. The people from behind shouted again, "Mountain Splitter, Mountain Splitter, Star World Third." At least they had some self-awareness and didn't shout the slogan of first and second. A few hundred meters away, Yang Kai stood in the array, looking forward with a strange expression. It was a mess. The scene in front of him could only be described as a mess. He couldn't help but turn to Xianxia and ask, "Are all the people who have been looking for trouble these past few years this kind of trash?" The chief executive coughed lightly. "Most of them are, but there are a few who have a little bit of skill." Although Xianxia was only a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, she was still from Star Soul Palace, the Orthodox sect of the Southern Territory. The training she received was not something these rising stars could compare to. Although many people from the Emperor realm had appeared under the Star World energy tide, most of them were good and bad. Most of those who came here to cause trouble and step on the High Heaven Palace, they weren't really capable, so they naturally wouldn't enter her eyes. You're spoiling them. Yang Kai sneered softly. Although he said so, he also knew that it wasn't that the High Heaven Palace was spoiling them. It was just that the High Heaven Palace had been in an awkward situation in the past few years. The great emperors had ordered the mountain to be sealed, and no one dared to activate the sect defending array when Yang Kai wasn't around. In addition, they also had to worry about Yang Kai's reputation, so they could only let them do as they pleased. Outside the array, the middle-aged Emperor Realm Master was in high spirits. He had been cultivating hard for many years, but his cultivation had been stagnant at the peak of the Third Order Dao Source Realm. There was no hope for him to break through, and he didn't have much time left. He thought that he could only waste his life here, and there was no hope for him to see the mysteries of the Emperor Realm. Discouraged, he abandoned all restraint and acted unscrupulously. Who would have thought that after the outbreak of the War of the Two Realms, there would be a new phenomenon in the Star World? He didn't know if this great world had sensed some kind of crisis, but the world principles had repaired itself and created an energy tide, making it much easier for many cultivators to cultivate than before. One day, when the middle-aged Emperor Realm Master was reminiscing about the flowers, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration and entered a meditative state. When he woke up again, he had inexplicably broken through to the Emperor Realm. He was wild with joy and surprise. The middle-aged Emperor Realm Master couldn't believe that such a good thing had fallen into his lap. A breakthrough was equivalent to a new life. He sorted out his state of mind, found a quiet place, and went into seclusion for 3 years to stabilize his cultivation. The day he came out of seclusion, he established his own sect. The name of the sect was taken from his own name, the Mountain-Splitting Sect. However, at this moment, the War of the Two Realms was in full swing. The 4 territories of the Star World had all received the conscription order from the great emperors. Countless cultivators stepped onto the nearest space array and rushed to the battlefield in the Western Territory with hot blood to fight against the demon race. For the Star World, this was a good thing, but for the middle-aged Emperor Realm Master, it was a terrible thing. There was no other reason. Since he had established a sect, he naturally had to open his doors and accept disciples. In normal times, if a sect was established in the Emperor Realm, even if it was just a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, the number of applicants would be as many as carps crossing the river. They could easily support a medium-sized sect. But now, most of the cultivator with a little cultivation had gone to the Western Territory. He couldn't recruit anyone even if he wanted to. Those he could recruit were all low-level cultivators. The middle-aged Emperor Realm Master was worried. He was really worried. For this reason, he went to visit an old friend of his. That old friend's situation was basically similar to his. He had also wasted many years in the Third Order Dao Source Realm and had no hope of breaking through. He had only recently broken through to the Emperor Realm. However, he had established a sect and easily recruited thousands of disciples. Since then, he had been living a high and mighty life. The beautiful female disciples under him were simply dazzling to the eyes, making one's heart beat faster. After asking for advice, he learned that his old friend had once led people to the High Heaven Palace to eliminate the demon race. Although the High Heaven Palace's sect protecting array was powerful and his old friend couldn't do anything to the High Heaven Palace, after the news spread, the sect gate was immediately flattened by people who came to learn from him. His old friend had pointed out a bright path, but the middle-aged Emperor Realm Master was a little worried. They had just joined the Mountain-Splitting Sect not long ago, so they did not know how strong this middle-aged man was. Now, it seemed that their sect master's methods were simply unfathomable. If they were like this, then there was no need to mention the hundreds of disciples behind them. The few young men holding the flag were stunned for a moment before they roared loudly, "Mountain-splitting old ancestor, the divine technique is boundless. Demon-soaring firmament, bow down and accept your death. Mountain-splitting old ancestor, The divine technique is boundless. Demons soaring firmament, bow down and accept your death. A series of shouts shook the sky, bolstering the prestige of their old ancestor. The cheers that were pleasing to his ears a moment ago were now noisy and grating. The middle-aged man wished he could turn around and sew up the mouths of these people who did not have eyes. The array no longer churned, and a 10-meter-long passage stretched to the entrance of the High Heaven Palace. Only now did the middle-aged man have a chance to see the majesty of the High Heaven Palace. The three shining words made him almost unable to open his eyes. He had no choice but to open his eyes as a group of people stood in front of the gate. The leader of this group was a young man with a dignified appearance, starry eyes, and sword-like eyebrows. The corners of his mouth were slightly curled as he looked at the middle-aged man indifferently. The other party was not standing very high, but the middle-aged Emperor Realm Master could not help but have an illusion that this person was like a god, looking down at him from high above. He could not help but bend his waist a little. Beside the young man, there were numerous women with different dispositions, but all of them were exceedingly beautiful. It was rare for any of these women to be seen normally, yet at this moment, they had appeared in groups and were gathered around the young man like a myriad of stars surrounding the moon. This allowed everyone to understand with a single glance that the young man was the one in charge here, and the others were merely foils. Not only that, there was a large group of people standing behind him, all of them looking unfriendly. Several of them were emitting the aura of the Emperor Realm. Although most of them were first-order masters, similar to the middle-aged man, their auras were much stronger than his. This undoubtedly showed that their strength was higher than his, otherwise, they would not be acting like this. He had accidentally poked a hornet's nest. The middle-aged Emperor Realm Master's heart turned cold. Which sects have acted like the mountain-splitting sect in the past few years? Did you remember? Yang Kai turned to look at her. Hua Qingxi glanced at him and showed a helpless look. How could she not know what he was thinking? However, she still nodded and said, "I remember." It was because she understood Yang Kai that she remembered all the sects that had come to provoke and cause trouble in the past few years, all for the sake of today's question from Yang Kai. Yang Kai grinned. "Very good. I'll have to trouble Sister Hua to take some people to those sects and send all the cultivator above the Origin King realm to the Western Territory battlefield." The Western Territory? I'm afraid there will be some big movements in the near future. We are currently lacking people. Hua Qingxi bowed her head and said, "Yes." Meng Wei gnashed his teeth in pain. After hesitating for a moment, he asked, "Palace Master, there won't be any problems with this, right?" There was another explanation for killing the people who came to provoke them, but forcing them to serve in the Western Territory battlefield was a bit unreasonable. One had to know that the recruitment orders issued by the great emperors in the past few years were voluntary. Even the great emperors did not force anyone to participate in the War of the Two Worlds. Yang Kai's actions were too overbearing. What problems can there be? Yang Kai smiled happily. If they want to make a name for their sect, the best place to do so is on the battlefield. That's a good place to make a name for themselves. Me sending them there is a way to help them achieve their goals. Everyone was speechless. The battlefield was indeed a good place to make a name for oneself, but the premise was that one had to survive. In the past few years, the half-saint of the demon territory and the false emperor of the star boundary had fallen on the battlefield. Who could guarantee that they could escape unscathed from such a great war? However, those guys had been hiding in the Northern Territory all these years to enjoy life, so they were not worthy of sympathy. Just as they were talking, Yang Kai suddenly let out a soft cry of surprise and turned his head to look into the High Heaven Palace. Everyone did not know what was going on, so they all looked in that direction. A moment later, a stream of light shot out from the sect and flew to the front, revealing a young man with an arrogant and indifferent expression. After he appeared, he did not look at anyone but Yang Kai. In an instant, everyone looked at this young man vigilantly, as if they were facing a great enemy. For no other reason than the fact that this young man was showing extremely obvious hostility towards Yang Kai, as if he was facing an enemy. This young man was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, but his aura was extremely powerful, not inferior to that of an ordinary third-order Emperor Realm Master. Yang Kai could even kill someone who provoked and made trouble, let alone someone who had the intention to snatch a woman from him. Originally, he had made up his mind not to tangle with Yang Kai anymore. He would go back and say a few soft words, and today's matter would be reduced to a small matter. Who would have thought that the situation would take a turn and the great emperors would actually send an order? This was really a case of good being rewarded with good, and evil with evil. It wasn't that there wasn't any retribution, it was just that the time hadn't come yet. Zhou Cheng's heart was filled with excitement. He subconsciously felt that Yang Kai was definitely going to suffer. No matter how capable he was, if the great emperors really wanted to deal with him, he would definitely not be able to escape death. Once the jade disc was released, everyone bowed their heads and listened to the order, including Yang Kai. Hyoji's lips curled into a sneer. Originally, the person who sent the order was not him. After all, this kind of thing could be done by just sending someone else. There was no need for him, the son of the great emperors, to personally do it. However, he forcibly took on this task. One of the reasons was because he wanted to see Yang Kai's respectful attitude in front of him. Although this respect was for the great emperors and not him, it was a fact that he bowed his head in front of him. Among the loud cheers, Hyoji shouted, "By the decree of the great emperors, the High Heaven Palace Master Yang Kai has risked his life alone and become the demon race's territory to spy on the enemy. This is a great merit. From today onwards, the High Heaven Palace's order to seal off the High Heaven Palace is revoked. Disciples of the High Heaven Palace may freely enter and leave." Hyoji's voice was not loud, but he circulated his emperor's chi, so it spread throughout the High Heaven Palace. After a brief moment of silence, the High Heaven Palace instantly boiled over. If the great emperors had specially passed down a decree to clarify Yang Kai and High Heaven Palace's name as a traitor to the evil sect as compensation, then this appointment was a great favor. What made Yang Kai even more surprised was why the great emperors wanted him to prepare and establish a legion. He had told the great emperors in the Seven Mist Sea that he would have many things to deal with in the coming days. How could he have the time to prepare a legion? What's more, now that Yu Ru Meng, Bai Li Mo, Chang Tian, and the others had arrived in the astral realm, they had many masters under them. The passage between the two worlds was sealed by Yang Kai. The demon race was isolated and without help, but the astral realm's army was ready to go. No matter how one looked at it, it was only a matter of time before the demon race was wiped out. What was the point of having more or less legions? But the great emperors must have their own reasons for doing this. Even if Yang Kai didn't understand, he could only suppress his doubts. He was going to ask Li Wuyi about the situation when he had time, or ask Zhan Wuhen. In any case, he had his own space spirit bead, so it was convenient for him to communicate. "Yang Kai, you still don't want to accept the order?" Yao Si snorted, a look of disdain appearing on his face. Yang Kai acting so respectfully in front of him was very pleasing to the eye, but this kind of act of giving benefits to others made him very uncomfortable. "High Heaven Palace, Yang Kai, accept the order." Yang Kai had no choice but to shout loudly, respectfully stepped forward, and received the jade plate. The moment it entered his hand, the jade plate flowed with brilliance, and after a while, it changed into a ferocious order with the words, "My son," written on it. This should be the order of the Legion commander. Not only was it a symbol of status, it also contained a secret divine technique that was sealed by the great emperors. It was hard to say how powerful it was, but it was definitely not something that a half-saint false emperor could contend against. It could be said that this was a life-saving talisman, A treasure that could save one's life at a critical moment. The Legion commander's role was very important. If they were really careless and fell on the battlefield, the entire army would be scattered. Therefore, every order of the Legion commander had been refined by the great emperors, sealing a different divine technique inside. The great emperors had an agreement with the demon saint not to appear on the battlefield, but this kind of thing was not included in the agreement. Congratulations, Palace Master. Congratulations, Palace Master. You are now the Legion commander of the GZ army. From now on, wherever your son goes, all demons will retreat. Hua Qingxi congratulated with a smile. As soon as she opened her mouth, the surrounding people immediately became noisy and congratulatory voices filled the air. Zhou Cheng's face turned pale again. The reason why Hyoji took this job and came to the High Heaven Palace was because he wanted to avenge his sister Yao Lin and also because he wanted the position of Legion Commander of the GZ army. It wasn't that he was too utilitarian, but because of his background, he had to be the Legion Commander. Most of the 10 great emperors of the Star Boundary didn't have any children, and even if they did, they were all daughters. Only the great emperors of the Serene Soul, Yao Jun, had a son and a daughter. In other words, Hyoji could be said to be the leader of the entire Star Boundary's younger generation. As the son of the great emperors, he had done well. He hadn't cultivated the flowing time great emperor for too long, but he had already reached the second-order emperor realm. In time, even if he couldn't reach the height of the great emperors of the Serene Soul, he would definitely become a fake emperor. If the opportunity came, he might even be able to comprehend the heavenly way. So far, all the Legion commanders of the Star Boundary's 54 Corps were third-order Emperor Realm Masters who had been famous for a long time. The younger generation didn't have this opportunity yet. Firstly, their cultivation wasn't enough, and secondly, their temperament wasn't enough. The position of Legion Commander was very important, so who would dare to trust the younger generation? Hyoji wanted to be the first, and he had to be the first. It wasn't for himself, but for the Serene Soul Palace and more importantly, for the great emperors of the Serene Soul. He fought desperately against the demon race on the battlefield, constantly training himself and accumulating merits. His position in the army was also constantly promoted. Now, he was the Deputy Legion Commander of a certain corps, only one step away from the goal he had set for himself. In less than a year, at most half a year, he would be qualified to be a Legion Commander. At that time, it would be time for him to prove himself to the entire Star Boundary. His strength wasn't due to his birth, and his achievements were all earned through his own hard work. Who would have thought that just as his wish was about to be fulfilled, Yang Kai would suddenly appear out of nowhere and become a Legion Commander faster than him? If it was any other Legion Commander, it wouldn't be a big deal, but this was the GZ army, the beginning of a corps. It wasn't easy to establish a corps. The first thing that had to be solved was the problem of numbers. Although there were still many cultivators in the Star Boundary that hadn't been recruited, there weren't many corps left. Even if it was Hyoji's turn to be the next corps, it would only be the Wuxian army, which was inferior to the GZ army. There was no way to coordinate unless they managed to snatch Yang Kai's GZ army. Therefore, Hyoji came to challenge him, but was sent flying by Zhu Qing with a single punch. How could he not be angry? Yang Kai nodded slightly and said, "So, if you win against me, this GZ army will be yours?" Too much nonsense. Are you going to fight or not? Fight, fight, fight. Yang Kai couldn't help but nod. His face was full of joy as he stood there, beaming with joy. He waved at Hyoji and said, "Since you insist on fighting, then this king can only do as you wish. Make your move." He had made up his mind. As long as Hyoji made his move, he would immediately surrender. In his opinion, the Legion Commander of the GZ army wasn't as practical as the Legion Commander's order. Moreover, he really didn't have the time to establish and manage a corps. If he could throw this hot potato to Hyoji at this time, it would be something that he couldn't wish for more. Hyoji's realm was a bit low, but his strength wasn't low either. He was from the Serene Soul Palace and had fought on the battlefield for many years. He was very familiar with the situation on the battlefield and was definitely more qualified to be the Legion commander than Yang Kai. Hyoji narrowed his eyes and looked at him. How could he not see that Yang Kai was deliberately letting him win? However, he definitely wouldn't say that he had an unfair advantage. Yang Kai didn't resist, that was Yang Kai's business. Yang Kai had come here to defeat Yang Kai. He only cared about the result. The process wasn't important. This was because he firmly believed that even if Yang Kai attacked with all his strength, he would definitely be no match for him. He had this confidence because he was Hyoji, the son of Serene Soul. However, Hyoji still glanced at Zhu Qing standing next to Yang Kai. He didn't care about the others, but this bad-tempered Huolong really made him wary. Yang Kai chuckled and said, "Qing, step aside." Zhu Qing glanced at Hyoji and retreated without saying a word. With no more obstacles and no more hesitation, Hyoji rushed forward, his emperor's qi surging and the divine technique secretly prepared. No matter how Yang Kai responded, he had already used all his strength. At this moment, Hyoji suddenly felt the surge of a woman's divine sense nearby and sent a message to Yang Kai. He glanced at the woman and recognized that she should be the chief steward of the High Heaven Palace, Hua Qingxi. He didn't know what Hua Qingxi said to Yang Kai, but Yang Kai's expression froze for a moment before his eyes lit up. An extremely dangerous aura rushed towards him, and in the next moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him, almost touching his face. Hyoji was shocked, and as he whispered in his heart, "Space Divine Technique," the divine technique he had secretly prepared was instantly displayed. As the son of the great emperors of Serene Soul, Hyoji had been influenced by the great emperors since childhood, so he was naturally proficient in spiritual energy. His most powerful move was naturally a soul secret technique. His divine sense surged like a tide and pure spiritual energy turned into 999 small sharp swords, breaking through Yang Kai's knowledge sea and stabbing into Yang Kai's knowledge sea. If it were an ordinary person, they wouldn't dare to do this, because such a fierce move was very likely to directly kill the opponent. He and Yang Kai didn't have a life and death feud, so there was naturally no need for him to do this, but since Hyoji had displayed this move, he naturally had a way to control it. Even if the 999 small swords rushed into Yang Kai's knowledge sea, he could still control them, ensuring that they wouldn't harm Yang Kai's life. Hyoji's mouth curved into a sneer. He naturally knew that Yang Kai had the space divine technique, so if Yang Kai had fought with him, it would have been a little troublesome, but since Yang Kai had actually recklessly rushed in front of him, it could only be said that this guy had overestimated himself. Yang Kai had destroyed his furnace of heaven and earth impermanence pills. He couldn't do anything to Yang Kai, but he could still throw some dirty water at him. What narrow-minded person and how he would seek revenge for the smallest grievance were just his alarmist words. But then again, after what happened today, Zhou Qing really couldn't stay in the High Heaven Palace any longer. If he really stayed here, even if Yang Kai didn't make a fuss about it, Meng Wuya probably wouldn't let Zhou Qing have a good life. Meng Wuya's attitude before he left was self-evident. Not long after, only Hyoji, who had his soul separated from his body by the Furious Lotus secret technique, and the High Heaven Palace's first and second stewards were left outside the mountain gate. Bian Yuqing couldn't bear to see a pile of filthy things in front of her house. She collected the corpses of the people she had killed and threw them far away. When she returned, she glanced at Hyoji. "He hasn't woken up yet?" Hua Qingxi smiled. "Palace master said it would take an incense stick to burn, so it will take an incense stick to burn. It's not time yet, but it should be soon." Bian Yuqing nodded. She raised her head and looked at the sky, squinting slightly. "Today's weather is really good." Hua Qingxi also said, "Yes, it's really good." Yang Kai returned to the palace. The great emperors passed down an order to reopen the mountain gate. The GZ Army's Legion commander. Today's events happened one after another. It was too much to take in, but they were all joyous events. However, the great emperors didn't object to Yang Kai becoming the army commander of the GZ army. This meant that Yang Kai had the ability to do so. Therefore, Hyoji had never underestimated Yang Kai. In fact, before coming here he had even deliberately estimated Yang Kai's strength and thought that he was a level higher than him. One move. In other words, he had fallen into a deep sleep after just one move. Furthermore, this was under the condition that his spirit and cultivation were at full strength. He had never expected to be crushed like this before coming here. Hua Qingxi smiled again. Actually, there are many other benefits to winning against this person from the Yao family. It's just that time was short, so I didn't have time to tell the palace master in detail. Bian Yuqing asked curiously, what other benefits are there? Hua Qingxi pursed her lips and said, think about it. If he was in the GZ army, whether he was willing or not, he would have to manage the GZ army well. Furthermore, as the son of the great emperors, he has many advantages that ordinary people can't reach, whether it's in terms of recruitment of personnel or material preparation. I heard that although the legions are united in dealing with the demon race, there are many times when they quarrel endlessly over the division of spoils and the allocation of personnel. Although the palace master is strong, his seniority isn't high. Many of the legions are involved with him. At times like this, the palace master can't bring himself to quarrel with those seniors. However, this person from the Yao family is different. His seniority isn't high, but his background is. If we really encounter such trouble in the future, it would be best if he stepped forward. He wouldn't let our GZ army suffer a loss. These words were not wrong. There were indeed many legions who were involved with Yang Kai. Those who had ordinary relationships with him, such as Bing Yun and Wen Zishan, had quite a good relationship with Yang Kai. If there was really a time to divide the spoils, and when Zishan came to Yang Kai and said that he wanted 70% and he would give him 30%, Wen Zishan might really do it. After all, he was used to being shameless. If it really came to that, Yang Kai would probably have a headache. However, if it was Hyoji who negotiated with Wen Zishan, he would definitely get a reasonable allocation. Bian Yuqing's beautiful eyes lit up when she heard this. Sister Hua is really smart. You even thought of this. Hua Qingxi smiled when she heard this. One must be loyal to the emperor. There's no harm in thinking more. He's awake. While the two women were talking, Hyoji, who had been standing there in a daze, finally reacted. His empty eyes gradually regained their color, and the muscles on his face twitched slightly. An incense stick's worth of time passed, no more and no less. Hyoji woke up very quickly. As soon as Hua Qingxi finished speaking, he completely woke up. When Hyoji heard this, his narrowed eyes suddenly opened, and he said coldly, "Is that what you meant when you said that?" Hua Qingxi smiled faintly at him. Taking charge of the army is naturally taking charge of the army. He wants me to work under him? Hyoji's tone was extremely unfriendly. Below one person and above millions. Hua Qingxi looked at him with a sincere expression, and there was a hint of persuasion in his tone. Wishful thinking. Hyoji was furious. It was already embarrassing enough that he lost, and now he was actually being asked to work under Yang Kai. This was simply intolerable. Although he was only a vice army commander now, he was under another army commander, but that was because Li Wuyi had appointed him, so he had nothing to say. However, if he were to become Yang Kai's subordinate, he might as well kill him. Hua Qingxi didn't have much of a reaction when she heard this. Instead, she smiled faintly and said, "If that's the case, then forget it. Palace Master said that he won't force anyone to do anything they don't want to do. Master Yao, please return." This response was extremely unexpected to Hyoji. He stared at Hua Qingxi in a daze for a long time before confirming that she wasn't lying. Then he coldly snorted, turned around, and walked towards the space array. He moved very quickly and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Bian Yuqing opened her mouth, but before she could say anything, Hua Qingxi suddenly waved her hand, and Bian Yuqing immediately closed her mouth. Now that the great emperors had granted them a generous reward, the Southern Territories branch sects were still unaware of the situation. When Bian Yuqing went over and reported the news, the entire Southern Territories branch sects burst into cheers. Hearing that the GZ army had been established and that Yang Kai had been appointed as its army commander, all the disciples above the Origin King realm rushed to sign up. 90% of the disciples of the High Heaven Palace were brought up by Yang Kai from the territory of the Lower Star. A large number of them were from Shadowed Star's High Heaven sect, and many of them were outstanding cultivators selected from the various cultivation stars in the Hung Luo star field. These people had been in the star boundary for a long time, and all of them had greatly improved their strength. There were at least 30,000 to 40,000 cultivators above the Origin King realm, and many Dao Source realm cultivators had also recently appeared. Although there were fewer cultivators in the Emperor realm, it was not a big problem for them to establish a framework. As long as the framework was established, it would not be too late to slowly expand the army in the future. The main sect and the branch sects were bustling with activity. High Heaven Peak was also in full swing. The room was filled with a decadent atmosphere, and the ground was covered with scattered clothes. On the big bed, several naked bodies were entangled, and the sound of collision was endless. The little senior sister's veil had been torn off, revealing her beautiful face that ordinary people could not see. Su Yan's hair was flying in the wind, and Shanqing Luo was dripping with sweat. Shuiyu had long been turned into a pile of mud, lying on the edge of the bed, gasping for breath, her body convulsing uncontrollably. On the battlefield, only Zhu Qing was still struggling to hold on. As the water and milk blended together, the dragon roars continued. Unlike the other four women, this was the first time Zhu Qing had experienced this kind of battle. Originally, she was unwilling as she could not bring herself to do it. After hesitating for a long time, her clothes were torn apart by Shanqing Luo, and Yang Kai took advantage of her, causing her will to crumble instantly. When she first met Yang Kai, she was invaded by his dragon nature, causing her to lose her mind and allow Yang Kai to take advantage of her. Now, in this kind of environment, how could she resist? In the end, she could only comply with Yang Kai's wishes. She was the first to go, but she still managed to hold on until now. After all, in the dragon race, her physical fitness was not something Su Yan and the others could compare with. Lying on the side, Shanqing Luo's seductive eyes were like silk as she gently gritted her teeth and whispered in Su Yan's ear, "Damn it, how can this woman's physical strength be so good?" Su Yan did not even have the strength to move a finger, so how could she have the strength to answer her? Putting the teacup on the table with a heavy thud, Hyoji spoke for the second time. "Palace Master Yang. That's right, in the years that I wasn't here, did anything big happen in the palace?" Yang Kai seemed to be completely against Hyoji, and as soon as he opened his mouth, he would immediately interrupt him. Hua Qingxi lowered her eyes, replying to Palace Master, "After you left, the great emperors ordered the High Heaven Palace to seal off the mountain. In the past few years, the palace has not had any contact with the outside world, and has only been responsible for refining pills and tools. There hasn't been anything big." "That's good." Yang Kai nodded lightly. "That's good. Palace Master Yang." Hyoji was already gnashing his teeth. Yang Kai looked at Hua Qingxi again, and just as he opened his mouth, Hyoji suddenly stood up and slammed his palm on the table. With a bang, the table shattered, and the several jade slips that recorded the information of the 20,000 disciples also exploded into powder. "Yang Kai!" Hyoji said each word clearly, the veins on his forehead bulging. Yang Kai looked at him in surprise. Brother Yao, why are you so angry? Is there anything that Towering Palace has done wrong in our hospitality? He turned his head and said to Xianxia, Head Chief, Brother Yao came to my High Heaven Palace, so you should treat him well. Did you neglect him in any way? Look at him now, you've angered Brother Yao. What a scandal. Xianxia lowered her head, not knowing how to answer. If she were in Hyoji's shoes, she probably wouldn't treat him well either. She just couldn't understand why Yang Kai was doing this. If it was said that the delay of 4 days before was pardonable, it was because the palace master and the madams were inseparable from each other. But now, it was somewhat wrong to ignore them several times. Was it a show of strength? But there was no need for that. Seeing that Yang Kai was pretending to be confused, Hyoji was so angry that he laughed. Good, very good. Yang Kai, 7 days ago we had a bet, and I lost, so I have nothing to say. You wanted me to be the commander of the GZ army, and I kept my word. You ignored me for 4 days and I endured it. But if you still have this attitude today, then don't blame me for turning hostile. Yang Kai asked curiously, Brother Yao, did you just say that you came here to take up the position of commander of the GZ army? Hyoji frowned and subconsciously glanced at Xianxia. He thought that Xianxia had made the decision on her own without informing Yang Kai, so he couldn't help but ask, Did you not know about this? Yang Kai smiled. The head chief reported this to me, so how could I not know? Hyoji was furious. If you already know, then why ask? Yang Kai pointed at his own nose. Then does Brother Yao know what my current position is? Hyoji said coldly, The great emperors have decreed that the palace master of the High Heaven Palace, Yang Kai, will be the commander of the GZ army. This matter has already been passed through the 7 Mist Sea and spread to all the armies. Yang Kai nodded, You will be the commander of the GZ army, and I will be the commander of the GZ army. As he spoke, the smile on Yang Kai's face slowly disappeared, and he slowly straightened his back. The aura of a high-tier demon king surged, and his figure seemed to have grown much taller. His voice was solemn as he said, Since you know these 2 things, and have you ever treated yourself as a member of the GZ army, why should I care about you when you don't know your own limits? Xianxia, who had her head lowered all this time, suddenly understood. No wonder Yang Kai had always ignored Hyoji, and even deliberately changed the topic a few times to ignore him. It turned out that it was a matter of attitude. However, Yang Kai wasn't wrong. Hyoji coming to the GZ army as the commander would only bring benefits to the GZ army. However, if he didn't treat himself as a member of the GZ army, then he wouldn't be able to consider the GZ army at all times. Yang Kai was indeed trying to show off his power, but it wasn't to establish his prestige, nor was it to humiliate him. It was just to change Hyoji's attitude and position. Hyoji said angrily, If I didn't treat myself as a member of the GZ army, then I wouldn't be standing here right now, and I wouldn't be humiliated by you. Yang Kai shook his head, No one is humiliating you. You're standing here right now, and you're talking to me as the son of the great emperors, not as the commander of the GZ army. If you don't understand this, then you can go back to where you came from. The GZ army doesn't need you. Chapter 3630. Xianxia was indeed hatched by Yang Kai and was adopted by Yang Kai. He even gave himself the name Soaring to the Heavens, but in the end he was still the son of Fu Dun and Zhu Yan, and the bloodline of the dragon race flowed in his body. When Xianxia was still in the dragon egg, he couldn't hatch because of congenital deficiency. Originally, according to the rules of the dragon race, he was to be placed in the dragon tomb, but Fu Dun was eager to love his son and secretly hid him on an isolated island. As a result, he was hatched by Yang Kai and was born. Fu Dun doted on Xianxia to the extreme and couldn't wait to pour her heart and soul into Xianxia. If Xianxia hadn't pretended to have an impure bloodline, it would have been impossible for him to leave Dragon Island with Yang Kai. She took her son away, but failed to take good care of him. Now that he had entered the Four Seasons realm, there was no news of him. Fu Dun was naturally annoyed. When she got the news, she even prepared to kill her way to the demon territory to settle accounts with Yang Kai. Fortunately, the martial beast Mo Huang stopped her, otherwise she might have really done it. She didn't manage to go to the demon territory, so she wanted Yang Kai to give her an explanation. The main reason why Zhu Qing appeared in the High Heaven Palace was that Fu Dun left her behind to send a message to Yang Kai. Yang Kai also had a headache. How could he go to Dragon Island to give her an explanation? If he really went to Dragon Island at this time, he would be beaten up by Fu Dun. The second elder had never been reasonable. But then again, whether it was for Yang Xiao, that stinky brat, or for his little sister Yang Shui, Yang Kai had to go to the Four Seasons realm to investigate. But Yang Kai really couldn't have much hope in this matter. Fu Dun had investigated for half a year and found no clues, so it would be useless for him to go. In order to comfort his parents, Yang Kai had to go. In addition, he still had to go to the Star Soul Palace, so the trip to the Southern Territory was imperative. But before that, he still had another place to investigate. It wasn't just Yao Xi's excuse, it was a fact that he had many things to do. 10 days after returning to the High Heaven Palace, Yang Kai stepped back into the space array under the gazes of Su Yen and the others. With a thought, a dazzling white light from the space array shrouded him. When the light dissipated, Yang Kai was gone. When he reappeared, he was in a treehouse. Eastern Territory, Ancients' Wild Ancient Lands. This was the dwelling place of the Stone Puppet Clan, and this treehouse was a small treehouse. Yang Kai had left a space array here back then, so naturally it would appear here now. Walking out of the treehouse, Yang Kai didn't see a single living creature. The Stone Mongoose clan and their symbiotic Wood Spirit clan were on the battlefield in the Western Territory, fighting against the demon race. This place had been devoid of life for several years, but the spirit fruits and spirit herbs planted by the Wood Spirit clan were growing well. Yang Kai casually plucked a red fruit and ate it as he flew up into the sky. Wherever he passed, there was little life. The Wild Ancient Lands was a remote place, but after the outbreak of the War of the Two Worlds, most of the monster race here had followed the Luan Feng and the others to the battlefield, leaving behind only the old, the weak, and the sick. Compared to when he first came to the Wild Ancient Lands, this place was much lonelier. Yang Kai wanted to go to the Blood Door, Tianxing Palace, and the Divine Spirit Palace. Yang Xiao and Yang Shui had entered the Four Seasons realm and there was no news of them. Zhang Ruoxi and Xiao Xiao had also entered the Blood Door and there was no news of them. Zhang Ruoxi and Xiao Xiao had been in the Blood Door for more than 10 years. Even though Mingyu had died, how could the sect of the great emperors be shaken so casually? The reason for this change was that Star Soul Palace was suffering from internal problems. What Yang Kai saw was a huge 5-colored treasure pagoda suspended midair, and the flowing 5-colored light was overflowing from this pagoda. This pagoda was Star Soul Palace's most precious treasure, and Yang Kai had entered it to gain experience in the past. There were many mysteries contained within it, and the High Heaven Palace's 1,000 illusionary dream realm was obtained from this 5-colored treasure pagoda. The 5-colored treasure pagoda was divided into 5 levels, and each level contained a boundless world. It was extremely mysterious. This treasure was also an ancient exotic treasure and was extremely precious. The 5-colored treasure pagoda was the reason why Star Soul Palace had such a vast heritage. At this moment, the floating pagoda was trembling, and Yang Kai could see a number of people around the pagoda with solemn expressions, desperately forming seals to maintain its stability. Lei Hong, Shuizheng Mao, and Xiao Yuyang, the three great elders, had all appeared, along with a dozen or so others from the Emperor realm assisting them. There were also countless Dao Source realm cultivators gathered around the pagoda, but at this moment, all of them were pale and sweating profusely. Chapter 36-31. Although Yang Kai didn't know what had happened to the five-colored treasure pagoda, it was obvious that the situation was not good. His figure flickered as he arrived beside Lei Hong, his demonic qi surging madly as he slapped his palms towards the pagoda in an attempt to help maintain its stability. Unexpectedly, when he tried to release his demonic qi, he couldn't enter the pagoda at all and was repelled by the five-colored light. Yang Kai wasn't a disciple of Star Soul Palace and hadn't cultivated the orthodox secret arts of Star Soul Palace, so the five-colored treasure pagoda didn't accept his strength at all. Suddenly, demonic qi surged, causing the expressions of all the masters from Star Soul Palace to change drastically, thinking that the demon Heavenly Tao had invaded their sect, but after seeing that it was Yang Kai, they finally calmed down. Xiao Yuyang and Shuizheng Mao nodded slightly to Yang Kai before focusing on maintaining the stability of the pagoda. Yang Kai turned his head to look at Lei Hong. "Great Elder, what happened?" Lei Hong's expression was solemn. As his hands formed seals, he replied, "Her Royal Highness entered the Yin Yang Pagoda to refine this treasure. Now, it seems that something has happened. The Yin Yang Pagoda wants to break through the void and leave." Yang Kai was shocked. The tower's abnormality was caused by junior sister Lan? Only now did he know that this five-colored treasure pagoda was called the Universe Tower. Before this, he didn't know the true name of this treasure. Lei Hong nodded solemnly, "Yes." Yang Kai angrily said, "Why didn't you stop her?" The Universe Tower was an ancient exotic treasure that had existed since the founding of Star Soul Palace. The great emperors Mingyu had personally refined it and made it the ultimate treasure of the palace. When the great emperors Mingyu were alive, Star Soul Palace's supreme majesty was unshakable, but now that the great emperors Mingyu were gone, Lan Xun, as the only descendant of Mingyu, naturally had to shoulder the heavy burden of revitalizing Star Soul Palace. Her current cultivation wasn't very high, only the First Order Emperor realm, so she could only rely on treasures. In the Star Soul Palace, the only thing she could rely on was the Universe Tower. If she could refine the Universe Tower, even if the Bright Moon Great Emperors were no longer around, Star Soul Palace would still be able to maintain its former glory. If she could refine the Universe Tower, even if Lan Xun was only a First Order Emperor Realm Master, her strength would increase greatly. She had inherited the Bright Moon body of the Great Emperor's Bright Moon, so she had inherited her father's Bright Moon body. She was the only one who could refine the Universe Tower. But she was too anxious. What kind of treasure was the Universe Pagoda? Not to mention a trivial First Order Emperor Realm Master, even a fake emperor might not be able to refine it, which was why it had caused such a huge commotion. She snuck in. Lei Hong gritted his teeth. If he knew Lan Xun's plan, how could he not stop her? The great emperors were dead, so Lan Xun was the last hope and pillar of Star Soul Palace. More than 10 days ago, he brought the Bright Moon Fa shed back from the Seven Mist Sea. Everyone in Star Soul Palace mourned. In front of the great emperor's mourning hall, from the elders to the disciples, all wore mourning clothes. Lan Xun knelt for several days, motionless. 3 days ago, she suddenly stood up. Everyone asked her where she was going, but she didn't answer. Although Xiao Chen followed her, he was knocked to the ground by Lan Xun in a moment of carelessness. When he came back to his senses, Lan Xun had already rushed into the Universe Tower. She should have obtained a special seal left behind by the great emperor's bright moon. Chapter 36-34. This made him vigilant. Yang Kai had encountered more than a dozen small worlds, but without exception, they all had no intelligence and could only act on instinct. This little girl actually knew how to follow him, which showed that she was somewhat different from the other small worlds. However, the other party was not very courageous, belonging to the type that was as timid as a mouse. When he saw her yesterday, she immediately ran away. Although she did not run when she saw him today, she immediately hid behind the mound and peeked her small head in Yang Kai's direction, blinking her two big eyes. Yang Kai frowned, not knowing what she was doing. Since she was following him, why was she so afraid of him? Was it just curiosity? Without thinking too much, he turned around and left. Seeing that Yang Kai was about to leave, the little girl opened her mouth, her face red, her fists clenched, as if she wanted to shout something, but no matter how hard she tried, she could not make the slightest sound. She was very anxious. Yang Kai walked more than a dozen feet, suddenly stopped, then turned around and walked towards the little girl. Seeing this, the anxious Nan Nan showed a touch of joy, but as Yang Kai approached, she retreated step by step. Her movements were not fast, and her steps were very small, her skirt fluttering, but Yang Kai was shocked to find that no matter how hard he tried, he could not get close to her. Losing his patience, Yang Kai urged the law of space and arrived in front of Nan Nan in a flash. Before she could react, he grabbed her arm. In the next moment, the two people's faces changed. The little girl was scared. Her courage was small, so she did not dare to get too close to Yang Kai. Now that he suddenly grabbed her arm, how could she not be scared? Her big eyes were red and tears were rolling in her eyes, making her look very pitiful. Kai Yang, on the other hand, was impacted. The moment he grabbed Nan Nan's arm, a vast and boundless energy rushed into his body. In a split second, he felt dizzy and saw stars. He almost fainted on the spot. World force. His guess was right. The little girl was indeed a small world spirit. When they came into contact with each other, the power of the small world spirit suddenly erupted. The impact at that moment was really uncomfortable. He was already prepared and could summon the 3-half saint at any time. Fortunately, although the little girl was frightened, she didn't intend to fight with him. She just pulled her lotus-like arm back and looked at Yang Kai with a pleading expression. With the power of the soul-warming lotus, Yang Kai's soul calmed down. He lowered his head to look at Nan Nan in front of him and tried his best to speak slowly. I am looking for someone. Someone like me, but a woman. Have you seen her before? Desperate times call for desperate measures, just like Xiaochen did before. Although Yang Kai had encountered some transformed small worlds before, their minds were not clear and they only acted on instinct. Now, this one seemed to be a little different and seemed to have its own thoughts. Naturally, Yang Kai wanted to ask about it. He wasn't expecting much, but what if the other party found out? Nan Nan was frightened to death. She couldn't pull her arm back. The world force burst out again. Even though Yang Kai was prepared, he was still sent flying in an instant. However, he wasn't injured. Only the blood and qi in his body were surging. After landing on the ground, he took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. When he raised his head again, he saw the little girl flying in a certain direction at high speed. Yang Kai shook his head in disappointment and turned around to leave. He didn't walk far before Nan Nan returned and blocked his path. It could be seen that she was trying very hard to suppress the fear in her heart. Her small body was obviously trembling violently, but she still stood there firmly. Yang Kai didn't know what had happened, but he could see that Lan Sun had not suffered any harm, only her consciousness had fallen asleep. Seeing this, he breathed a sigh of relief. Now that he had found her, all that was left was to find a way to take her out. However, he did not relax his vigilance. The sea of flowers in front of him was indeed beautiful, but the more beautiful something was, the more murderous it was. Lan Sun falling asleep was definitely related to this endless sea of flowers. The little Nan Nan, who had led the way here, had stayed outside the mountain valley and did not enter, which was enough to arouse Yang Kai's vigilance. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai probed the endless sea of flowers, wanting to take a peek at the mystery. The next moment, Yang Kai's expression shook, revealing a look of horror. What he saw with the naked eye was a boundless sea of flowers, beautiful and magnificent, but only when he probed with his divine sense did Yang Kai discover that this was not a sea of flowers, but the delicate flowers were clearly formed from the spirit transformation of a small world. This was not surprising. Small worlds could take on all kinds of strange forms. They could even transform into stones, let alone this sea of flowers. It was just that there were too many of them. The scene here could be said to be a world in a flower, a universe in a leaf. Yang Kai knew that there were many small worlds and sealed domains sealed in the universe tower, but he did not expect there to be so many. What kind of mysterious thing was the universe tower? No wonder Lan Sun had fainted. She was lying on the sea of flowers, being washed away by the power of countless small worlds and sealed domains. How could she have held on? She did not suffer much damage, probably because of her bloodline and physique. After all, the universe tower was refined by great emperors Mingyu, and as Mingyu's descendant, Lan Sun had more or less inherited Mingyu's aura, so the universe tower should be able to distinguish her. However, the current situation was a bit troublesome. Lan Sun was lying on the sea of flowers, so if Yang Kai wanted to bring her out, he would have to rush into the sea of flowers. Yi Qianquan would not hurt Lan Sun in this flower world, but he would not show any mercy to him. Yang Kai felt a headache coming on. At this moment, a long sigh sounded in his ear, followed by a shadow rushing out of his body and landing in front of him, turning into a figure. Yang Kai was shocked. When did this strange thing appear in his body? How could he not know? This was simply inconceivable to him. He was now a third-order Emperor Realm Master, and his soul cultivation was stronger than even a half-saint false emperor. Even if someone did something to him, it was impossible for him to not notice it. But this was the truth. When the sigh sounded and the shadow rushed out, Yang Kai finally realized. He could not help but break out in a cold sweat. If the person who had planted this trick had wanted to harm him before, even if he had 10 lives, he would not have been able to survive. But when he saw the outline of the figure, his expression changed, his eyes widening, his lips dry, and his voice trembling. Mingyu, Master? Although he did not see the face, he would never forget this figure's back. How could he dare to forget the great emperors who died at his hands? How could he forget? He had inherited the will of this person in front of him and the recognition of the star boundary. Yang Kai originally thought that Mingyu's soul had dissipated, but now that he suddenly saw him again, his eyes could not help but turn red, even though this was just a remnant soul. Mingyu was already dead, killed by Yang Kai on the Eternal Heaven continent. Fa2 was still in the morning hall of the Star Soul Palace, so it was naturally impossible for him to come back from the dead. Yang Kai smiled and said, "Don't worry, junior sister has Master Mingyu's help, so there should be no problem this time." Great emperors? Lei Hong and the others were shocked. Mingyu's soul was still in the morning hall, so how could he help Lan Sun? Yang Kai quickly explained how the remnant souls of the great emperors had attached themselves to him, and after hearing this, Lei Hong and the others were relieved. With Mingyu's personal help, Lan Sun would definitely have no problem refining the universe pagoda. All she lacked now was time, so her worry disappeared, but when she remembered that the great emperors had died, she couldn't help feeling sad. Previously, inside the universe pagoda, Yang Kai had left the mountain valley and waited for about 2 days before Lan Sun's divine sense suddenly surged over, chatted with him for a while, and then sent him out of the universe pagoda. Lan Sun herself had to stay behind to continue refining the universe pagoda. Now that the universe pagoda was complete again, there were no flaws, so there would be no more crises. Now that there was nothing to do here, Zhan Wu Hen naturally wouldn't stay for long. He didn't even say goodbye before directly flying away, but before leaving he glanced in the direction of the morning hall. Everyone bowed to see him off. Afterward, everyone in Star Soul Palace expressed their gratitude to Yang Kai, but Yang Kai didn't dare accept it. He only asked Lei Hong and the others to lead the way to the morning hall of the great emperors. Lan Sun was not there, so there was no one to mourn, but the great emperors didn't care about this kind of formalities. Yang Kai knelt in front of the morning hall for 3 days before setting off to leave Star Soul Palace. As the great emperor said, since he had obtained this opportunity, he should strengthen himself and discipline himself so that he wouldn't let down this heaven and earth. On this trip to Star Soul Palace, Yang Kai's mind was opened and his thoughts were clear, making him feel much more relaxed. He sped all the way to the Four Seasons realm. Yang Xiao, Yang Shui, Xianxia, and Lu Yen were all in the Four Seasons realm, and there had been no news so far. Yang Kai didn't have much hope of finding them. This trip was just to investigate and give his parents an explanation. After dealing with the Four Seasons realm, he had to deal with the Small Sealed World. As long as the matter of the Small Sealed World's territory was not resolved, the Sealed World bead would not be able to devour the other mainlands of the Demon Territory. Devouring all the mainlands of the Demon Territory was the key to solving the war of the two realms, so the sooner this matter was dealt with, the better. 3,000 meters up in the air, Yang Kai galloped. More than 10 days later, when he was about to arrive at the Four Seasons realm, a strange sound suddenly came from his waist. Yang Kai was startled and didn't react to what was going on. He paused to check and understood the situation. The sound came from a token at his waist. This token was an Azure Sun Temple's guest elder token, and the strange sound was a distress signal only issued by Azure Sun Temple's elders when they were in danger. When Yang Kai received the order to become Azure Sun Temple's guest elder, Gao Shueting explained the many uses of this elder token, but he had never encountered such a situation, so when the strange sound came, he didn't react for a while. After remembering Gao Shueting's words, Yang Kai immediately understood that an Azure Sun Temple's elder was in danger within 5,000 kilometers. Reaching out, he patted his waist and took out the token. Yang Kai sent a message with his divine sense and waited for the news. The elder token was not only a symbol of status, but also a communication artifact. Therefore, although Yang Kai didn't know which elder was in danger, he only needed to ask to know the situation. After a short while, a message came from the token. Yang Kai turned his head and looked in a certain direction. When he put away the token, the space principles surged and his whole body suddenly blurred, disappearing from where he stood. At the same time, Yang Kai's face showed joy because when he used the teleportation technique, he suddenly found that the resistance he faced was much less than before. Since returning to the star boundary, he hadn't used the teleportation technique, so he didn't realize it until now. He understood in his heart that this was caused by the opportunity of the great emperors. Since the star boundary recognized him, it naturally wouldn't hinder him too much. The distance of 5,000 kilometers was not far, but it wasn't close either. However, if a third-layer Emperor Realm Master flew, it would take some time. However, Yang Kai arrived at the location in just 3 to 5 teleportations. Looking around, a group of Azure Sun Temple disciples were besieged. The situation was very dangerous. Many disciples were injured, and the more serious ones were lying unconscious on the ground, blood flowing everywhere. The leader of the group was a tall girl with fluttering hair. She was the leader of the dozen or so people from Azure Sun Temple. The girl's long sword flew up and down. She wasn't weak, having a first-order Emperor Realm cultivation. She shouldn't have been in such a difficult situation, but in order to protect her disciples, she left herself wide open, allowing the enemy to attack her. The girl was an old acquaintance, one of the leaders of the younger generation of Azure Sun Temple, Murong Xiao. There were more than 50 enemies besieging them, including one from the Emperor Realm. His cultivation was similar to Murong Xiao's, both being first-order emperors. However, whether it was this cultivator from the Emperor Realm or the other cultivators, they all had demonic chi and were ruthless and fierce. Demon Path. These 3 words immediately popped up in Yang Kai's heart. When he first returned to the star boundary, Han Zhengqing suspected that he was a member of the demon path. At that time, Yang Kai didn't know what the demon path represented. It was only after Fan Xian explained it to him that he understood. It wasn't until now that he truly met the people of the demon path. They weren't part of the demon race. They were all humans, but Yang Kai didn't know what kind of secret technique they had cultivated, or what kind of demonic technique they had undergone, but they all cultivated demonic qi. In battle, their demonic qi tumbled all over their bodies. At first glance, it looked exactly like the demon race. Moreover, these people from the demon path were somewhat different from the demons that Yang Kai had first encountered who were eroded by demonic qi. They were clearly conscious, and their attacks were very methodical. The cultivation of the Emperor realm was similar to that of Murong Xiaoxiao. The most important thing was that he didn't even see what the enemy looked like. At this moment, he saw clearly that it was a handsome and extraordinary young man. He looked a little familiar, but he couldn't remember who he was. Yang Kai wanted to say, "You are not qualified to know this king's name," but who knew that behind him, Murong Xiaoxiao exclaimed, "Yang Kai? Brother Yang?" Her voice was full of disbelief. It was indeed a bit unbelievable. After all, a few years ago, Yang Kai had become the demon race in Roaring Tiger City and become the demon race. He then escaped from the star boundary, and there had been no news of him in the past few years. When she saw Yang Kai just now, she thought it was just an illusion before her death. How could she believe that Yang Kai would really appear? She couldn't believe that Yang Kai would save her life at the most critical moment. Having his identity exposed by Murong Xiaoxiao, Yang Kai turned around and smiled at her. "Junior sister, rest first, I'll talk to you later." Although Murong Xiaoxiao wasn't seriously injured, she was still injured, and her aura was unstable from the power of the twin hammers just now. At this moment, her mind was relaxed, and coupled with the fact that she saw Yang Kai, her face was flushed with excitement, but the main reason was her internal injuries. Hearing this, the young girl nodded and really closed her eyes. Now that Yang Kai was here, no one could hurt them, so there was no need to worry at all. "Yang Kai? You are Yang Kai?" The Demon Sky Path's the Emperor Realm's first sentence was a little hesitant, but the second sentence was full of shock. Yang Kai's name was now known by everyone in the star boundary. His fame may not be as well known as the Great Emperor's, but it was definitely not small. Being able to escape from the Iron Blood Great Emperor with his cultivation in the Emperor realm was a legend. No wonder he looked a little familiar. It turned out to be this person. The Demon Sky Path's the Emperor realm had seen Yang Kai's portrait before, so he had some impression of him. He didn't understand. How could he appear here? Just like Murong Xiaoxiao, he had clearly escaped into the Demon Sky Path's territory, so why would he appear here? However, since Yang Kai had attacked him, he was an enemy, not a friend, so after learning Yang Kai's identity, he immediately bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood essence. At the same time, his body burst into a bloody mist as he turned into a stream of light and quickly fled. Escaping was more important. Yang Kai just looked at him mockingly, just like how he had looked at Murong Xiaoxiao with ridicule before. 10 kilometers, 20 kilometers, 30 kilometers, 50 kilometers. In the blink of an eye, the Demon Sky Path's the Emperor realm had fled 50 kilometers away, fleeing like a madman. But at this moment, a binding force appeared out of thin air, causing his fleeing figure to stop abruptly. Then, the Demon Sky Path's the Emperor realm's vision blurred and he returned to his original position. However, at this moment, a large hand grabbed his neck and pinched him like a chicken. Looking at the young man's face close at hand, the Demon Sky Path's the Emperor realm's face turned ashen. Exclamations rang out as the group of Demon Sky Path's people scattered like birds and beasts. Just now, they only saw Yang Kai stretch his hand forward, and when he withdrew it, the strongest person on their side was caught. How could they not know the difference in strength between them? Staying here was definitely a dead end. If they fled, they might have a chance of survival. It was self-evident what to choose. Seeing this, more than a dozen Azure Sun Temple disciples wanted to stop them, but how could they? They were not in good condition, all of them were injured, and their numbers were few, so they could only watch helplessly. Seeing his expression, Yang Kai knew that Xiao Baiyi knew nothing about the GZ army. When did this happen? Xiao Baiyi frowned and asked. Half a month ago. Xiao Baiyi was relieved and gently nodded. For the past month, Junior Sister and I have been outside. It was precisely because they were outside that the news had not reached them, otherwise, he would not have directly attacked Yang Kai when he saw him. Holding the token with both hands, he respectfully returned it and cupped his fists, somewhat reluctantly saying, "Greetings, brother." Back then, everyone was in the Dao Source realm and entered the Four Seasons realm together. Now he, Murong Xiao, and Xia Xing were all First-Order Emperor Realm Masters, but Yang Kai had already become the commander of the GZ army. He could not see through Yang Kai's cultivation, but since he was the commander, how could he be below the Third-Order Emperor realm? This guy was actually already a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master. Xiao Baiyi could not figure out how he cultivated. Was he on steroids? What are you doing here? Yang Kai asked curiously. Although they were still in the Southern Territory, they were already some distance away from Azure Sun Temple. If there was nothing important, it was impossible for Azure Sun Temple disciples to appear here. Moreover, 2 elders were leading the team, so it was obvious that they had something important to do. It was fine if they did not encounter them, but since they did, they naturally had to ask. Xiao Baiyi said, "We are investigating the demon heavenly way." The star boundary situation was plagued by both external and internal problems. If the demon race was the star boundary's enemy on the surface, then the demon heavenly way was the arrow hidden in the dark. It was easy to dodge a spear in the open, but difficult to defend against an arrow in the dark. Over the past few years, since the rise of the demon heavenly way, countless people in the star boundary had been harmed by them. The entire star boundary hated the demon heavenly way. However, the demon heavenly way usually hid very well and rarely showed any flaws. In terms of overall strength, the demon heavenly way was naturally inferior to the demon race, but they were as cunning as a fox and controlled a large portion of the star boundary's energy, making it impossible for the star boundary to wholeheartedly participate in the war of the 2 realms. Every sect in the star boundary's territory left behind a master to guard their sect, for fear of the demon heavenly way causing trouble. Over the past few years, countless small and medium-sized sects and families had been destroyed by the demon heavenly way. Even the most first-class sects had suffered heavy losses and were almost wiped out. Therefore, if anyone in the star boundary discovered traces of Devil Sky Dao's people, they would be immediately killed. 2 years ago, Star Soul Palace took the lead and organized all the major sects to investigate themselves. At the same time, they carried out a large-scale encirclement and annihilation of Devil Sky Dao, destroying more than a dozen Devil Sky Dao strongholds. This caused Devil Sky Dao's arrogant momentum to slow down, but the venomous snakes hiding in the dark were inexhaustible. There would always be fish that slipped through the net from time to stir up trouble. More than a month ago, Azure Sun Temple detected a few people from Demon Heavenly Dao operating in the dark. The temple suspected that there was a Demon Heavenly Dao stronghold hidden here, so Murong Xiao and Xiao Baiyi led a team to search for them, but somehow the news was leaked. They failed to track them down and were instead ambushed here. Murong Xiao's team was almost wiped out. If it weren't for Yang Kai, who happened to be nearby, when Xiao Baiyi arrived, he would definitely only see the corpses of Azure Sun Temple's disciples. Yang Kai smiled lightly. Is that what the people of Demon Heavenly Way told you? Du Wan coldly snorted. On the battlefield in the Western Territory, the star boundary has been forced to retreat. The demon race's army has been preparing for war. Great emperors have fallen in Demon Heavenly Way's territory. When the demon saint makes his move, who in the star boundary can stop him? Yang Kai slowly shook his head. What you know is old news. There have been some changes in the two-realm battlefield. I'm afraid you aren't too clear about it. What changes? Du Wan asked coldly. Yang Kai said, the passage between the two realms has been sealed. The demon race's army's reinforcements have been cut off, and the demon race's powerhouses are unable to break through the realm barrier. Although there are many demon race's army on the battlefield in the Western Territory, it is only a matter of time before they are all wiped out. Du Wan was startled and said coldly, stop trying to mislead people. Yang Kai smiled. It doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. It won't affect the situation between the two realms. Du Wan was silent for a moment, and a dangerous aura suddenly surged from her body. The demon chi on the surface of her body surged endlessly, as if she could explode at any time. At the same time, she sneered, I'll wait for you on the road to the Yellow Springs. After falling into Yang Kai's hands, she knew that there was no hope of escaping, so she directly asked for death. She was very decisive. Perhaps it was because her mind was affected by the demonic chi, but her actions were quite similar to those of the demon race. Murong Xiaoxiao's face changed drastically, and she quickly shouted, demonic blood purification, brother, be careful. How could Yang Kai not notice? The change in Du Wan's aura was so obvious. Whether it was the demonic blood purification or something else, it looked like a self-detonation secret technique. He hurriedly urged his demon chi to suppress it. Unexpectedly, he couldn't suppress it. Amidst her wild laughter, Du Wan's petite body swelled up, as if she was about to explode in the next moment. Yang Kai frowned, and with a shake of his hand, the person in his hand disappeared directly, and the dangerous aura was annihilated. Although she was from the Demon Heavenly Way, she was still a disciple of Azure Sun Temple after all. It was just that her mind was corrupted by the demonic chi. If she could be cured, she might be able to turn over a new leaf. Yang Kai didn't want to kill her, but he also didn't want her to self-detonate, so he directly put her into the small sealed world. With his small sealed world's master strength, it was more than enough to suppress Du Wan's self-detonation. Sure enough, after being put into the small sealed world under the cover of world force, the violent aura on Du Wan's body gradually disappeared and soon calmed down. A big living person suddenly disappeared like this, causing a group of Azure Sun Temple disciples to exclaim. In the astral boundary, there were no normal people who would be willing to associate with Ma Tianpath. The pale-faced man didn't doubt him. He just frowned and asked, who did you meet? Did you leave behind any flaws? Zhao Quan nodded. Don't worry, they have all been killed. However, the people I brought are almost all dead. Now only Junior Brother and I are left. The pale-faced man gently nodded. It doesn't matter. The two of you are enough. Come in first and see Master Sun first. Then he turned and led Zhao Quan and Yang Kai inside. The cave was narrow on the outside and wide on the inside. There were dozens of people gathered inside. They were the ones who had recently arranged the array with the array master. The array master was the master's son mentioned by the pale-faced man. At this time, master's son was meditating. The pale-faced man brought Yang Kai and Zhao Quan in front of him. After a few words, master's son nodded slightly. I asked you to come and help me arrange the array. Now that the array is almost complete, the two of you can stay here and heal for the time being. In 3 days I will need your help. Yes, I will follow master son's instructions. Zhao Quan responded and led Yang Kai away. Just as he turned around, master son suddenly looked at Yang Kai and asked, Junior brother, why are you hiding your face? Zhao Quan cupped his hands. Junior brother encountered a fire when he was young and his appearance was ruined. It isn't convenient for him to show his face. He didn't pause in his answer. He had obviously considered this issue. Master's son glanced at Yang Kai again but was too lazy to entangle himself with this issue. In his opinion, as long as Yang Kai and the others could pass the pale-faced man, it was fine. He asked this casually. The pale-faced man surged with his divine sense as if he wanted to investigate whether Zhao Quan's words were true or false. However, how could he see? When his divine sense swept over, Yang Kai's face was blurred. He couldn't help frowning, thinking that Yang Kai was wearing a secret treasure. Master's son didn't pursue this matter and he didn't want to create more problems. There were twists and turns but they finally passed. It seemed simple, but if Yang Kai couldn't stimulate his demon yuan, it would be impossible for him to come here. The people of Ma Tiandao probably wouldn't think that there would be an anomaly like Yang Kai in this world. However, this method could only be used at this stage. In the future, once the news of Yang Kai returning to the astral boundary from the demon territory was completely exposed, the people of Ma Tiandao would definitely be alerted. At that time, it wouldn't work. The two people came to a corner of the cave and found an empty corner to meditate. Zhao Quan's injuries hadn't healed and he really needed to heal. Yang Kai secretly observed the cultivation strength of the people in the cave. In fact, he had already investigated clearly, but it was better to be safe than sorry. Chapter 3643. The cultivators of the Emperor Realm entered their respective positions while the other cultivators came to the center of the formation under the command of Master Sun and sat down cross-legged. A few hundred people wasn't a lot, but it wasn't a small number to gather in one place. Once everything was ready, Master Sun shouted excitedly, "Start the formation!" The cultivators of the Emperor Realm changed their hand seals and urged their own strength. In an instant, rays of light bloomed from their feet and soared into the sky, illuminating the entire valley. The dazzling light quickly converged and turned into colorful patterns that converged toward the center of the formation. Right at this moment, a puff was heard, and the humming grand formation suddenly trembled without end, faintly showing signs of collapse. Master Sun's expression changed, and he turned his head to look in one direction. Zhao Quan's face was pale and he was vomiting blood. The abnormal sound just now was the sound of him vomiting blood. Master Sun's expression suddenly sank. Zhao Quan's face was full of shame. The injuries I suffered before, Master Sun didn't let him say more and scolded him, "Waste." He hurriedly instructed the pale-faced man to come forward and replace him. This formation required everyone to work together. If there was a problem with Zhao Quan's side, it would affect the whole body. If it wasn't fixed in time, the entire formation would collapse in a short time. Fortunately, he had a third-layer Emperor Realm Guard who came in handy at this time. The pale-faced man flew into the formation, grabbed Zhao Quan's collar and threw him out. His hand seals changed and the chaotic formation quickly stabilized again. In the valley, the patterns lit up and slowly flowed, converging toward the center. If one looked down from the sky, they would see that the patterns in the valley had converged into a huge yin and yang fish pattern. The yin and yang fish were like living creatures that swam in the valley. A bolt of lightning shot out of the blue, and a person appeared in the sky above the center of the formation along with the bolt of lightning. Yang Kai, who was in the middle of the formation, was shocked and excited. It was because the person who came was a fake emperor. He couldn't help but want to look up to the sky and laugh wildly. He had been hibernating here for so many days. Wasn't it all for this big fish? Previously, when Master Sun was about to set up the array, Yang Kai thought that he had guessed wrongly and that no big fish would come here at all. He almost killed him directly. Fortunately, he had waited a little longer. From the looks of it, there was indeed a big fish. However, this fellow was very cautious. He should have been hiding in the dark all this time and only revealed himself now. He quietly looked over and saw that this person was dressed in scholarly attire, like a teacher in a private school. He had a modest smile on his face. Even if they met such a person face to face, no one would think that he was from the demonic sky path. Yang Kai didn't dare to look at it too much. He glanced at it and immediately looked away. After this person appeared, Master Sun immediately bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Wind Monarch." The Wind Emperor raised his hand. "No need to be so courteous. Thank you for your hard work here." Master Sun said, "It's my honor to be able to work for the Wind Monarch. It's not hard at all." Feng Jun nodded. He was very satisfied with Master Sun's performance. The conversation between the two entered Yang Kai's ears, and Yang Kai immediately understood the identity of the person who came. He had only returned to the astral realm for a few days, so he didn't know much about the demonic sky path. Turning his head to look at the three half-saint, he immediately saw the problem. Baizhuo was frozen in place like a statue. He didn't move at all, and there was a faint golden light on his chest. He had been hit. Baiya discovered the problem before he did. She said with an ugly expression, "He's not dead." Indeed, he wasn't dead. Baizhuo's body was full of vitality, and there wasn't even a trace of injury. However, he had inexplicably turned into a statue and didn't move at all. The golden word that had flown out from the remains of the great emperors had also disappeared. It was certain that Baizhuo's current state had something to do with the golden word. "Do you still want to fight?" The Feng Jun smiled with a look of victory. "You will die here. Hurry up and run for your lives. Maybe you can live a little longer." Yang Kai roared in response. He clapped and pulled his hands, and a huge crescent blade slashed toward the Feng Jun. The Dharmakaya and Baiya also attacked from both sides. The Feng Jun spat out another mouthful of essence blood on the remains of the great emperors. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai was furious. The power of the strange golden word was unpredictable. It was obviously a divine technique hidden in the remains of the great emperors. He originally thought that the Feng Jun could only use it once. Losing Baizhuo wouldn't affect the situation much. He still had two half-saint on his side, but he didn't expect the Feng Jun to be able to use it again. What was there to fight? Although he had sacrificed his essence blood, the golden word could turn a half-saint into a statue. He only needed to spit out a few more mouthfuls of blood, and the Feng Jun team would be wiped out. The great monarch's remains glowed brightly again, and another huge golden character flew out from within. The situation was exactly the same as before. When the golden character appeared, everyone's thoughts stopped. When Yang Kai came back to his senses, he was still safe and sound, and so was the Dharmakaya. On the other hand, Baiya and Baizhuo had both turned into statues and were motionless. The price the Feng Jun paid was that he aged a little. The originally gentle middle-aged man had now become a little old man in his 50s or 60s. Squinting at the remains of the great emperors in the Feng Jun's hand, Yang Kai said in a cold voice, "If you can use that technique again, I will wring my head off and give it to you. The Feng Jun coughed a few times, shook his head and smiled bitterly. Palace Master Yang's eyes are sharp. With my ability, I can only use that technique twice at most. It wasn't that Yang Kai's eyes were sharp, but after the two golden words appeared, many small cracks appeared on the remains of the great emperors in the Feng Jun's hand. It seemed that the technique just now had caused great damage to the remains of the great emperors, and it wouldn't be able to withstand it a third time. Yang Kai raised his chin slightly, and with an arrogant expression, he said fiercely, "Tell me, how do you want to die?" How infuriating! He had the advantage in terms of timing, location, and people. It wouldn't be a problem to take down a fake emperor. However, the other party had struck first, and Bai Zhua and Bai You were directly eliminated from the battlefield. Although the two half-saint were still alive and didn't show any signs of injury, who knew what kind of divine technique those golden words were? It would probably take a lot of effort to undo them. Therefore, Yang Kai had a belly full of anger. However, he still had the upper hand in the current situation. The Feng Jun had used the divine technique of the great emperors twice in a row, and he had also paid a big price. On the other hand, he and the Dharmakaya were almost intact. If they really fought, the Feng Jun would definitely not be the Dharmakaya's opponent. Although he was at a great disadvantage, the Feng Jun was still smiling. The scenery around him was completely consistent with the seasons he felt. It was as if he had entered a different world after taking that step. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai took another step. When this step fell, the biting cold disappeared and was replaced by the bleak autumn wind. At the same time, the surrounding snow disappeared, the leaves withered and yellow, and the fruit trees in the forest were full of fruits. After the summer and winter scenes, he stepped into the autumn scene. Yang Kai raised his foot again, but this time, he did not step forward, but took a step back. Logically speaking, this step should have been the winter scene that he had just encountered, but what was surprising was that when he took a step back, what greeted him was not the winter scene, but the spring scene where all things were revived. Yang Kai did not hesitate and stepped forward again. Step by step, the scenery in front of him changed like a merry-go-round. It was not his own vision, but the whole world. It was really a scene with every step. Moreover, there was no pattern to it at all. The 4 seasons of spring, summer, autumn, and winter seemed to change at will. Yang Kai's frown deepened. Although he did not know what had happened in the 4 seasons realm, it seemed that something had definitely changed in this place. What worried him now was whether this change was caused by the arrival of the Wind Monarch, or if it had always existed. If it was the former, it didn't matter. He just needed to find the Wind Monarch and get rid of him. If it was the latter, then it meant that Xianxia and the others had encountered some trouble. Otherwise, how could such a change occur in the 4 seasons realm? If he wanted to break the situation now, the only choice was to start with the Wind Monarch. Therefore, Yang Kai decisively took action. His figure flickered and disappeared in an instant. When he reappeared, he was above the Wind Monarch's head, and the myriad sword wrapped in his cultivation base fiercely slashed down. The light curtain shrouding the high platform was the work of the great emperors, so how could Yang Kai break it? When the thunderous sword slashed down, the light curtain immediately caved in, but it was tough and didn't break. However, disturbed by this, the Wind Monarch, who was meditating and healing, suddenly opened his eyes. Their eyes met, and the Wind Monarch grinned. "There is a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it. There is no door to hell, but you want to break through it. Come." Raising his hand high, he passed through the light curtain and grabbed the myriad sword. As he madly stimulated his Emperor Qi, a fierce force rebounded. Yang Kai directly let go, abandoning the myriad sword. As his divine sense surged, his left eye turned into a majestic golden vertical, breathtaking, and a budding lotus shot out from his eye and rushed into the Wind Monarch's knowledge sea. As soon as the blossoming lotus appeared, the Wind Monarch's body trembled. Although he was strong, his soul cultivation was slightly inferior to Yang Kai's, so he was careless and fell into the trap. The white lotus took root in the Wind Monarch's knowledge sea and bloomed, absorbing his soul power. The Wind Monarch groaned, and the seawater in his knowledge sea roared, resisting the power of the secret technique. The lotus bloomed halfway, but it was no longer able to do anything. After all, it was not a soft persimmon that could be easily crushed. Although it was unexpected, it still could not take full effect. The Wind Monarch sneered. Just as he was about to ridicule, his expression changed again. This was because the half-blooming lotus flower had suddenly expanded. In his perception, the lotus flower was incomparably huge. It actually wrapped around his entire body, and then quickly closed. The blossoming lotus ended, and the angry lotus appeared. Two soul secret techniques, one after the other, appeared. Yang Kai attacked ruthlessly and decisively. Break! The Wind Monarch's divine sense surged wildly. As he roared, he broke the lotus seal and escaped. Caught off guard, a saber light chopped down on his head. Soul Cutter, heaven-breaking strike. Since it had the blossoming lotus and the angry lotus, how could it not have the power of the Soul Cutter? This time, the Wind Monarch could not block it and was slashed by the Soul Cutter. His soul was not a good feeling. His face suddenly twisted, and his Emperor Qi burst out in all directions like a tsunami. The universe trembled, and Yang Kai was sent flying. In midair, Yang Kai's face turned slightly pale, but he still urged the space law and pounced on the Wind Monarch again. At the same time, his hands quickly formed a spell. As it spun, the mountains and rivers bell appeared and covered the Wind Monarch. Yang Kai shouted again in a low voice, "Dragon transformation!" As the dragon roared, golden light shone. With a crackling sound, dragon scales covered his whole body. Two horns grew on his forehead, and his hands turned into sharp dragon claws. His body grew slightly taller, and a dragon tail swung behind him. In a flash, Yang Kai had turned into a half-dragon. The Wind Monarch was still in a daze after being injured by the Soul Cutter. Yang Kai had already pounced in front of him. His two dragon claws grabbed his arms and pinned him down. The next moment, the mountains and rivers bell came down from the sky. In terms of cultivation, Yang Kai estimated that he was no match for the Wind Monarch. The previous three selves were examples. Therefore, Yang Kai did not plan to compete with the Wind Monarch in terms of cultivation.